चलिए guys, settle down please. Settle down, settle down, settle down. Come on. Hello everyone. Good morning to all of you. How are you all? You are looking like high on energy. Okay. Just confirm me once, guys. Are you all able to hear me in this class? At the back also, completely perfect. Right? Online also people are connected with us. Let me just check upon them. Online people. Online people, just confirm me once that are you all able to hear me and see the video perfectly? Focus over here, guys, please. अब यहाँ पर आ जाओ. Online people, just confirm me once, guys. Are you all able to see the video perfectly? Are you able to see me? Then we will proceed and then we will be in the flow of the class. I'll not be able to see your comments. Right? So just confirm me once, guys. All right, perfect. Some of the familiar faces I can see and a lot of new faces I'm seeing right now. So today's session we are going to start. क्या कर रहे हो यार? बैठ जाओ, settle down करो अब. इधर. अनुज, लाइट वगैरह देखना बाकी. एग्जॉस्ट भी ऑन कर दो. चलिए guys, let us start the session over here, and today we are meeting for the history bootcamp session, right? This is going to be a long day, so from the first hour itself you have to focus. Okay, if you have come over here, you are devoting your full time over here. Focus should be perfectly over here now. I hope all are settled. Anybody who is coming also come silently now, because now we have to start the class. Online also people are waiting for us, right? So let us start our session. Before starting the session, let me tell you about certain things about this session, that how and what I want from you all, right? If you're sitting over here, don't just sit passive mindedly, sit active mindedly, guys, right? First requirement is this. So first of all, what are the objective of this class which I'm going to talk about is your mindset, right? This is January, you are at the perfect stage, and prelims is nearby. Just in 4 or 5 months you will be seeing the prelims, one of the toughest stage of UPSC. Some of you might be struggling to. Don't worry about that. Don't be underconfident right now. Some of you might have cleared it also. Don't be overconfident about prelims. Prelims is one of the trickiest stage over here. So mindset, what should be the mindset? Mindset should be laser sharp over here. Mindset should be that you are not here to write about something, that you are taking notes something over here, right? That is secondary, that we will be doing. But if you are present in the class, the primary focus of the class is actively participating in the class. My class goes two-sided, two ways, right? It's not only one-sided where I'll be making you write something. That we will be doing, but we will be engaging in the class. Actively you have to participate. If you have seen any of my lecture, because many of you have attended my lectures earlier in earlier programs also, earlier previous crash courses also, right? And many of you are new over here. So approach also I'm going to tell you. But mindset should be that we will not be solely focused upon writing things on the paper, rather having that thing on our mind, right? That is what will help you in clearing the prelims. Those who are struggling also with prelims, this will surely help you. Otherwise, what will happen if your approach is not right, if your mindset is not right? You will keep on preparing, you will keep on writing or underlining the lines, but you will not get out of it anything, right? इधर फोकस करो, जो आ रहा है आने दो उनको, ठीक है? आप यहाँ पर थोड़े से उसमें आपका माइंडसेट ही हिल गया. दैट्स व्हाई फर्स्ट पॉइंट इज mindset, right? Second, mindset should be there. Second, what I want to talk about is approach. Some of you have already done modern history from me or this history component from me. So they already know the approach. They already know the perspective with which I am going to take them through this history. For the people online also, offline also, who have studied from me, I want your approach will be different. And those who are completely listening to me for the first time, their approach will be completely different, guys. For the people who have already attended my sessions, I am specifically talking to them online also, now over here offline too. That your approach would be, you know, that how I am going to make you see through the things from this modern history. Content is same, but perspective is going to be different. That is I'm going to let you have over here. So what you have to do, that you might be struggling with the revision cases, that you might not be able to remember certain facts, because history is every line over here is a fact, right? So first of all, those who have already attended my sessions, you will solely be focusing upon revision, what you are lagging in. Those who are new, you have to accept and see the approach with I am telling you this modern history or history overall, right? So first of all, approach for the new students, I have told you that whatever perspective I am showing you, perspective is going to be changed for the first time who are listening. Content is going to remain the same, right? Like advent of Europeans, how expansion is happening, and that are the major flawed areas you will be finding. Okay, and content and all I'll be discussing. Approach, that we will be more understanding while we will progress in the class. Okay. Next is your skeleton, templates and compilation. Now skeleton, this is most important. Now listen very carefully. Now you all are settled also, right? Skeleton and templates, I will be providing for the contents which are not well written in your standard books or which are not well written anywhere. For example, you must have got the compilation or the template for Northwest diplomacy, right? That is not written rightly in the books. That's why you struggle, always struggle with understanding tripartite treaty, Treaty of Amritsar, and eternal treaty of friendship. You always struggle because that is not written rightly in the books. That is not your flaw in understanding. That's why I have given you the template over here, that in this way you will be understanding the things. Okay. So for some topics, I will be providing you with the templates. And most of the things in modern history, in ancient history or in medieval history, you will be seeing their compilation based, because prelims is trickier. Once you understand the story, that's good. Nobody is asking you the stories. Ultimately, facts will be asked. And those who are in their second, third attempt, they must be understanding that. Right? Those who are in their initial attempt, because everyone will be having varied background. Those who are in their initial attempt, don't think that it is only about that UPSC prelims is only about understanding. It is about understanding primarily, and secondary, you have to learn the rectify the facts as it is. If you are not able to do this, then it will be problematic for you guys, because you have to do it, right? So this I will be providing skeleton template. This I'll be providing for certain topics, and that is going to be very important for you. आपको कोई इधर उधर देखने की जरूरत नहीं है फिर, right? You will be solely focusing and relying upon those templates. Apart from that, for example, national freedom struggle in modern history is easy for all. Everybody can understand that, right? But the major problematic areas are like advent of Europeans, expansion and consolidation, revolts, SRRM, socio-religious reform movement. That people makes it like feel it hard to understand and or to grab it in your mind. That we will be seeing with the help of compilations. Last, but this particular point is the most important thing which you will be getting out of these lectures, these bootcamp sessions. That is the frameworks and summaries. This will help you, these frameworks for every topic, for every subtopic. This will help you to understand the overall gist of a particular topic, and ultimately you will be remembering this only, because in the end you will not be able to shuffle your whole notebook. You will not be able to shuffle your whole, like whatever notes you have made, multiple notes. These frameworks of one pager will be helpful for you. This I will be helping you to make, right? So this should be the mindset. First of all, everyone will focus upon their individual growth. Don't see here and there whatever is happening outside the class. Don't focus upon it. This is your individual journey. Whatever you knew before in your previous attempts, the level should increase, and we have to reach up to this level. If you are Above this level, I don't care, we don't care over here. But this level is not decided by me. This level will be taking to you to the UPSC standards. Okay? Because this is the UPSC standards and all have to reach up to your here. Because if you are participating in the class, you are preparing in this journey, then you should do it wholeheartedly, right? So over here, this should be the approach or objective of my sessions, which we are going to proceed ahead with. Those who are new, I am Ankit Rauthan and I am going to take your history module, right? ये मुझे पहले बताना चाहिए था, but कोई बात नहीं, ठीक है? All right, guys. Now, history. How many questions will you be seeing in the prelims? Dekho, right. Everybody is having the idea. Now, my objective, my job is to tell everyone, because over here some first attempters might be there. The overall average questions which you will be finding in history would be 14 to 16 questions, guys. 14 to 16 questions in your prelims directly from history you are going to see in your paper. Now, some of you might have given 2025 prelims also. So, those who have given, what was your like analysis of 2025 history? Was it on a easy side, moderate side, or a difficult side? Easier side. That was a golden period of golden year of history, we can say. Because in the last 10-15 years, you will not see history on a easier side. And when I say easy, how I am saying easy? My terminology will be easy, difficult, and moderate. Easy, I am saying to those questions who will be directly from your standard books. Like Dansingal is made up of, Fahen visited when, Mahendra Varman one, Raja Ram Mohan Roy. Very easy questions were thrown, SSC type of questions were thrown. Why it happened? What is the pattern you can see of UPSC? This is not random. This is a pattern which you will be understanding. First point which you, whatever I will be speaking in these sessions with the history, I will be speaking only relevant thing, guys. I want all of you to concentrate and listen. Whatever you find right, you can accept it, right? First pattern I am telling you of this history, that why history came easy in 2025. Why it happened? Randomly? Or there is some pattern with the history, which I have told you earlier also, some people also have told you. Why this happened, that history came very easy in 2025. And we say the paper overall was difficult, but history came easier inside, which will help you to reach up to the cutoff. And if you are failing in these easy questions, then it will be difficult, guys. Right? So first you will be finding the history came easy because of the cyclic nature of UPSC. This you have to understand. And this rarely people do. Everybody of us do the PYQs on the basis of yearly, right? Yearly, not yearly, topic wise. Like history will be saying, I'll be showing you the history topics, what came from advent of Europeans, what came from Harsha, what came from Guptas. Like this we do, right? In polity, economy also you do. Everybody does the same. This is topic wise analysis of PYQ. But very few people will be doing the yearly analysis of PYQ. Samajh rahe ho? Yearly analysis. What do I mean by yearly analysis? All should understand. My objective is not few people. All of you are sitting over here. So my objective is so that all people can. Yearly understanding or analysis of PYQ means that you are doing the last 5 or 10 years PYQ in one by one. Like 2019 you have solved, 2020 you have solved, 2020. When you will be solving it like this, you will analyze that every year 1 or 2 subjects are going to come easier in nature. That is the pattern, and that you have to think in your mind. If you will keep it, you will not make easy question complex, because this is also one problem in prelims. Sometimes we think a lot, and when we think that this easy question is going to be tricky, and we make mistake in that. You must have felt it, right? You all must have felt it in your first attempt or second attempt or in any attempt, right? But when you know that some questions are going to be easy, you will not fluke in that. You will be confident in that. This is one case I'm telling you. So 2025 was a golden year for history. Now you don't expect history to be easier side, right? It will again be on the normal pattern, which I'm telling you, that it will be moderate in nature. Out of 15-16 questions, 7 to 8 questions you will be able to solve in the examination. 7 to 8. 4 or 5 questions will be completely random. History I'm talking about. Either from ancient, either from medieval, or from modern, or from art and culture. Understanding? So you are ready, you are prepared in your mindset. That's why when you are preparing like this, you will be calm and composed while seeing the prelims paper, guys. That's how some people clear prelims every year, and some people struggle even after having a lot of knowledge, preparing a lot of things. But prelims gets trickier, guys. This is one of the thing which I'm telling you. And slowly, as we will move ahead, you will understand more, because some of you are like for the first time meeting me, and you will understand the pedagogy with which I will move ahead, right? So 2025, we have seen this is the overall trend of history. If you will be seeing 2025, again 16 question. 2025, out of 16 question, 14 questions were solvable, easier on site. Easy. That means you should grab them like this, which Sugam sir might be telling you low hanging fruits, right? Which was from history. Now this time also it is going to happen 2026, but with other subjects, not necessarily with history, right? So first of all, this component. Now in today's session, we are going to start with modern history. And the good part is we are going to finish it in 2-3 sessions, right? So we are not going to stretch it too. Practically what will happen that you will not be able to absorb all the information in these 2-3 sessions. This will not happen. So I want you to keep on marking the things which you are not comfortable with, or which you are thinking that, okay, this needs to be read by me again. Some topics you will be very good in that. Some topics you will need that, okay, this topic should be focused over here. So you will be marking that particular topic on your own as per your requirement, right? And if you would be having any doubt, you can ask that too. Now, modern history primarily we will be focusing upon, guys. Modern history. How many questions are you seeing from the modern history part, sub-subject? How many questions in the prelims paper you are going to see this? 5, 6. What was the pattern like before 2025? At least you should know exactly how many questions and what is the pattern. This you should know. Tell me, how many questions came in 2025? Dekho, let me show you the pattern now. And exactly what I told last year students also, and some of you are sitting again over here, you might be seeing that. You see the trend. Till 2018, 2019, the questions were huge, around 5 to 6, sometimes 8. Try to understand. That's why any topper talk you will be hearing of 2020, 2021, they will be saying that focus more on modern history. There will be foundation classes which will be going for more than 30 classes for modern history. Not even like very less for ancient and medieval. But the pattern is changing, guys. And you are at the right point. You will not be visiting these topics as per the trend right now. Trend should be followed in the month of April, March. Right now, you are at the right stage. If you don't want to be at the mercy of the UPSC prelims and you want to beat this prelims anyhow, anytime, then you have to focus on every part of the syllabus equally. Sometimes some component will be coming more. That is going to be random, right? Till 2024, that pattern was declining. 2023, 2 questions. 2024, 2 questions. People said that spectrum se kuch hai nahi raha aur modern history pucha nahi ja raha. So have less focus upon that. Last year, same analysis I was doing, I was saying anytime it can go up. 2025, you will be seeing direct straight 6 questions and easy questions. Even if you are not comfortable with history, at least you should do the bare minimum, so that sometimes these low hanging fruits will come, you should able to grab them. So if you are attending these sessions wholeheartedly and with full attention, I will ensure that you will be learning at least, I'm not saying 100% in the class itself, but at least 60 to 70% of the things you will be able to grab itself in the classes. Okay? Some of you might be grabbing 100% of it, I know it, right? I have seen it. But at least many of you would be grabbing 70 to 80%. That will be the objective, guys. Okay? So pattern you have understood. That means how this pattern is helping us. Every detail which I am telling you having relevance. I will not be speaking anything unnecessary here. This will help you, like how you should prepare, how you should focus on modern history. Less, more, like how? Moderate. Right, that means you should not be focusing much more. You should not be leaving the topics over here. Right, let me just see the online people also, guys. Online people, I hope everything is going fine. Now we are going to start ahead. So pattern you have understood that anytime 5 or 6 questions you can expect from modern history. Now comes the second part of this particular session. What are the topics? And topics are very readily present in your different sources. But before topics, let us discuss about the sources. Ancient and medieval is comparatively harder side, right? as well with the content you will be seeing, as well with the standard books which are available. There are disparate sources for ancient and medieval. Whereas modern, one good thing is you have to see the history of just 250 years. So timeline is not a problem over here. Everybody knows when Surat split happened. Everybody know this 1909 reforms, right? So timeline is not the problem over here. Timeline is the major problem in your ancient and medieval, because over here you have to see a huge timeline. So 250 years of history we are seeing in modern history. Also, there is one good source for this modern history, and that all of you might be following, most of you might be following, you must have heard it in the toppers talks also, which have like personally benefited me also, my earlier student too, and will surely benefit too. What are the sources, guys? What are the Spectrum? You must have heard about, right? Now Spectrum, you understand, that is not a original book that is written originally. That has been basically taken from a lot of sources, primarily from a wonderful writer, that is Bipin Chandra. Many of you would have, like some of you would have read the original novel of Bipin Chandra. He's a wonderful writer, guys. Like the novel, when you are reading, the coherence in that book is wonderful. But in Spectrum, that is made from a competitive mindset. It is good for competition, but not good for the understanding. Over there, you will be finding INM, Indian National Movement, Indian National Freedom Struggle is given beautifully, but other topics are just thrown away. Like they have just thrown the topics for the sake of that something is coming out of our books, of staying relevant, right? That you understand first of all. Because when you will see a book from this perspective, you will know what to take, what not to take. Now, the primary source which you all must be knowing about, that is your Spectrum, right? And a new edition are coming. That is nothing but just a capitalistic market. Whatever source you are having, just keep that, right? No need to change. Whatever new will be there, I will be adding. And if you are not following any source, if you are following these classes, my classes are enough. Enough, I am saying. And later on, I'll be telling you how these are enough. You will be getting to know about this, right? This is कितनों ने देखी है, कितनों के लिए नया है? अच्छा, how many of you are like having like the first attempt over here? A lot of students. I can remember some of you too. Okay, okay, good. Okay. So over here, this is, people might not have like read this book. This is old NCERT by Bipin Chandra only. Many of you would be having in your study table also or in your cupboard, right? This book. Okay, mandatory होती हैं दोनों book. Okay. But these are from again NCERT. The original book you will be finding over here is this. The novel you will be finding over here, right? This is one book, and this is your. ये बहुत कम लोगों ने देखी होगी. This is which class? 8th, 9th, 12th class, guys. Now let me tell you, class 12th NCERTs or NCERTs primarily are good for ancient and medieval. Over here in the new NCERTs of 12th class, you will see very less content with respect to modern history, very less content. So everything which you need is available over here if you want to follow any source, right? But if you are sitting over here, you are devoting your time, just focus on the classes rather. I will be telling you what's important from all these sources, right? Whatever written over here, though this is nothing but a crux of this and this, right? So I'll be telling you what all boxes over here also are highlighted. I'll be telling you all about that. Understanding, guys? So this is how we are moving forward. I hope you are now in sync with the class. Okay, guys. Now let us talk about the topics. This is the most important thing. Topics. At least you should know what are all the topics we are going to see. And topic wise, now your problem should not be that my problem is modern history. This should not be problem. Your problem should be topics, subtopics. That in that particular topic, I can easily understand Battle of Plassy. 100% of the people will understand Battle of Plassy, right? But the problem will come when you will be understanding about the Lord Minto's delegation, the Punjab, the Sikh Empire, the Afghan Empire, the Sindh Empire. That is the problematic area, and that's where you close the book, and that's where a smart person will read that book. That's the difference. Okay? Battle of Plassy, Battle of Buxar, सबको पता है. But apart from Battle of Ambur, which has been already asked, many of you right now also would not be knowing it. Battle of Ambur, Battle of Kulachal, Battle of Chikakul, all this has been asked, which I am speaking, guys. Now, this is the time frame where you should have a learning attitude. It's not, when I'm saying you are not knowing this, it's not to basically, right, it's to basically awaken you, right, so that you can understand and grab the things. Okay, so have a learning attitude over here if you're sitting right now. Topics, guys. First topic which you have to study over here is क्या हुआ भाई? Topics. First topic. Advent of Europeans. Though over here you will not be finding that modern history started. Advent of Europeans. What is the relevance of this topic? Two things you should ask from every subject, from every topic. What is the relevance? How I am going to see questions in the examination from this particular topic. Every topic is not having the same relevance. Understand? And a lot of information is given in your books with respect to advent of Europeans, right? So first topic will be advent of Europeans, which we will be starting with also. But how and what is the utility? Are you seeing these particular advent of Europeans coming in the exam recently? Anybody? No? No? Batao bhai, sabka analysis hoga. Are you seeing this topic in the examination recently? That means you are not analyzing it rightly, and that's why you are here. 2025, one question was there from here. 2021 question, 2022 question, advent of Europeans. Before that, in the past 20 years, they have not given any question from this particular topic. What this shows? This shows that anytime they can pick any topic and then they can directly throw two questions. That's why you are, some people become at the mercy, like are relying at the mercy of the UPSC prelims paper. ठीक है, prelims का nature change हुआ and you are like not able to clear it. That's why it is happening, guys. But when you are fixing every topic, it will not happen. I am telling you for sure. For sure, right? So advent of Europeans, I am telling you that 2025, what type of question came? Anybody in this classroom full of what Portuguese brought over here, right? That somebody must be putting in agriculture, but in agriculture you don't study all these crops which are taken. You study that particular topic over here. That was on the moderate side because two crops you were knowing and one crop you were not knowing. And this is also again one of the pattern of UPSC which I will discuss later on, right? This is also the pattern how they give questions, right? This I will be discussing later on. Apart from that, 2021, 2022, what they focus over here in advent of Europeans, and I'll be showing you the questions too, not right now, just the content we are seeing right now. Factories, most important. It doesn't matter if you know why Portuguese became powerful, why England became powerful. If you know this, well and good. They will be asking in 1530s, where were the Portuguese? Which factories they set up? Were they in Daman? Were they in Diu? Were they in Bombay? Similarly goes for French. Similarly goes for English, and English primarily because ultimately they won this particular war over here, or war of succession also you can say. Understanding the mindset with which you read, very objective and very clear with your mindset that okay, you have to absorb this information from the prelims. Connection I will be making, coherence I will be making, I will be helping you out to make the coherence between the topics. Okay, that I will be helping you with. And the more attentive you will be, the more coherent you will be, and the more you will take out from me too, right? I will be able to give you more. Okay, advent of Europeans. So from when you will be, though there is no timeline required for these particular topics, but a timeline should be there. That 1498 I am picking over here. Why? Because Vasco da Gama will be coming. So 1498 I'll be saying, and the last French who will be coming over here will be 1667. Timeline is not at all a problem. Once you will see ancient and medieval, ये तो बहुत छोटा छोटा है, right? So you will be finding that this history we have to read. In between there are certain points which we have to capture, right? And the advent will be happening in the form of Portuguese, Dutch, Danes, English, and your French in the end. Anglo-Carnatic you will be seeing, and when we will be opening up this topic, you will understand more. Second, out of this, when English will be coming out, defeating all these powers over here, now they will be politically active over here. The second topic will become expansion and consolidation, guys. Whatever topics you have, just ignore them right now. If you are sitting over here, just keep these topics, guys. It will help you. Expansion and consolidation under Britishers in India. That means now they will try to expand. Expand how? By direct war. By direct war they will be doing Anglo-Carnatic, Anglo-Mysore, Anglo-Maratha, and by diplomatic policies like ring fence, subsidiary, doctrine of left. Most of you must be knowing, but again we will be seeing this, right? Expansion and consolidation will be happening, and this will start from Battle of Plassy onwards, and it will go in 1850s till 1857 until the revolt happen over here. So somewhere 100 years of expansion and consolidation you are going to see. Everything. That's why timeline not a problem, but you keep this in mind that 1757 to 1850 they are expanding, and when they are expanding, who will be having the problem? Indian people will be having the problem. The peasants will be having the problem. The tribal people will be having the problem, right? The military people will be having the problem. That's why your third topic will become people's resistance against the British expansion, right? First of all, before moving ahead, are you seeing any question from here in the recent prelims or in the recent 5 years? 2018 last question you might have seen, one or two question. Let me tell you, this question or this particular topic is not right now they are focusing upon. So will you be, and this is one of the most complex and vast topic of spectrum. Initial half of the book is about these 4-5 chapters only, right? And this is the most complex. In first go, I was also not able to understand it was written in such sense, right? But try to understand that abhi ye focus nahi. Right now they are not focusing, but when they will focus, at least 2 questions they will throw in that air. Let me tell you, whenever they will pick you. So don't leave this topic. I will not be leaving this topic because it is my job to make you understand fixed things from here, either from Bengal, Mysore, Carnatic, and the Northwest diplomacy. We will be seeing it, right? So expansion and consolidation. In the same time, when this thing will be happening, next kaise hota hai? Okay. All right. Third topic will become your, when these will be expanding, people's resistance. And this people resistance will be form of civilian revolt, tribal revolt, peasant revolt, and military revolt. And this is a chaotic area over here, guys. And every time Spectrum is coming up with new edition, they are throwing 3-4 more pages from here, guys, right? But how will be the approach? Again, question will be seeing, you are seeing like in 3-4 years, they will be picking up this topic and throwing one revolt to you. Then what is should be the approach? Again, how questions are coming and what should be the approach? क्या होना चाहिए इसको पढ़ने का? That's why I've given you one compilation. In those compilation, there is certain fixed things, guys. And I will help you to make you remember that how these things are happening when and who is the responsible leader, if there is any famous leader, right? We will be understanding over here. Like Ulgulan, they asked once. And that was, I would say it was a difficult question or easy question. And difficult I am saying when it is not from the standard books, it is completely random. That term I am using for completely random questions. So what you will be finding? It was a difficult question that year, 2020 or 2021, Ulgulan, if you have seen the PYQs, and I am assuming that you must have. Ulgulan at that point of time was easy because it was present in the books, right? But many of you might, or many of the people at that point of time might have skipped it, not revised, not well versed with the topic. That's why you must have heard people saying that static should be there, static should be fixed. And when you are doing multiple revisions, it is not about underlining only, guys. It is about every time you are reading, absorb some more information. Suppose one time you are understanding 40% of the information, second time 60, third time 80. This should happen, right? Third thing also with the compilation part, I forgot to tell you that these templates which I have given you, do not try to, I would not suggest you to utilize right now. Like you start writing on the template side, don't you do it, because this is the first time you will be understanding it. Then tomorrow or maybe in next iteration, when you will be having the whole understanding, then you will exactly know what to write in that, right? So I will suggest you to later on utilize it, for example, tomorrow or in later classes too, right? In later, like whenever you will be finding second iteration. This time you just understand and make a running notes, which I'll be helping you out with. Okay. So people's resistance, ultimately, so when this will be happening, what will be the timeline? Their timeline will be the same. When British will be expanding, the revolts will be happening. So 1750 to 1857 also, and apart from this also you will be seeing the revolts. That also will be covering. So the timeline cells is also required, guys. When was Koya revolt was happening? It was happening in 1750s to 1800. So we'll divide it like this: 1750 to 1800, 1800 to 1850. And in 25 years chunk also we are going to divide it. Objectively and scientifically we are going to understand these topics, not academically. There are two ways, let me tell you, of understanding this prelims preparation. One is academic way and one is competitive way, which I have found that people more focus upon the academic approach. That's why the results are lower, guys. The more focus should be competitive. How we should grab this thing, how we should store this thing, and how I should be able to recall in the examination. This is competitive learning, and you are over here for competition, not academic purpose, right? For academics, you have masters and you have PhD. Okay? So over here, that's why I'm telling you, scientifically we'll be understanding when the things are happening and what are the prominent leaders. For example, Kundra proclamation. This will be asked next time for sure. Right? So we'll be focusing when we'll be seeing this topic. Ultimately, this will be leading to one major revolt. That will be 1857 revolt. You will be finding this will become our one topic, which UPSC have not asked from here. From a lot of years you will be finding. But when they will ask, they will throw one easy question from here. Right? So this will become our topic simultaneously when we'll be studying all these peasant revolts. Ultimately, we will be seeing the revolt of 1857 also. What are the causes? What led to this revolt? What are the different centers? We are going to understand it over here. Okay? And before this also, guys, in this particular part, expansion and consolidation, this is not small. First, we'll be understanding the wars. Also over here, you add that over here, we are going to understand the diplomatic policies, the administrative acts, the education policies, the economic policies with respect to land revenue. So this is not small, this is going to be big. And that's why I'm saying when spectrum is not coherently written, because some of the chapters are written in the last, like the peasant revolts, like the economic policies, administrative acts. So that we will be doing over here, which will be in sync with this particular topic, right? Try to be in sync. Those who of you who already know this or are good in modern history, try to see it again. Don't become overconfident at this point of time. Let me beware you again, guys. Okay. Expansion and consolidation we have seen. Next is your people's resistance. And simultaneously, one more thing will be happening, and which is the most important thing for our modern history. That's why we got our freedom. If this thing would not have happened, the freedom struggle would have, like, we would have still fighting for our independence. And what is that? Indian national movement hoga. But those people who will be fighting, their awakening will be arise over here, and that will be done by socio-religious reform movement, that we can say SRR. This is the most important, guys. When the people will be awakened, when the middle class will be awakened, only then a movement will happen. Any movement you see. American Revolution, French Revolution could happen earlier because over there middle class existed earlier. Their consciousness rose earlier. Right? They could understand the concept of liberty, equality and fraternity. Over here, middle class was not there. But at this point of time, because of the education policies, another thing also, middle class rose. And these were the people only which you will be finding ultimately leading initially to the national freedom struggle. And then there will be mass will be engaged, because for every revolution you try to understand, or for every movement, you need a prophet who will be mobilizing the people. Prophet means Mahatma, and I'm not talking specifically about Gandhi right now. But in any movement you see, you need a people mobilizer who will be awakening the masses, not only few selected people. So over here you will be seeing many personalities. Primarily Mahatma Gandhi, because he actually mobilized a lot of people, irrespective of the strata where they were, the peasant, the top people also. And ये मैं बोलता जा रहा हूँ, आपका सब उड़ता चला जाएगा, इसे लिखते भी चले जाओ कहीं कहीं, है ना? So over here, let me tell you, for example, in American Revolution, you will be finding one personality like George Washington, Abraham Lincoln. In French Revolution, you will be finding Robespierre will doing the same job. And over here, Mahatma Gandhi will be focusing upon a very different approach. Earlier revolution you are seeing in the form of violent reparations or violent actions. But this our national freedom is very unique. And that's why you are the future, wherever you will be going, you have to have this understanding that our thing is not very well known to the people. The world people are not studying us much, except Mahatma Gandhi, because his approach was completely outstanding and different. American Revolution, violence happened, wars happened. French Revolution, reign of terror you must have seen. But national movement, primarily the focus was on non-violence, guys. Violence to hoga, but primarily the focus was on non-violent means. That's why our freedom struggle is a very unique, very, very unique. And that's why people around the world studies the Mahatma Gandhi ideology. Now this is the academic way of understanding, and this is not required, right? This is the academic way, this is not required. What is required over here is, what is important from this SRM from the prelims perspective? Kya important hai? Right, there are leaders, directly leaders and their association will be asked over here. You don't invest much more time because these are great figures, guys. But we cannot afford to spend more than 5 minutes on them right now. But these are the people who will give you life, who will give you meaning of your life. If you will later on doing some corruption, think about these people, right? So these people will help you. That's why we are studying, right? But हमें तो number से मतलब है फिलहाल. But don't do this. These are very tall figures over here which you will be seeing. But unfortunately, we can't give them much more time over here. Later on, you can study about them. But right now, when they were existing, so timeline is not a problem. All will be in 1800 to 1900. All, right? The problem is to understand what organization they formed and what are the associated leader with the respect to that particular organization. Okay. So SRRM will be one topic. Again, alternative where they ask question from here. Like in 2-3 years, they will be throwing one question. In 2025, can anybody tell me what type of question was asked from here? 2 questions asked. Raja Ram Mohan Roy, simple question. Simple, very simple. If you have made it difficult, then it will be your fault, guys. It was simple question, straightforward. And that confidence will come when you know that, okay, simple question is coming, I don't have to make it complicated. And this happens. Okay? The second question which came in 2025 was E. Ramaswamy Naikar, and that is also very straightforward and asked earlier also. Okay? So SRRM. Next topic we will be seeing, and we will be starting with our national freedom struggle, guys. And this is a broad topic which we will be dividing it in various phases. Everything will be covered over here in national freedom struggle, first phase, second phase, third, and which we have created this. Not academically it is created, we will be creating it for our convenience. For example, this national freedom struggle, first phase you will be finding the pre-INC phase we will be discussing. That before INC, what are all the organizations which were existing, like Zamindari Association, East India Association, like you will be finding National Conference or Indian National Association, Surendranath Banerjee. So over here we will be understanding this because there were some political mobilization from 1850s onward by the middle class. These were not ordinary people. These were not peasants. These were the educated middle class who either having the degree of barrister, degree of law from foreign London and all, right? Or either very well educated over here from the rich background you will be seeing. So these are the middle class. In every revolution you see, middle class will be responsible for any movement, any small movement also, any large movement also. People who are at the down, people who are at the peasant level, workers level, they also are revolting, but their reason is not strong enough. They are fighting for just their wages, fighting for taxes, but they are mobilized by these people of the middle class. So they will be forming over here pre-INC organization will be there. Formation of INC will be understanding, and this will be for seeing in 1885, pre-1885, and in first phase we will be going till 1905 or 1909 you can do. And this again, content is same, books are same. I am going to let you through a different perspective, so that 2 reasons, so that you can remember it in the class itself and you can recall it. 2 purpose I am having, right? So I am going to let you see through a different perspective, a bit distorted picture also I'll be showing you. It will not benefit me, but it will benefit you surely, right? So this is first phase, pre-INC phase, ultimately formation of a national organization because these were regional in character, and then certain acts which will be coming over here. Who will be mobilizing these acts? These people over here, guys, who are fighting for certain things. So 1861 Act, 1892 Act, which we will be understanding with respect to this only. And then 1909 and all what was happening over here, revolutionary phase also we will be seeing, right? Okay. Now from this is national freedom struggle. Second phase from 1909 to 1920 we will be finding. And this is again a different strand over here, because the politics will be down. There will be different, like Home Rule League movement. There will be parallel strand, Home Rule League movement, Lucknow Pact, emergence of Gandhi. He will be engaged in some other things. Khilafat issue, world issues will be happening. And these 3 will be culminating into 1920. Quit India kahan chale gaye? 1920. Right, non-cooperation, NCM you will be finding, right? Non-cooperation, all you are well versed with these topics. These are easier to understand. But again, now different mindset, different perspective, which you have to see and accept as it is, guys. It will be helpful to you. So over here, a lot of topics which we'll be understanding. We'll be going ahead with this. NFS 3, National Freedom Struggle 3, 1920 to 1935. And this is the most complex decade of national freedom struggle. Our freedom has not been given to us by only one organization, right? It was a work of different ideologies, different people over here. So in 1920s, there will be rise of communists, rise of socialists, rise of revolutionary activities too. Then the mainstream INC was Swarajist, non-constructivist, right? Or you will be finding this when we'll be opening up this topic. So all these strands will be going over here. And 1930 CDM ultimate objective is to have this some kind of reforms. So 1919 then 1935, this reform, the impact you will be seeing on the reforms. No matter how much halla we do, what we are getting out of it, that is important. That's why from modern history, one question aap likh ke le lo, that will come every year, that is with respect to the act, either 1773, either 1947 or 1935. One question will be fixed from the acts, is that are concrete over here, guys. Okay. So as we will move ahead, we'll be focusing upon the acts, and I will ensure you, if you will be connected, you do not have to ratify these acts. These acts, the major problem is to remember all the points. But once you understand why things are happening, you will always remember it. At least you can give a calculated guessing, which you must have heard about people saying it. बट वो कैलकुलेटिव गेसिंग कब तुक्का बन जाता है और वो कब रियली में कैलकुलेटिव गेसिंग है, वो आपको ही पता है. ठीक है, तो ये इस बात का ध्यान रखेंगे हम. एंड देन यू विल बी फाइंडिंग द नेशनल फ्रीडम स्ट्रगल, दैट इज द फोर्थ फेज. दिस वी हैव क्रिएटेड नॉट academically, 1935 to 1947. From here also a lot of questions. These are the important, guys. These are PYQ oriented regions. ठीक है. From the earlier national freedom struggle 1, questions are not coming directly. From these two phases, direct questions, Cripps mission, August offer, Wavell's plan, cabinet mission plan, all are over here. Or we can say the road to freedom. Understanding? So this is your modern history. This is the task we have to complete in 2-3 days. Primarily, we will be able to get over with it in 2 days, but most probably it will be like, if some content is remaining, we can move it to the third day too. Okay? The good part is you are going to see it in complete coherence in one go. Initially, right now you are like full of energy, so you will be concentrating. I want the same concentration in the second half also, guys, because तब तक तो main चीजें आने लगेंगी, right? Main सब कुछ है. अभी तक you must have understood that every topic is important for you. Have this mindset. But when you will be understanding it in April and May, revising it, then you don't need to give the entire focus in the same way. But right now, if you will be preparing, you will be able to cover every topic in within seconds or within few hours, you can say. Right, every topic I am saying. Okay? So these are all the topics which we are going to move ahead. I hope this is clear to all. Let me check to the online people also. Online people, I hope you are connected and everything is going fine with respect to the audio and video. Okay? So what you have seen, initiation with advent of Europeans, expansion and consolidation, a lot of things we have to understand in this. Then we will move forward, people's resistance, socio-religious reform movement. Then the national freedom struggle will open up in 4 phases. And the phases we have divided. Okay, guys. Now the first topics which we are going to start. अब ये मैं खुद अकेला नहीं लिखता रहूंगा. This you have to do the मेहनत also, है ना? So keep on writing it. Whatever I am doing, this is the framework which I am drawing for this particular first topic which we are studying, that is advent of Europeans. Right now, देखो, my suggestion is right now you don't do or make notes in this. Right now you just make the running notes. Once you will understand it, then you try to make it on your own in the second iteration. Right, this will be more helpful and you will be wasting your this particular small content, right? Because the crux has to be written in that. Advent of Europeans, guys. Now first of all, let me make you see the questions from here so that you can get the hang of this paper. Yes, please. Framework I'll be repeating. I have not given you anything right now. I'm just showing you the PYQs right now. Just wait. See these questions, guys, over here. Analyze these questions. Some of you might have remember it or pata hoga, but everybody, I want you to analyze this question. Not, I do not want the answer over here. Just try to see. Last also, guys, over here, please. Try to see the question, analyze it, what they are asking. Those who know, well and good, you try to rectify this particular part, because PYQs, at least out of all the subjects, you are going to see at least 4 or 5 PYQs again. You must have seen this question too. Again, first point over here, I hope all can see this. The Dutch established their factories. I'm speaking to for the last people, just concentrate. The Dutch established their factories, warehouses on the east coast on lands granted to them by Gajapati rulers. Now, first of all, my question is two type. Like, no, the question is out, it is easy for everyone right now. But I am talking when you are in the examination hall, what you will feel. Will this question is, with this particular statement, is easier or difficult on side, or medium moderate in side? It is on a difficult side. You will fluke in this question. Why? Because of the Gajapatis, and those who have given must have faced it too. Then this is the reality. This is the reality check, guys. And that is how you should analyze the PYQs. That is the right way, because this is the same way you are going to face in 2026. New question. First statement, why and what they are trying to ask over here. And this will give you the thinking how you should move ahead with the topic. What they are asking over here. Perfect, that is wrong. यही एनालिसिस नहीं करना. You do not, इधर देखो, कोई बात नहीं, कोई बात नहीं, ठीक है. ये चीजें समझो यार, है ना. दिस यू हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड, अदरवाइज योर यहाँ पर बहुत भारी कीमत चुकानी पड़ती है, ठीक है. Years will be wasted, and this I say it is a bloodless war you are facing. खून बह रहा है लेकिन दिख नहीं रहा, ठीक है. Year wise you will be facing that, years will be lost. So this is not over here that you have to ratify the kings. Kings will never be asked of smaller regions. First of all, have this mentality over here. If you are seeing a smaller king, like many Maratha kings you are going to see, Peshwas, many Mysore kings you are to see, apart from Hyder Ali, many small regional kings you are going to see, ignore it. That's how you are going to make this subject easy for you. That will going to come never. I can give you it in writing. And if it is also coming in the examination, that questions can be solved by other way. Right. So first of all, this is not that you have to know about Gajapatis. This is not the case. Gajapati is a regional dynasty. You are giving a union level paper, right? Odisha Public Service Commission will be understanding more about Gajapatis. But over here, what they're trying to ask is the contemporariness, which some of you have said it. And this is the permanent theme of not only modern, but of ancient, medieval, and in modern also. In ancient and medieval, you will see it more, because that is difficult over there. It is not difficult over here. With respect to contemporariness, the only difficulty you will be facing in the advent of Europeans and expansion. Everybody knows when Gandhi was there, when Bhagat Singh was there. So there will be no contemporary questions. Understanding, guys? So first thing, contemporariness is the core theme in history. And that is more, that's why I am, with respect to modern history, I am not teaching you theme-wise. I am teaching you topic-wise. Because over here, topic-wise question you will see. Whereas in ancient and medieval, I will be teaching you theme-wise. Because over there, they are picking certain themes. Okay, the first thing clear over here that they are asking or always focus upon the contemporary. So when you know this, you will never be confused about East Coast. Because in the examination, you might think that West Coast pe bhi to ho sakta hai. Jayega, that is the wrong direction. And that is the reality, guys, which nobody is focusing upon. That you can think of West Coast और आपकी सारी energy West Coast और East Coast पे लग गई. But when you have a clear thing in your mind that trick will be on the contemporariness, then either you will make it right or make it wrong based upon that thing, right? First thing. This is very good statement which they have created, and this is the pattern you will be seeing with only one question I am letting you see. Second, direct fact. Asked 20 years before also in PYQ. Direct fact you will be seeing. समझ रहे हो? और ये what you will be understanding in these multiple statements, if they want to make it moderate, they will give you two known questions. They know what is written in the standard books. They know it. So they deliberately throw you two known things and one unknown. And if they want to make it more difficult, then three unknown, one known. This is the pattern, guys. You get ready for it. Nobody will be able to tell you beforehand that all the four statements will be coming from this particular source. This is not going to happen, and that is why UPSC prelims is one of the difficult stage. When you are prepared, you are ready to take the risk, और risk तो लेना पड़ेगा, because there are only 30 to 40 questions which you will be knowing. समझ रहे हो? So over here, second question, direct fact. Third part over here, that means they are focusing upon the governors. So advent of Europeans will be focusing upon the governors too. Advent of Europeans will be focusing upon the factories too, and contemporariness too. That means we should know about world context, what was happening then, what was the Indian context, and then we'll start understanding other things. Third, again, I don't need the answer. East India Company established a factory at Madras on this and this from a representative of the Vijayanagara Empire. In your spectrum, that's what I'm saying, guys. In your spectrum, this is completely written over here with the name, that Raja Chanderi of this particular area. Have they asked this? They will never ask this. Smaller rulers, they will never ask. Be free. When you will be free, you will realize that expansion and consolidation becomes easy, because over there a lot of rulers are written. Every line 2-3 rulers will be written. Holkars, Sindhyas, Peshwas, right? And that is how it is complex. It is complex for students. We feel that we are studying a lot, but ultimately we are not getting out of it. Okay? So this question, a lot of learnings I have told you, and this you will be seeing in other questions too. हर एक question अभी analyze नहीं कर पाएंगे हम. This is just starting. That's why I am letting you sink in, right? This particular things you will be solving at the end, right? See this 2021, this is 2022 question, 2025 question with respect to crops. I am going to let you see later on in the topic. Okay? 2021 you see back to back. Saroj, I'll be giving the PPTs later on after the in the break. I'll be posting the PPT. Just focus over here, right? Everything I'll be making you right. Don't worry. अभी ये सब लिख रहा हूँ, ये नोट्स ही तो हुआ भाई. अब इसकी डिक्टेशन कराऊंगा तो ये तो 5 क्लास लग जाएंगे, right? So try to understand online people. ठीक है? What is being asked? Factories. They are not concerned about who gave the charter, when they gave the charter, but where they were establishing. And you see in the first quarter of 17th century, they're focusing on that. They are saying that you must be knowing about the timelines. We are not checking your timeline. You tell more about this information, about the information what was happening then. And was it difficult that year, or what do you think? And this should be talked. मुझे ऐसा लगता है whenever analysis is happening, this should be said, right? That was it easier at that point of time or not? Because right now you will be finding it in the books. After the examination, books में आ जाता है, right? But उस time पे book में नहीं होता. So was it easier or difficult? Moderate level, because Chikakol and Trichy are not mentioned directly in any of the standard book, but Broach is mentioned clearly. So with the help of that, you can come to 50-50 over here. But the bad part is now the competition is increasing. So what they are doing with the options, and that is bad for you guys. Okay? That means one more thing you are knowing, whatever you are studying, understand it by heart. Otherwise, don't read it. So second question I have shown you like this, and these are the modern questions. Like before that you will be seeing in 2018, but we will be discussing it in the topic. Don't worry. These are the relevant questions which I have seen, right? So what will be the framework? Now we are coming to the framework, right? What will the framework over here? Will be understanding about the first of all, in brief, world context. Again, I am saying the template handout which I have given you, you can utilize it later on, like when you will be doing second time revision tomorrow. Right now you try to make it on your own, large, whatever information I am giving you. I am giving you extra information for right now, but you have to make it crux, and that you will know after knowing the topic, right? Online also, offline also. World context. Then you will be finding Indian context or Indian scenario. This is nothing but we are trying to understand the contemporariness. World aspect will not be asked, but Indian context might be asked. World context will help you to understand why there was the inflow of these white people in our countries. Indian context will be asked over here, not the regional aspect, but the major aspects will be asked, right? And that has been asked not once, but twice, thrice also. Take in modern history. Ancient and medieval is all about contemporariness, right? Then you will be understanding about these powers coming over here in the form of Portuguese, Dutch, you will be finding Danes, you will be finding English, and over here French. Now this is the broad topic, this is the broad framework. Now we have to move into the details of these topics. Right now I am moving a bit slow so that you can understand well. When you will be in sync with me, we will be increasing our pace. Don't worry about that. Okay? Limited content is there, but you should be in sync. Okay? This is the frame. This over here, question will be from over here, PYQ. And from these aspects, we have to not understand the stories. We have to understand that where they established, what they established. Few things. What they established. Where were the factories of Portuguese in the first decade of 16th century? Two things you have to do with this. First, think about when was 16th century going on. And first decade, 1500 to 1510. Then there will be four options. Like for example, let me, objective of this particular thing, I'll be telling you that what was happening in the first decade of Portuguese arrival over here. And which of the factories they established. Four things will be given. Cochin, Calicut, Cochin, Goa, and Diu. I don't want the answer, but questions will come like this, and you should be able to solve this. This should be the outcome of your learning, guys. Whatever you are ready. So first of all, you have to have clear idea when there was when these things were existing and when they established the factories, right? And then that is called as that your static is strong. When you know these small things which are written in the books, but you have coherently understood it. That is the difference between underlining the things multiple times, and once time you have understood it clearly, then you will need like less number of repetitions. Okay. Okay, so I was telling you about this. Okay, let us start with the world context and understanding the world context, what was happening. And world context we will be understanding in this way. Guys. Now we are opening up world context. And world context, you will be finding that there were arrival of four powers. The first four powers, or you can say four European companies. The first European company arrived in 1498, right? That we all know. So let us understand the scenario of 1400 to 1500. Like this, we will be having the clear idea what was having there. Then we will be understanding the English will be coming when 1600 onwards. So one scenario will be 1600 onwards, guys. This will give you a clear sense. Now this is just for your understanding purpose. Question will not come from here, as I have highlighted the PYQ regions. The PYQ region is this, the PYQ region is this. This is for your understanding. Okay? The larger understanding. All of you must know knowing the keywords also. So 1400 to 1500, we will be saying that world was revolving around only one continent, and that was European, because that is what we are seeing in world history, right? At India context, we will be seeing later on. First of all, world context. So 1400 to 1500, what was happening? And major things were happening in this frame only. The reflection you will be seeing in 1500 to 1600, right? So what was happening in 1400 to 1500, guys? One good point, and that you all must know about, you must have known about this also, that is fall of Constantinople. What is this fall of Constantinople, when it happened? No need to remember the timeline, but somewhere you should have the idea. 1453, fall of Constantinople. Listen to me carefully. Either I can make you understand things comprehensively, or I will spend my time on writing over here. What do you want? I want you to explain more things, right? So fall of Constantinople. Don't ask me the what is F, online people. Fall of Constantinople, guys. Okay. What do you understand by this? One word you will be writing and the story will be clear to you. Nobody is going to ask this. What do you understand by fall of Constantinople? Right. So I can hear that Arabs were able to capture the Constantinople, that is modern day Turkey, from the larger Byzantine Empire. So over here, you will be finding, if this is Europe and this is basically your Arabian Peninsula, this was largely under control during the earlier like for example, you will be finding till 700 AD, Roman Empire. Then Roman Empire got divided. Understand it in short. Roman Empire got divided, and this will be ruled under Byzantine till 1453. No need to know what is Byzantine. This is one more empire, and over here this is will convert into Holy Roman Empire. Then this Byzantine Empire will be replaced by the Ottomans, and the Ottomans will be the last caliphate, which I'll be telling you in the medieval history too. The last caliphate of the Arabian Peninsula, right? And now, देखो यहाँ पर Ottomans will be coming. What will be the repercussions of it? What will be the impact of it? Earlier also people ruled over here. Persian ruled over here. There was no problem. But what problem come over here? There were two aspects. One is trade aspect. Trade was hampered. Now they were not charging nominal. They were charging exorbitantly, guys. 100 rupees things they were selling to the European people 900. So the one reason economic, second reason religious too, right? So two reasons you will be finding over here with respect to the fall of Constantinople, and this became one great problem for the Europeans. The fall of Constantinople, two problems come. What? Trade related, religious related. This led to the European people hunger for new routes to get the spices, because spices was utilized over here, to get the silk from China, spices not mainly from India, but from the Spice Island, that is Indonesia, and the textiles from India, spices also, spices from Kerala you will be finding few. So the hunger came over here. This is one aspect, okay. Second factor which was happening over here, guys, in this time period, which led the people to basically fight to find the new things, curious about new things, that you must be understanding about Renaissance. And that is also in your books. Dekho, these all things are written in your books, but we are arranging it in a different way. Just that is happening over here for you, coherently arrangement. Renaissance. What do you understand by Renaissance? Renaissance was primarily happening from 1300 onwards. Because of Renaissance, people will be now critically thinking, like using their critical thinking over here, reasoning over here. They will not depending upon the religion-based explanation of the things. They want reasons, and these reasons will let the people find new things over here. 1400, 1500 I'm talking about. Don't think about industrial revolution right now. That is very far over here. And the awakening is happening because of Renaissance over here, guys. And that will lead these people to find and explore new geographical maps. One insight let me give you, and this is not important. Earlier medieval maps used to be very constructed over here, constructed means very closely made. Why do you think? For example, if you see a medieval map or at that point of map, you will find the map like this, that not even a portion will be left like this. People thought that knew everything, though they were knowing only about the European and Eurasia continent. And the map was like this. There was no space left for that there would be some reasonable doubt. There would exist something new. And this is, we say, when you are not having the reasonable doubt in you, this is a medieval thinking. Whereas the modern thinkers, when they came, they made the chart as open, like periodic table, some things are left open. Like this, they have opened this chart from 1400. Now we have almost all the geographical knowledge on the surface, we are saying. So that's why we have a full-fledged map. This is a modern thinking, right? This you will be understanding with the insight that, okay, this change you will be finding. So people were now curious to understand what was there. Can we find a different route? We have heard that in scriptures it is written, if we will move west to Europe, we'll connect to the East Asia, or we will connect to the Asia. Is that going to happen? So over here, you might have heard about certain people like the enthusiast. In your books it is written, Prince Henry the Navigator, Prince Henry the Navigator. And this is not required. You don't need to learn it. But from the world history point of view, he is a very tall figure, guys. Was he doing the exploration by himself? No, he was a vision giver, guys. He was a, you can say, patron of these exploration. So he will be patronizing these exploration. And what do you think? These exploration was a great businesses then. But 90% of the businesses were flop. And that you have to understand. 90% of the business was flop. That means these exploration business were expensive at that point of time. And the emerging power in 14 and 1500 would be Spain and Portugal. Spain and Portugal, you will be finding. And they led this expedition by the treaty that they will not fight about these particular the areas which they are finding. They led these expedition, and they had this one treaty known as Treaty of Tordesillas. Just write this Treaty of Tordesillas over here. Nobody will ask you Treaty of Tordesillas. So over here one more point will be coming, that is Treaty of Tordesillas. Treaty of Tordesillas, guys. Now this treaty, what they did over here, that they will select one island, that is Cape Verde Island. Let me show you in the map. You see this map over here. Now they will be selecting one island over here, guys. That is one island, Cape Verde, which is important from your mapping perspective, Cape Verde Island. From that, they draw a imaginary line that east of it, Portugal will be expanding, and west of it, Spain will be expanding. And 1492 is one important date when you will be finding over here, Christopher Columbus will be moving out. From here, there are certain names written in your books, Bartolomé Diaz, not important. Second person is important because he came and reached up to our country, that is Vasco da Gama. That is important. Forget Bartolomé Diaz. He found basically Cape of Good Hope. Forget him. But next, when this particular route has been found, Vasco da Gama will be coming. So this is Portuguese. This is Spain over here. And Spain in 1492 have found what? Under Christopher Columbus, the Caribbeans. But he was not believing that he found a altogether new continent. So he termed it as the Indies. Later on, one person will be coming, that is Amerigo Vespucci, and on that, on his name, the continent will be given, that the North America and the South America over here, right? But he was not able to see that, okay, he has found altogether a new continent. That's why by the analysts, by the historians, he is said to be a medieval personality, because his mindset was not accepting that he has found something new. That's why in some great novels about this exploration, you will be finding he is termed to be as a medieval personality, medieval mindset, right? Not required. So two things you are understanding over here, that search, new continent was found. Over here, Vasco da Gama reached. Who will be having or who will be getting more profits? That means over here in 1400 and 1500, in the last, they are founding some new continents over, not means they are finding some trade routes about new continents over here. So who will be getting richer over here in 1500 to 1600? Spain will be getting enormously wealthy. Why? Primarily because of the gold and silver which they were exporting from these newfound islands, newfound, not the island, but newfound continents, Caribbeans, the South American areas. They were exporting all the golds over here. So right now you are not seeing the picture of England, Dutch, France into this 1500, 1600. 1500, 1600 is all about Spain and somewhere about Portugal, guys. Were these private enterprises or the state sponsored enterprise? This is important for PYQ. State sponsored, right? State was sponsoring it. Now when Spain was focusing only on gold and bullion exports over here, because of this you will find they will become enormously wealthy. And what will happen? Like England, Dutch, these Portuguese will be having one policy, and this will be the state's policy of piracy. That states will be forming the policy of piracy, that we will loot these ships which are coming to Spain over here. And this is the government policy, guys, king's policy we can say, not government, king's policy. And that is why there was the requirement of these people to come up with efficient navies, efficient ships. Rather than ramming the ship into another ship, they will find new methods of utilizing gunpowder so that the cannon can be thrown like this. And this beautifully was advanced by the English, and before that Dutch. So 1500 and 1600, no need to think, but just in your mind you try to understand Spain was rising. No need to think other things, right? Nobody will ask you to. But after 1600, there will be, these powers will be rising over here. And who will be that? English, Dutch and French will be rising over here. These three powers you remember now. Out of this, who will get like enormously wealthy again over here? And Spain will be declining. No reason, although I can tell you why Spain declined, but no reason to understand that right now. But over here, out of these particular three countries, again, one country is going to be extremely powerful, ruling over like several areas you will be finding. Which will be that? British East India Company, you think? That is wrong. French, you think? That is also wrong. Dutch, you can't think because this is not written in the books. That's why books are the major source. But about Dutch, that there nothing is written over in our books in Spectrum. That's why we don't know about it. So from competitive mindset, we don't have to know about Dutch. But because their interference in our country is less. But from the world scenario, you combine the wealth of today's Facebook, Google, Microsoft, they were earning that much at that point of time. Their middle class were billionaires at that point of time. And the company name is VOC, which we also say Dutch East India Company. But if you will be seeing the larger scenario, you will understanding that Dutch was flourishing prior to Britishers, right? So one thing I am giving you over here, which will help you to have some understanding, guys. ये directly कोई नहीं पूछेगा, लेकिन understanding आपको आ रही है. So Dutch over here, guys. So Dutch was emerging over here, and that is Dutch VOC. And they were able to do this more like on a large scale because over here they will be occupying the Indonesia primarily. And Indonesia are for what? For the spices, major spices like nutmeg, cloves, cinnamon will be coming over here, guys. Right? All things will be coming over here and they will be having the primary say over it. But that is not the unique thing which they did. The unique thing which they did was with the financial system. The unique financial system they tried to establish. Earlier people, understand it very carefully. Earlier people was a state sponsored. Now if I am the king and I want to do some heavy exploration, what I'll be doing? You are my subjects. What I'll do to raise money? I will tax you, as simple as that. And this is problematic because 90% of my missions are getting failed. So what will be happening? Will I be repaying you anything? Even if I am borrowing something, will I be doing something with the tax money? No. So I am becoming more corrupt. I am becoming more unreliable. That's why people were not ready to invest in these enterprises. But Dutch came with one innovation, that is, some of you might be knowing, this is PYQ. Stock market to तुमने economics में पढ़ा है. The first stock market came in Netherlands, right? But you are right. उसके थोड़ा पहले जाओ. Shareholding concept. That now people can invest their meager amount into my company, which is the financial market right now we study in the form of primary and secondary. At that point of time, the evolution was happening from here, guys. VOC was a joint stock company. You must have heard this, right? Either in economy or in history, I'll be telling you. First joint stock company, VOC was established. That means now I am not raising funding by the tax money or lending it from other people, but rather from the shares of ordinary people, which they can invest. And VOC was getting extremely rich. So the dividend was not 10%, 20%, which you will be getting from today's financial market. The dividends was around 500 to 1000%. That's why the Dutch people or middle class people were like extremely rich at that point of time. Any book you will be reading later on in your life, you will be finding this one line. Okay? That is more than enough for Dutch. Understanding? But now Britishers were nowhere, but they were learning the same things from here. And their company was also the joint stock company where you will be finding EIC. EIC for us is very important. Ultimately, it is going to transform into parliament only. This way we will be understanding. EIC was also a joint stock company where you will be finding court of directors, and then there will be giving some dividends to the Britain, right? That understanding I'll be telling you. So till now I have told you, if you will see the framework, just a broad understanding about world context. 1400, 1500 Treaty of Tordesillas. Renaissance, because of such, Prince the Henry Navigator, Treaty of Tordesillas, Spain versus Portugal. Just one word will be enough. 1500 to 1600 have clear mindset that in the world Spain was rising. Spain was rising, other people was also rising over there with the help of piracy, with the help of Renaissance was influencing their industries too. So they are coming up with a new scientific theory. I don't want to make it complex, but Copernicus theory was coming at this point of time. Kepler's was coming at this point of time. They were finding new and empirical evidence of the world rather than having the religious understanding of the world. Understand carefully, right? Nothing else. 1600 to 1700, now in this time frame, EIC will become the most important, most powerful company in this 1600 to 1700, guys. EIC. And then there's why you will be that's why you will be finding Dutch will be coming in 1602, 1606 basically. I'll be telling you later on. Then English will be coming 1609 onwards. Then over here Danes will be coming 1616. Then French in the last, they will be coming 1667, and that is the area of scope. But at this point of time, this small island country, which was neglected throughout history, it was a neglected country, guys, top European. Even the Romans, which were magnificent empire, neglected this particular island, ruled almost 70 to 80% of the world. How that could happen? That is one good reason you will be finding, right? One good reason you should need to understand. Now, in short, I'll be telling you, I can tell you more great things about it. This is called, I can do the psychoanalysis of it too, but we don't have to do it right now. We'll be going apart from this. Just understand one thing, that any country to be great, they worked upon three things, guys. That is the MIS complex. In short, you will be understanding about it. MIS complex. This MIS complex is nothing but you all know it in different aspects. And this you write in your examination also. This is nothing, M is a military aspect. Military. And this is the core aspect. Military will be generating demand. The demand will be coming over here. To have powerful navy, to fire from a distance, to develop more and more utilization of gunpowder. So they will be able to utilize gunpowder more efficiently over here. And in order to utilize gunpowder, to make this gunpowder, barut, you need one element, one important element, saltpeter. And that is primarily coming from India, you will be finding. That's why one of the things which will be written in your books will be saltpeter. Because if you will mix saltpeter with sulfur and some other compounds, you will be forming gunpowder. But gunpowder knowledge was with Ottomans. Gunpowder knowledge was with Babur. Gunpowder knowledge was with China. But only and only these people could utilize. Likewise, you all have the books, standard sources, but very few people will be able to utilize. This has come over here, the mindset which I was talking about. Over here, they were having the improvement mindset. Earlier, Babur was utilized the cannons in the form of like this gunpowder will be utilized to spark, and the projectile was not more. They worked upon the projectile, guys. When they worked upon the projectile, that's why army formation was needed. Like they have to fight in volley. That's why one line will be coming fighting, like firing. Then second line will be coming. That's why army training, discipline, you will be finding one point with respect to why French and English were having better armies. And they could defeat thousands of Indian armies or thousands of Indian people with just few men. Why that could happen? That was because of the formation. And formation, army over here, military. Military is generating demand. This scientific complex, S is scientific complex. Scientific complex. They will be innovating things. For example, the knowledge of gunpowder was there, but they innovated more. The knowledge of printing press was also not new to Britain. That was already found by someone, printing press, but they utilized it more, created the middle class. You will be finding much more things over here, like the compass. In your books it is written, compass. Like the astrolabe. Astrolabe is also utilized for navigation purpose, astrolabe. And this you will be finding will be created by this scientific complex. The scientists, the innovators, right? Steam engine and all will be formed later on. That we will not discuss, not the scope. And then industries will be flourishing over here. I is industries. Industries will be coming out to satisfy these things over here, guys. This military complex over here. For example, canned foods. Like canned foods process started because of this military, because they had to fight prolonged wars. So they came up with innovation that how you can preserve the food for more longer time period. That is why you need spices, because at that point of time refrigerator was not there, right? MIS complex, but all of this complex will work when you have a robust financial structure. And that you have seen that they came up with this only with the innovation they did with the Dutch system. So this you remember, MIS based upon this robust financial structure. That is why this is a very unique thing. Later on, if you want to explore and learn more, you can learn. This is the base I'm giving you. Because that was something not normal which happened in the world. Because everything, the way we are talking, the language which we are using, the clothes which we are wearing, anything which we are using is the outcome of this process which happened in 15th century, 16th century. Everything, even the language, this is not our language, but we are speaking, right? And you are understanding, right? So this is one thing you will be finding with respect to world context. World context, 4, 5, 6 points you have understood. First was about 1453 fall of Constantinople. Second, Renaissance. Third, Treaty of Tordesillas, Spain or Portugal, you can extend it. Fourth, about the Spain rise in 15 and 1600. Portugal, we will be seeing what they were doing in India. Then the coming up of English, Dutch and French. And ultimately the rise, the Dutch ki story alag hai. We have not studied it because it is not interfering in our business. But English interfered us, so a bit of idea I have given you about MIS and based upon the robust financial structure. Right, now Indian context. From here you might see questions, guys. अब ये notes ऐसे बन जाने चाहिए, right? I hope you are writing like this too. Indian context. This is important. Directly one question, contemporary form you will be finding. Now if I ask you what was happening in India when Portuguese came 1500, if I take overall, what was happening in India, in the southern India, if I ask you, first of all, not complete India, what was happening when Portuguese came, guys? Think and try to understand, first of all, what was happening in all India. Southern India, who was there? Vijayanagar Empire. Good. Now this will not work till Vijayanagar Empire. Which of the dynasties? So in medieval, you will be focusing more because Vijayanagar is a complete topic over there. Vijayanagar, what if I ask you just for the sake of it? Right, Suluva dynasty. Suluva dynasty you are going to see in Vijayanagar. Keep on writing, guys. ठीक है, इसके लिए बाद में आपको time नहीं मिलेगा, otherwise will not be able to go. Vijayanagar Empire, Suluva dynasty. And when I will be teaching you this Suluva dynasty, you have to mark that particular ruler also. Because this is a transitioning phase. Krishnadeva Raya was ahead of them or before them? Ahead of him. That means the pinnacle of Vijayanagar Empire has not come yet. They will get more powerful. And parallelly, these European companies will be sidelined over here only. Will be over here only, right? Doing some petty trades. So Vijayanagar Empire, Indian context, 1500, I am telling you. Over here, what was happening? Deccan. Good. Sultanates, Deccani Sultanates. That means prior to that, one political formation was there. That was of Bahmani. Abhi sirf likh lo. Those who are not able to recall, medieval is the area where we will be focusing on. So Bahmani will be disintegrated, and that's why over here, which particular province will come for Deccani Sultanate? Bijapur. Over here, Golconda, Ahmednagar. Then there will be Berar and Bidar also like this. That will be focusing more in medieval. But you understand Deccani Sultanate. But when I will be telling you that Goa was taken from this Bijapur, then you should understand the overall hold is of Bijapur. And there will be small principalities like the Raja of Cochin, like Zamorin of Calicut. That's why you see this. These are the feudatories of larger Vijayanagar Empire. Understanding? What was happening to this particular Delhi Sultanate? Lodhis. Good. But who in Lodi exactly? Itna karna padega. We are talking about the major leader. Sikandar Lodi. Good, guys, not Ibrahim. So again, when we will be reading the Lodhis, this is the demand of yours. Demand आपकी तरफ से होनी चाहिए. I should be supplying the things then. मैं supply करता जाऊंगा तो बस कुछ हो नहीं पाएगा, right? So try to have the demand that you should know about these Lodhis. Why? Because there are interconnection. When Lodhis are declining over here, Delhi Sultanate was declining, and the fatal blow came in 1526 by the first battle of Panipat. But because of that, you will be seeing these regions will be getting independent. Obviously, this has got disintegrated, this has got independent. So what was the dynasty that was ruling over here? In the prelims, next question which they could frame from here will be from here, guys. Let me tell you. This is the prediction I am making from here, because all of other thing they have already asked. If they will be asking from here only, that will be a repeated question. Tell me who was ruling from here. Solankis have gone. Yes, Solanki bola. Solanki ka time period you will be finding in 900 to 1400 around or 1300 around. And this again I will be telling you after the fall of Delhi Sultanate in medieval, but you should know it because I'm assuming that once you have understood these subjects on your own, because this is not a foundation class, ये हम भूल नहीं सकते और इस ये आप भी मत भूलो, ठीक है? तो be proactive, right? Over here you will be finding one Muzaffarid dynasty, and why I'm telling you, because there were negotiation with the Portuguese, that is Cunha, with this, or not Cunha, basically Albuquerque, and later on Cunha will be coming over here, and there will be battles which will be fought with the Gujarat navies. You must have read this in Spectrum. So what was that Gujarat navies? This Gujarat navies is of Muzaffarid dynasty, guys. Muzaffarid dynasty. And there was one personality which was known for the long beard like this, and that was Muhammad Begada. Good, one of you have told Muhammad Begada. Again, mark this, I'll be again telling you and asking you this in medieval history when we will be seeing the decline of Delhi Sultanate. And this will be asked. Bengal also, there were some dynasties coming, but we are not concerned. Right now, there was direct linkages which were happening. So understanding Muzaffarid dynasty, in that one ruler, I'll be showing you the timeline on all two, that is Muhammad Begada. But this is not the right time where we will be exploring this. Just write this down, later things will get clear. That's why Indian context, the question which can come from here is this. So remember, yahin par focus rakho, baki bhul bhi jao to chalega. 1600 you come. This was the time period of Portuguese arrival, 1600. What was happening in 1600 now, guys? In the southern India, if I talk specifically, English came, that we have to understand differently, but English was not impacting us more. It was not a powerful entity then. We made them powerful later on in 1750s onward, 1700 onward. Right now, 1600, what was happening in this southern India, guys? Right, you will be finding the Aravidu dynasty will be coming, and the fall of Vijayanagar Empire. When the fall of Vijayanagar Empire will be happening, that means what will be happening over here, guys? There will be disintegration of these empires. That's how people or these European powers will get help of the crisis which will be happening over here. They will be opening more factories. Aravidu dynasty of Vijayanagar, just write this. And this is nothing new, I am telling you. When you will understand Vijayanagar Empire, there you have to understand about Sangam, Tuluva, and Aravidu. Right? Aravidu's rulers we will not understand. Not significant. That's why. This is how we are making it easy and also difficult when we have to see certain important things. जो चीज याद करनी है मैं बता रहा हूँ, जो चीज completely ignore कर सकते हो वो भी बता रहा हूँ. Right? 1600. These people will be getting stronger over here. 1600, like Ahmednagar, Bijapur, Golconda. 1600, right? So all the affairs. That's why when you will be seeing English will be getting the Farman from the ruler of Golconda. They will never ask you who was the ruler of Golconda. They will just be mentioning they were getting the Farman of Golconda for the Hyderabad, for the Madras. Over here Golconda is there, right? Nobody will ask you the ruler of Golconda again. Don't think about it. मेहनत वहां करो जहां से क्वेश्चन पूछा जा सकता है. All right, and in the above, was northern India politically united or fragmented in 1600? United, very strong you will be finding, and because of Akbar's policies over here, united India you will be finding like this. And there in Akbar I'll be telling you there were certain Deccan policies too, which we will be understanding in medieval. But Akbar united over here completely, guys. 1600. This is strong. India is strong right now. These people are not interfering right now. Europeans are not able to interfere. They were just focusing upon the trade aspects. You give us concession, please. In every line, the first word was please. Give us trade concessions, and which we'll be understanding right now. But whole scenario changed. And that will again change when we will weak internally. Things will overpower. Other things will overpower. And this throughout history I'll be telling you. Though we are starting with modern, the approach is different than ancient and medieval. That's why I'm not connecting right now. Okay. Then you will be coming the 1500 scenario, 1600 scenario, and now the 1700 scenario. This was what was happening over here in this particular part, guys, in the Deccan, or not Deccan, but in the southern India. In the southern India. Southern India, again, fragmented polity, complete fragmented polity. Fragmented polity in the form of Carnatic, fragmented in the form of Hyderabad. थोड़ा सा हम हैदराबाद को इधर बनाएंगे. Hyderabad. Later on, Mysore will be coming. Let me show you in a bit good way over here because this is important, guys. So this is the region of Carnatic which came over here under the Nawab. So Carnatic will become important. Try to understand clearly, draw it too. Over here you will be finding Hyderabad will be coming. Later on 1750s onward, Mysore will be carved out. Travancore will be coming over here. Travancore. Over here, what is that? Carnatic. This is nothing but your northern Sarkars, which was under the influence of Hyderabad only. Northern Sarkars. This is your Bengal completely getting independent. Later on also it will get independent. Because 1700 onwards, you will see weak and inefficient rulers of Mughal rulers will be coming over here. Right? Because of that, now the powers will try to get independent. That's why after 1700 onwards, these power also getting prominent. And what are these powers over here? The Marathas. And they will become one of the formidable power in 1750s, guys. That's why Battle of Panipat happened between whom? Marathas and Ahmad Shah Abdali. उन्हीं तो मुगल के साथ चाहिए था. Because they were able to reach up to the north and taking the Chauth and Sardesh Mukhi of the Pakistan, present day Pakistan areas too. So Marathas will be rising over here. 1700 onward scenario I am telling you. There you will be finding some Gujarat dynasties will be over here, guys. Right? Over here Rajput dynasties will be there. Mughals will be after 1700 onwards, later Mughals time frame till 1857, they will be in the small pocket. Till Palam, in Delhi only you will be finding, right? They will be near about over here. Jat will be forming over here in this particular places of nearby Mathura area of upper Rajasthan areas. They will be forming their places over here under Rajaram, Turaman, right? These are smaller states. Again, regional questions will not come in the examination, though it is written in the books. You just understand them and ignore them. For example, over here, Rohilkhand will also be formed. Rohilkhand. This was Awadh and they were getting partially independent over here, guys. And this area will nothing but served by Marathas only. This is the overall scenario. 1700 onwards you will be finding. Slowly and slowly it will convert into like this. Rohilkhand, you will be finding Jats over here. And over here who will be forming the state? 1800s. Ranjit Singh, Sikh Empire. Later on we will be seeing it. So over here Jats will be coming. Over here Rohilkhand will be coming. Over here Awadh. Over here Bengal. This is Hyderabad, Mysore, Travancore, Maratha. And this is Carnatic. Understanding, guys? This is the Indian context. From here multiple times they have asked question. Vijayanagar contemporary. Previous time contemporary, like this they can ask you over here too. So this topic will more explore in the later Mughals, right? This you keep in mind. All right. So world context is done, Indian context is done. World context was just for your understanding. No question will be asked. Indian context question can be asked from here. Keep your mind open in the examination. From here question will be there. No minute details you have to go through from here. No minute details, right? Minute details kahan se karni hai? The topics are coming now. So the first arrival was of Portuguese. Portuguese. Again the framework. Portuguese you will be finding from 1498 to 1502. You will be finding there will be arrival of three personalities. And that will be Vasco da Gama in 1498, Cabral in 1500, 1502 again Vasco da Gama. Now these were the initial people who got amazed by the India's wealth. They found that there we can do a rich business in spices. So they were coming over here with certain smaller tasks. The task was not to establish now factories. The task was to gather what they can and sell back to Europe over there in their home country. And they were selling it like a huge profit. and in your books, and that was the headline of Europeans newspaper, that they were earning 60 times of the product they were selling from here in India, guys. Right? So these three people came over here. Understand carefully. This is the structure which I am telling you. Then there was a proper system was formed, that is the governor system formed by the Portuguese state-backed system. And under them, there will be certain personalities who will be coming from 1505 to 1509, from 1509 to 1515, and from 1529 to 1537 around. Roughly like this. No need to understand it as it is, but have a clear idea. Because this will help you to understand when I am saying first decade of 16th century, second decade of 16th century, third decade of 16th century. And one timeline also you have to remember over here is 1524. This I will be telling you why. So over here who came? Francisco de Almeida. Over here who came? Albuquerque. All of you must have heard about Albuquerque. Over here who came? Nino de Cunha. Nino de Cunha. Why I have written 1524? Anybody, any guesses? One person will be returning over here and will be dying in India. Vasco da Gama. Right? Vasco da Gama will be sent over here again. For what purpose? We don't need to go into that. Though I can tell you, but no need for that. He will be coming over here and dying in that particular scenario. The gap you are seeing, there were governors present, but not significant. Not written in our standard book. So not required. Right? So 1505 over here FDL. But this is the framework which I was talking about. ये आप ध्यान में रखो. Nothing we have to do now, we have to fill content. Ultimately, when you will be remembering, you recall this particular slide, guys. Until and unless you are not recalling and you are depending upon your notes every time, that means you are not taking pressure. और ये होता नहीं है basically, इसलिए नहीं कर पा रहे हो आप, right? But I will help you to recall this information, so try to connect with the class if you are sitting over here. ठीक है, this is the framework which we will move ahead. Let me see, online people. हाँ और डिले आ रहा है यहाँ पर, तो आप लाइव सुनो ना, आप इसमें देखोगे तो प्रॉब्लम होगा. चलो गूगल मीट का देखना है, अगर यू कैन जनरेट द लिंक, है ना. मैं समझ रहा हूँ आप, लेकिन सुनो, यू विल बी अंडरस्टैंडिंग इट मोर वेल रादर देन सीइंग फ्रॉम हियर. ठीक है, यहाँ से सिर्फ कंटेंट देख लो. ठीक है, गूगल मीट में चला दो अगर है लिंक तो. अच्छा पोडियम. देखना है. ठीक है, कुछ ना दिखे तो बताना. अरे यार जस्ट वेट. अभी जो पढ़ा है वो रिवाइज कर सकते हैं आप लोग, है ना. बहुत कुछ देखा हमने. जस्ट वेट गाइस. चलो गाइस, अब तुम्हारा ध्यान आ जाएगा इधर, अब आ जाओ. ठीक है, so we are understanding about now these people over here, the factories perspective over here, and the this governor perspective which we have to see from here, right? Now during their time period, guys, from 1498, clearly understand, no big stories over here. For 1498 to 1502, these three people which you have seen, Vasco da Gama, Cabral, and Vasco da Gama again. Question will not come from here. Question will be like where they were forming the factories over here. So you must have heard, and everybody knows this, that when Vasco da Gama came over here, he came with the help from a Mozambique pilot, and that is Abdul Majid, and his name is written differently in different books, but Majid word is same. Somewhere Abdul, somewhere Hussein, somewhere something else. He came with that pilot. He showed the route, because there was trade which was happening in the Arabian Sea earlier too. But the route from Cape of Good Hope to India, that was something new, right? So he came over here, and whom he will be meeting over here? The Zamorin, overrated information. Zamorin over here you will be finding of Calicut. Initially, there will be friendly relationship with Calicut 1498-1499. But after the coming of Cabral, the relationship will get strained because Portuguese will get to know about the weakness of the rulers, that they are having backward navies. So what they will try to do? They will try to assert their power, and in that conflicts will start happening between these Portuguese traders and the Arab traders, and the concession will be asked from these rulers. So these rulers will be frustrated. That's why there will be problems emerging with the Portuguese with respect to the rulers. So in somewhere in some books it is written that 1500 they will be forming a trading factory in Calicut, though in spectrum directly 1503 is written for Cochin, but I am telling you broadly, if in the examination comes that first factory formed by the Portuguese, and in one of the option you will be finding Calicut, you will mark Calicut. But I don't think they will give you Calicut, because Calicut was always unstable, right? So the first permanent factory which they formed, listen carefully guys, directly it can come and questions are coming like this. The first factory, permanent factory which was stable, which they formed was in Cochin in 1503, somewhere it is written 1502, but they will definitely going to give you Cochin and they will not give you Calicut, right? And if they are giving you both, then we will wait for the answer key, right? और ये होता है बहुत क्वेश्चन में देखा हमने, ठीक है? That we can't do anything. 1503 you will be finding, that means in this time frame they are forming three basically strong places, that is Calicut, Cochin and one more. In this time frame only they will be establishing themselves in Cananore or Kannur also, present day it is said like this, pronunciate the way you want. Triple C, like this you can remember, triple C, initially triple C. So when the question will be like this, in the first decade, first half century, these three were the major trading centers. In the first 5 years, were you seeing any Diu? Were you seeing any Goa? No, they will be later expanding over here. Just this, is it clear? Have you written triple C? More than enough over here. Then you will proceed ahead and there will be governorship system which will be applied. And the first person which I talked about over here was FDA, Francisco de Almeida. And he was ruling from 1505 to 1509. Now he was having a dream, and not a dream but a vision. And the vision was to rule over the seas. It was his vision, and he was primarily focusing upon this, because I have told you 1500 and 1600 when Spain was getting powerful, but they were focusing more upon the wealthy trade of Caribbeans. But over here Portugal was focusing upon why not capture these areas, why not rule over these areas. That's how he will come up with his policy, and this is denoted to him only. So blue water policy is related to, so write this, blue water policy. Under this blue water policy you must have heard about this system, Cartes system. Again overrated information, Cartes system. What is this Cartes system? Cartes system, passes system. That means nothing, they will do the job of hooligans. They will try to control this whole area with the strong naval ships, and when they will try to take the taxes, a token amount that was not enormous, but that was significant, or this was symbolic in nature, that who are the major power over here? The Portuguese. So he was having the vision to capture this. This is the Strait of Bab al Mandeb. Oh sorry, Hormuz. Bab al Mandeb to idhar raha, but Bab al Mandeb will also come, right? So over here Hormuz you will be seeing this. Sorry, Hormuz will be coming over here guys, ठीक है? ये है Bab al Mandeb, मेरा मैपिंग की वजह से गलत हो गया, ठीक है? But over here this you will be finding Bab al Mandeb. This you are seeing, this is Hormuz. This will also be captured. And over here like this, Malacca. So these three are the choke points, which today's are also the choke points. Hormuz, थोड़ा मैप ढंग से बनाएंगे तो समझ में आएगा. Hormuz, Horn of Africa. Over here Persian Gulf, Hormuz. Over here Arabian Sea, right? And over here you will be finding Malacca. So what he wanted to have, this is a vision which he gave, that we will be ruling over the seas, and blue water policy, Cartes system he came up with. Nobody will ask you more details about Cartes system. But in order to have this, he have to fight with the power which were present over here already. So over here you will be finding who were present, guys. First of all, the Gujarat navies were powerful over here. Gujarat navies. Over here you will be finding the nawabs of these areas, the local rulers of the southern Indian provinces like Calicut, Cochin. And one more word you might have seen in your books, that is the Mamluk Sultan of Egypt. So from here they were having the large hold, the Mamluk Sultans. Mamluk Sultans of Egypt. Again, over here, three powers, and that's why they are, because they are important, because now battles are going to be happen, guys. What happened in the battle, no need to remember, but these are the participants. Who will be responsible from the Gujarat? Gujarat, Mahmud Begada's navies will be responsible. He was ruling independently over here, guys, until it come under the place of Akbar. And Akbar's, you will be finding that we'll be understanding in Akbar's policy of Gujarat, right, 1572. So before that, who was the major ruling dynasty? Muzaffarid. In the Almeida's time frame, you are seeing the contemporariness of this. And three powers, no need to understand Mamluk Sultan, nobody will ask you this. Over here, local rulers of this particular area were also fighting, like the Zamorin itself you will be finding over here, right? Now, two battles will be fought over here in the time period of FDA. Isko point wise, I hope you are writing like this, hai na? I don't have to like alag se main banaunga nahi isko, right? So over here, two battles, guys. Which were the two battles? You all must be knowing this. Battle of Chaw and Battle of Diu. So these are just small battles, not very significant. Battle of Chaw. And where is Chaw? And Battle of Diu. This Battle of Chaw you will be finding 1508. In 1509, Battle of Diu. In your spectrum, this is written a bit incorrect. They have written 1507, but again, these minute things doesn't work like this. But again, you can correct it. 1508, Battle of Chaw. 1509, Battle of Diu. Battle of Chaw, what happened, guys? Just the crux of it. These are not major battles which we have to see. But FDA related, these things are happening. And they will not ask the full-fledged question on this. They will simply give you a context-based question, a contemporary-based question, or a timeline-based event. Battle of Chaw, Battle of Plassy, two known battles, two unknown battles. Right? So Battle of Chaw, the Almeida's son was fighting, and when he's fighting with the navies of there, who will be having the combined armies? These three people which I have written over here, guys, they will be combining together Mamluk Sultan of Egypt, Gujarat navies, and local rulers navies over here. Till over here, what will be the outcome of 1508 Battle of Chaw? Almeida's son will be killed, and this is written in your books. And to avenge this killing, he will be again having one more battle, that is Battle of Battle of Diu. Right? In that battle, Almeida will be taking the revenge over here, and he will be winning this war. But he will not be able to have the complete control, right? But the power shift is going to happen. 1505 to 1509. Fixed information we have seen. Two battles, his policies, and few names over here, right? More than enough from this particular person. Whenever you will be revising these 4 points, if they will give you. And they will never form a full-fledged question on Francisco de Almeida. We have more important personalities in modern history. A full-fledged question गांधी के ऊपर बन सकता है, एक full-fledged question other personalities के ऊपर बनेगा. Almeida के ऊपर एक full-fledged question नहीं बनेगा. Only one statement, context-based would be there. So be clear, right? This is Almeida. Next person who will be coming over here, Albuquerque. And what Albuquerque will be responsible for? The foundation of Portuguese Empire. Now understand the philosophy. Almeida was focusing upon only the water, that we should rule the water, we will rule the world. Whereas Albuquerque was also saying, no, we should expand territorially too. So he will be taking the vision of Almeida ahead, also trying to occupy the territories of or near around this south you will be finding, right? So this was the policy change you will be seeing. So first, what he will be able to do? A real consolidator of Portuguese power over here you will be finding. And what do I mean by real consolidator? That he was able to apply that Cartesian system, which was envisioned by Almeida. He was able to apply this. Why? Because he could choke the point of Hormuz, control the point of Hormuz, control the point of Gulf, and control the point of, so the Persian Gulf, right? Hormuz, Aden, and one more is there, Malacca Strait. He was able to control all of this. And that's how he became powerful at the seas. But now he wanted to expand too. And when he will be wanting to expand, there will be one territorial expansion which also be happening, which is asked twice in your PYQs directly as a factual statement. Nothing in detail they have asked, again, as I'm saying it. What they have asked over here, that what will be happening, they go Albuquerque timeline, you remember, timeline since 1509, somewhere 1510 will be written, 1550. And what will be happening over here? Goa will be captured. And Goa will be captured from the Bijapuri Sultanate. Have we changed the headquarters of Portuguese over here? No, we haven't changed it yet, guys, right? The headquarter will be changed in the time frame of Cunha. But over here, his vision is changing. Let me tell you, territorial expansion. That means now from a trade-based economy, he wanted to create a settlers economy. Now he purchased this particular Goa. Now he will be infusing his peoples over here. And you must have understood that Albuquerque tried to bring Portuguese people over here, forcing them to marry the local woman and try to absorb in the culture. Not in the Indian culture, but rather absorb the people in the Portuguese culture. Understanding? So they wanted to create Goa like this at that point of time. And that is the exact moment when a lot of crops were introduced by him as the plantation activities. And some crops you might be knowing, and I don't know why price they have asked question on these crops, price in different ways, UPSC. I don't know what they like in this particular crops aspect, but price, 2 on Portuguese directly and 1 on the New World crop and the Old World crop. Try to understand. Okay? I'll be showing you this. So Goa, and he will try to assimilate the Indian culture into the Portuguese culture, which is happening now. Now I'm going to show you certain crops also. He was the first one, some facts guys, he was the first one to abolish what over here? Sati system was abolished by him over here. So this will become one of your point. Let me show you 1 or 2 points related to crops also. See which the thing I was showing you about Muzaffarid dynasty, again I'll be showing you. This is the Muzaffarid dynasty who will be coming. Ignore everything but just see Mahmud Begada 1458 to 1511. So when I'll be posting this PPT also to you, there will be a lot of details which are necessary for the examination perspective. I have added over here. You can again see it through when in your second iteration, right? When you will be revising tomorrow and whenever you will find the time, right? See Mahmud Bagada only. Will you be remembering his timeline? No. Why? Because you know the timeline of Almeida, right? That is how one timeline you have to remember, other you have to ignore. Timeline will not become an issue, right? So this is Mahmud Begada, this particular Muzaffarid dynasty. Later on, Mahadur Shah is also coming. He's also from which dynasty? Muzaffarid dynasty. So that's why it is important, guys. And UPSC till now have not asked any question from here. A probable topic to ask question, right? Or what I was showing you about the Albuquerques, right? Now when you will be going through over here, I have told you that he secured strategic control of the Indian Ocean. By strategic control, you don't need to remember anything. Just think about the choke points. You will come over here, East Africa, that is the Mandeb, Bab al-Mandeb, of the Red Sea, Persian Gulf, Hormuz Strait. Hormuz is written over here also, Malabar also, Malacca over here also. No need to remember, ignore this, right? Acquisition of Goa, 1510. This you have already written. This is the most important thing. Rest of is fodder. Understanding, guys? Try to be, that's why I'm saying, try to completely engage, try to be active over here, because any point can be missed by you, right? So these are all fodder points. They will never be asked. Control shipbuilding centers and all, he was doing so, right? Integration and development, 1 point you can write. Under that you will be finding encourage Portuguese men to marry local women. No need to write this. established Portuguese settlers over here, landlord and all, infrastructure projects, introduced new crops such as tobacco and cashew nuts. But this is not the only thing which you have to learn. You have to learn a lot of things now. 2 times they have asked question, right? And in your books, only these 2 crops are written. In your PYQs, if you are reading the PYQs good, so you know that red chilies were also introduced by them, maize was also introduced by them, papaya was also introduced by them. But you are not knowing about pineapple and guava. And that is how they will throw question, guys. 1 or 2 known, 1 or 2 unknown. And that is happening deliberately. When they are doing it deliberately, they are asking you to take the risk. But risk upon what? Already known information, right? Let me show you the question if I have added over here. This is the 2025 question. Oh, not the 2025, guys. This is the 2018 question, I guess. A lot of time before they have asked, 2018, 2017. 10 years before, we can say. At that point of time, they have thrown easy question, competition was less. Now you are at a different stage, competition is high. So they will be framing the question where 2 things will not be known and 1 thing will be known. Okay? ये तो easy question है उस time का, right? So what you will be finding? What is first of all in the new world and introduced into the old world? What is the new world? The northern countries, southern countries? No. The new world means the American continent. All of some majorly of you understand this, but all of you I want to understand. New world is the new continents which were found, the Americans basically. So over here you will be finding they are talking what was introduced from the new world and was domesticated from the new world to the old world, means the India and the East Asia and the European countries. So what of the products you will be finding over here? Wheat, 1 cancellation you will be getting over here. Sugar cane, 1 cancellation. Tobacco, cocoa, rubber. Tobacco, cotton, rubber. Cotton, Sindhu civilization, Indus Valley civilization. This was easier in nature. Everybody could do it. Competition is not eliminated in over here, right? ये तो आपको करना ही करना है, ठीक है? But 2025 and अभी एक question मैंने डाला नहीं है, I don't know, but one more question they have asked in the statement based, that the Portuguese introduced red chilies and potato. This was one more statement which has come. तो ये आप लिख सकते हो, वो किसी और फॉर्मेट में ही क्वेश्चन होगा. We might be seeing in medieval history because 2 questions were related to medieval history. So the third statement was, आप एक और line add करो, that tobacco, potato and red chilies were also introduced by Portuguese. And this was the 2025. See this, check this question, guys. Right, online people just say now. नोट्स बेटा जो मैं आपको ये करवा रहा हूँ ये नोट्स ही तो है. ये आप क्या इसको क्या सुन रहे हो? प्रवचन है इतनी देर से. एवरीबडी इज राइटिंग ओवर हियर. All right, all right. Framework, yes. Abhi right now I am telling you the frameworks, and in framework you can fill the information. Animesh. Apur, right. All right, guys. So what is the answer? Now, first of all, how, like what you have seen over here with respect to this question, first of all, were you finding this question easy when you have given this paper, or it was on a moderately difficult side? You marked it right, right? So अलग-अलग experience हो सकता है, but what I am saying that it was difficult because of one thing over here, that is might be because of guava. Some people might be confused about guava, and this is the new thing which they have given you over here, because pineapple and papaya you might guess over here, right? So what we can do right now, we can make a list of the crops over here, which might be asked, because twice they have asked. So the chances of coming the question will be again more, right? So there will be a list of crops which I have added, which you should know. And at least open-mindedly you should understand. Online also people try to understand over here. Let me see. These are the, you can say, यही एक major list है, and एक बार देखोगे तो मिल जाएगा आपको good point. ठीक है, chili, which is not Indian in origin, but we use it in our cuisine a lot, right? This you will be understanding. Potato, सोच सकते हो, which is heavily utilized, is not Indian. Tomato, ठीक है, थोड़ा सा open mindedly you see the things and you will understand. Barley, if it will be written barley, no. Millets are primarily Indian in origin. Try to understand again over here. Millets primarily Indian in origin. Mark the particular points. These are introduced by Portuguese at different point of time frame, right? Few by the Portuguese, few by the later people who are going to come, right? Primarily these are the new world crops. You think from this mindset. Maize is primarily grown in the American continent, right? So you understand from this mindset. Cocoa over here. Cocoa is not written. You can write cocoa too. Cocoa you can write. Coconut is not a good question, guys. Again, focus over here. Coconut is what? A foreign crop or Indian origin crop? It is Indian crop, right? So good point over here. Coconut is not a foreign origin crop. Better variety coconut was introduced over here. That is because of the agricultural practices. Agricultural practices की वजह से वो better हुआ. But we cannot say that that is not the origination not in India, right? For example, wheat's good variety is coming from North America. Okay, that is the better variety. The origination in India you will see of coconut, that too in southern India. Okay, be clear with this respect. Okay, guys, you are understanding this? Shall we move forward? So this was about Albuquerque over here. Till now we have seen Francisco de Almeida. Second, we have understood about Albuquerque. Third, in Albuquerque what we have seen, few points about the crops point, about the acquisition of Goa over here, right? Now we will proceed ahead and we will see the Cunha's time frame. Nino de Cunha over here. Nino de Cunha. The timeline is from 1529, somewhere 1537, somewhere 1538 will be written, doesn't matter, but he will be existing in 1530s to 37. You try to remember like this, right? In this particular decade, 1530s to 1540s, Cunha will be coming over here. Try to focus again. Now in Cunha's time frame, till now you have seen over here, try to understand and keep on writing. They go, don't be mature or immature, be mature. Online people also I'm saying. When I'm writing this is not for you to listen it. You keep writing it, guys, right? So online people also, few people who are not able to connect, try to connect, right? So over here, let me tell you, likewise in 1505 or 1500 to 1510, which was the major stations of Portuguese? This triple C you will be finding, and 1510 you have got Goa also, right? Now if you want me to narrate this and dictate this also, do you want this? Online people also, you want me to narrate this? The triple C was formed, these were the station which was formed in the first century of 1500 AD or 1600 AD. You want me to narrate this? Online people also. So don't do this, right? Few people who are, I'm saying, who are not able to connect, this is your like, you will not be again get connected with the class. That's why I'm saying you. Okay? So understand. Goa. Right. Then you will be moving forward now. Timeline is the 1530s, and now you will be moving forward over here. and you will be finding that there will be one opportunity. Again, listen carefully. There will be one opportunity which will be provided by the Gujarat over here. And who was the dominant power in Gujarat at that point of time? Muzaffarid dynasty, and that too Bahadur Shah. Good. Bahadur Shah over here. And what opportunity you will be seeing, because this is the time frame of 1730s. That means Mughal power is declining, or sorry, see, this is the time period of 1530s, really sorry. So over here, who is the central power over here ruling from Delhi? Delhi, Humayun. And again, those who are not having this particular thing on tips, medieval history, wait for that. Humayun. Okay, understanding, guys? Humayun. And Humayun's timeline, if you will be finding 1530 to 1555, you will be seeing that. If to be exact, later on you will be seeing it in more detail. Now over here, what opportunity will be provided? This Bahadur Shah will be getting prominent in this region. Try to understand the polity. Nobody will ask you this, but understand this. He will be getting prominent in this particular area. So what will be happening because of this? Humayun will try to capture this particular area, and he will be launching one expedition towards Gujarat. And because of this, who will get uncomfortable over here? Bahadur Shah. And Bahadur Shah knew that who is having a powerful navy better than his? The Portuguese, because at that point of time only Portuguese are there. So what will be happening over here? There will be a pact which Bahadur Shah will be initiating and signed between, and this point you might have all have read it, that there will be a pact between Bahadur Shah and Kuna. So you can write this point as Bahadur Shah pact with Kuna. With Kuna. As per this pact, and this pact is important, not from that this pact is happening, but what will be the outcome of this pact, because some of the things will be getting by the Portuguese. Portuguese will be getting some of the things over here, and the pact says that Portuguese navy will be supporting Bahadur Shah against Humayun's battle, if that will happen. And with respect to that, Bahadur Shah will be giving him few territories, and the territories was of Bassein. Good, over here, Bassein. And this is important over here, guys, because Bassein is a small place near around Bombay, right? And this is going to be important. And the other place is Diu. Over here, later on in this particular time frame, only Daman will also be given to them. So 3 new places at different time frame. So just wait a minute. Not Diu, Goa, right? Sorry, not Almeida, but Battle of Diu you are talking about, na? So that was just a battle of Diu. That means 2 powers fought over there, not for territorial occupancy. Okay, be clear, right? That was just a battle happened over there. Okay, but now they will be doing and they will be expanding territorially. Try to understand over here. There will be 3 places: Bassein, Diu, and Daman. And the timeline is 1530s. Now what will be happening? This pact will not be successful because Bahadur Shah will be doing treachery over here, and this is a story. Why? Because Humayun, the challenge of Humayun was not addressed over here. He will be walking away from here, Humayun. So this war never happened with Humayun, which he was anticipating. So the treaties term, he was now not accepting it. So what Portuguese will be doing? Portuguese will be calling him to the ship and will be assassinating this Bahadur Shah and will be forcefully taking these territories. But now you should know that they have acquired these 3 territories in the decade of 1530s to 1540s. That should be in your notes. Basai, Diu and Daman. Basai is basically the present day you will be finding the Bombay area. That is how the Portuguese getting Bombay, and later on they will sell Bombay to whom? Britishers. This you will be understanding over here. Question will come in the form of factory. That's why the first question I put you before the class starts of this particular topic starts, that which of the following territories were occupied by Portuguese in the first decade of 16th century. This you will be finding over here, right? So this Bahadur Shah pact with Kuna, you will be understanding Basai, Diu and Daman will be taken over, and these are now the territories of Portuguese. Not entire, but majorly you will be finding the Basai near around area, later on developed in the time frame of English, this Diu and this Daman over here, right? That's why you will be finding a lot of forts also which were developed. Okay, so here factories and forts will be starting to develop. Understanding these three people, first of all, Almeida, Albuquerque and Cunha. This is for your revision now, which you can do over here. Albuquerque, Almeida, Albuquerque and Cunha. Ultimately, you have to remember this only with the framework I have told you. Albuquerque, what you have seen, this Almeida, what you have seen over here, the two battles, this you will be remembering, all of you, and Battle of Chaw and Battle of Diu. Next, everybody participate over here, because this you cannot do it on yourself. Okay, by yourself you will not be able to do it. So two battles you will be seeing. Almeida's time frame. What was his policy? Blue water policy. What was his system? Like Carnatic system. Was he captured the Diu area in this particular time period? One of your doubt was no. Diu was not captured. Was he captured Bombay in the Almeida's time frame? What was his time frame? 1505 to 1509. Great. And then you will be moving ahead and you will be finding this Albuquerque. Albuquerque's time frame, what important territory was captured? Goa. And what new crops were introduced? Were they introduced barley, sesame, papaya? अब कोई और नया क्रॉप आने वाला है, right? Okay, we'll be going ahead and we'll be seeing Cunha. Cunha's time period, one pact was important, and that is the pact with Bahadur Shah. And because of that pact, that's why you have got three new territories. That is Basai, Diu and Daman. One more territory now you learn and close this Portuguese topic. That is Hooghly, because they established themselves in Hooghly too, and that is an important area. So what do you think when they establish themselves in Hooghly, and what time frame? And if it comes in the examination, what you will find? Hooghly, क्या guess मार सकते हो अगर suppose Hooghly आ गया exam में? You already know it, huh? 1537 is the right time, but 1537 you see, that means they were expanding their base to the Hooghly region also, and that is again a port city, guys. So one site of the eastern India too, that is Hooghly, you will be mentioning 1537. Write it in your notes. Factories are done, these governors are done, right? Right, good online people, Apurv. Right, British as dowry, that you will be understanding when Britishers will be coming up. The major part is Britishers only, which we have to see. Okay, this framework is completed. From here, if question will come from here only, guys. Otherwise, if question is not coming from here, it is difficult not only for you, but for all. Right, that's how you will know it. That's how you are, when you are doing it fixed, you will know that this question is difficult, right? Now you will be understanding a bit about Dutch. And Dutch, you will understand that they will be first coming up under, let me show you the PPTs, because Dutch are smaller in nature. In Dutch, who was the important person who led these expedition, which nobody will ask you, but written in your books? Cornelis de Houtman. He will be launching these expedition, written in your books. No need to remember his name, right? Understand now, over here, their expedition was launched to the Indonesia island or to the Indian subcontinent. To the Indonesia island, they reached first to that particular spice land with their efficient army, with their efficient navy, and with the robust financial system which they were having. And they created one company, which is the first joint stock company, that is VOC over here. Not a lot of things are written about Dutch, so that's why we'll keep it concise and we'll be understanding its factory. So the first factory which was formed by the Dutch is, they go just read it over here. This is part of commercial enterprise, like Cornelis de Houtman was the first Dutchman to reach Sumatra and Bantam. No need to remember this, but they reached over here 1596. Over here in India, that's why they will be forming their first factory to where? Masulipatam, guys. So this should be in your note. This has already been asked also in multiple examination. Just a simple plain thing. Now in UPSC, this will not come as a full-fledged question. This will come as one-liner, right? So that is founded their first factory in Masulipatam in Andhra Pradesh in 1605. That means 1605, they set up their first factory in the eastern coast. Why? Because they could access the eastern coast nearby the Sumatran island. This point you know. Now there are a lot of factories which are written in your books. Don't get overwhelmed with all these factories. We'll be learning a few of it over here if you want to make it fixed, guys, right? So over here, one important area which they will be capturing, and this will become a strong Dutch hold, that is Puliket. Puliket. And at Puliket, they will be making it as again a settlers economy, a settlers colony. That means Dutch people will be introduced over here, the Netherlands people. And there is one fort written, guys. This fort can come in the examination. Fort Williams, you know, George, you know, which we'll be understanding later on too. But Fort Galderia is related to Dutch. This you try to understand. Right, Candy, kya naam rakhte ho tum? Right, factory set up at Hooghly was under the Kunas time frame. Okay, Saroj. Right, so first you have written about Puliket over here. Very important, guys, over. So Surat also, they tried to establish themselves. Just try to have an open mind over here. You can write it too. But Surat, again, Dutch was also there. It is not that Surat is like a hub. Everybody can join over there. ORN, a lot of institutes are there. Likewise, these places are the hubs. A lot of factories you will be finding. Overall, whose control will be there, it will depend on time. Right now, Dutch is flourishing, so Dutch control. Later on, Portuguese will be coming. So same forts will be occupied by, sometimes by Britishers too, right? So keep it clean. Surat also they will be forming. Forget about Bimlipattam. You can remember Karaikal also. Karaikal. Where is Karaikal? Tamil Nadu, you will be finding Karaikal, but it is important from the site of, important from the French point of view, you will be understand. That's why I'm saying these are the hub. Chinsurah, another important site which you will be remembering. Chinsurah. And this is very important because over here, this place will become the fall of the Dutch people. And what we will call it, Battle of Chinsurah. It is also known as Battle of Hooghly. And it will, देखो ये site आ रहा है इनके पास 1653 and they will be losing it in, anybody? Right? Who have said it? 1759 you will be finding. And again we will be connecting when we will be seeing that particular point of time. But keep on connecting, guys. Don't study in seclusion. कि जब जो point आ रहा है तब आप देखोगे, ठीक है? Chinsurah 1653. Over here, one place, Qasim Bazaar. Where is Qasim Bazaar? Get familiar with these words. Where is this Qasim Bazaar? West Bengal, right? Balasore, Odisha you will be finding. One side which I want to focus is Nagapattinam over here. Nagapattinam you will be finding related to Dutch. And the major site which you have to ultimately remember, which you might get confused also. This is Cochin. Cochin is 1663. And why Cochin is important? Because earlier you were seeing the hold over Cochin was of Portuguese, Triple C. Triple C you remember, guys. Now the hold is of Dutch. Right? So Cochin will be Dutch. And Cochin, the modern day Kochi, will again be replaced by the Britishers over here. So Cochin 1663, you have the tap upon this site for this factory also. Write this down. These are the important areas. If they will pick up Dutch, though they will not pick up Dutch. If they will pick up Dutch, they will ask question from near around these factories in one statement. One statement will be about Britishers, one statement will be about Dutch, one statement will be about somebody else over here or some European countries. Like this question will be framed. ठीक है, तो ये आप एंटिसिपेट करो, डोंट बी ब्लैक माइंडेड जाओगे तो प्रीलिम्स विल गेट डिफिकल्ट. ठीक है. So these are the sites which I have shown you about this. Masulipattnam we started with. Puliket you will be finding. Chinzura, obviously no need to remember because Battle of Chinzura is going to be fought. And Balasore, Nagapattinam, Cochin. Balasore, Nagapattinam, and Cochin also you can remember that this time frame. You Cochin you remember 1663. They came up in 1605. But in 1663, they came up over here in Cochin. Now again, that's why I'm stressing the fact, guys, कि आपको ये ईयर याद करना पड़ेगा. ठीक है. For example, Cochin's here. That's why I'm moving a bit slow with respect to the factories. When I'm saying triple C, Portuguese influence 1505 or 1500 to 1510, Goa 1510. Whereas three places I have told you, that is Basai, Diu and Daman, and Hooghly also you can add 1530s to 1540s. Keep it fixed. This difference you note because earlier you were not fixing the things. Earlier you were just reading it and you were depending upon the questions or you're depending upon the options. Options पे depend मत रहो because options are going to come like only one, only two, only three. Like this you are going to see. ठीक है, आगे बढ़ेंगे. Now with respect to Dutch, you will be finding there will be certain rivalries which will be happening, guys, like the Anglo-Dutch rivalry. Okay, so over here let me tell you about this. Under Dutch only these factories you have written. After that you can write about this, that there will be Anglo-Dutch rivalries. Now these will be primarily related to the Indonesian island. There you will be finding, and Dutch were completely ruling with the atrocities, utmost atrocities you will be finding, guys. So there was collusion between, or there was collision between these two powers, Anglo-Dutch, which was happening in Indonesia. In Indonesia, with respect to that, one word is mentioned in your books, that is Ambiona massacre. Now nobody will be asking you about this Ambiona massacre, but just understand this Ambiona place is not in India, right? This is in Indonesia, and over here Dutch will be killing few Britishmen brutally over here. This is nothing Ambiona massacre. This is written, that's why I'm telling you, otherwise not needed. जो चीज नहीं चाहिए, again I'm saying, not telling you, but the thing like Cochin, when they established, that you have to know, right? So Indonesia, one war will be happening. With respect to India, they will be engaged over here. देखो, Anglo-Dutch rivalry will be ending how? There will be compromise between them. What will be the compromise? That Dutch will be focusing upon in the Indonesian island, and Britishers will be focusing upon the subcontinent trade. This was the this you will be finding that there was a agreement between them. Later on, but the Dutch dispute rise again in 1759, and that I will be explaining you after the Battle of Plassy. But you remember this date, 1759. Right now we are at 1600s. 1759 is later yet to come. And just write over here that this is nothing but Battle of Chinzura, also known as Bedara, also known as Hooghly, guys. Right, like this you will be finding this. Okay. Over here they will come in conflict with the another power also later on in 1690s onwards, and that will be the French power. So a bit of Anglo-French, or a bit of Dutch-French struggle also you will see, and that I'll be explaining you in the French part, right? So just write one more line that Dutch and French disputes will also be there. Okay, guys, till now Dutch. Now the most important thing from where question will come. That is the coming up of English. English is the most important thing over here you will be finding now. Dutch. So till now you have seen the coming up of Portuguese, Dutch. Now the most important English you will understand. English, the framework I am telling you, there will be the charter which will be issued by Queen Elizabeth in 1600, and there will be certain personalities name which you can write like Hawkins, Thomas Best, Thomas Aldworth, and a lot of Thomas are there. Thomas Roe. This way you should write it over here. Click here. Hawkins you will be finding 1509 or 1508, somewhere it will be written like this. Thomas Best 1512. Thomas Aldworth 1513. Oh, sorry, 16. Really sorry. 16. Right, and Thomas Roe 1613 onwards to 1619. You can write it. This is the initial attempts to establish factories over here. That's why you are seeing 1600. Right, next you will be finding, this is the framework which I am going to explain you a bit late. Next you will be finding the establishment in the major regions which became later on presidency towns. What was the presidency towns? Bombay, Madras and Bengal. So over here, which was the first town to come up over here? Bengal. Everybody thinks Bengal, but over here Madras. So this I will explain again. This is a framework. Those who are not listening attentively, again listen over here, guys. Broadly you have to remember it in the last and it will help you surely. Right, Madras, then Bombay or Bengal? Bombay, and then Bengal. This is not it. Over here they will try to have the hold over these towns. Like in Madras they will be forming what fort? Important, St. George. In Bombay they will be getting the Bombay Castle. In Bengal they will be getting what? Fort Williams. This is not it. We'll be understanding the story, how they got it and how you will be remembering it in one timeline, right? But ultimately the last thing also which we have to focus over here is the Imperial Farman, which is said to be the Magna Carta for the company, because that was coming from the Mughal emperor, a so-called Mughal emperor, because his power was declining. And what was that? Farrukhsiyar Farman, and that was in 1717, 1715, because in his time period it will be coming. The Farrukhsiyar Farman you can write. So this is what you have to see it in the English over here. Understanding? Now come with these explanation, guys. One line explanation you will be writing over here. In 1600 a charter was issued. Come over here. In 1600 Queen Elizabeth issued a charter to a joint stock company, that was EIC. Right, EIC. So EIC will be amalgamation of a lot of companies and they will be getting monopoly, so that there should be no competition for these new islands which they are going and finding the new trades into. Right, so the charter was issued, the monopoly was got to the EIC, right, East India Company. So the first person who will be coming independently over here will be Hawkins. Captain Hawkins you will be finding over here, and he will be roaming here around from 1609 to 1615. So initially he will come at the court of, everybody knows that it is a overrated information, and UPSC has asked this also, that Jahangir arrived in the court of Jahangir, Mughal Emperor Jahangir. So was Jahangir impressed by him? I am not asking has he granted any factory, default mode pe set up, right? Was he impressed by him? He was highly impressed by him because he was knowing Persian, right? Also, he offered Mansabdar, heavy Mansabdar or not? He offered him Mansabdar also, but that is not also important. Was he got any factory over here that he can install or he can construct any factory over, set up any factory over here? No, no rights were given over here because till then there was the influence of whom in the court of Jahangir? Portuguese influence was there, right? So this is one line which you can write if you want to write, but this is simple in nature. That over here you will be finding Captain William Hawkins was over here impressed by this particular Jahangir was impressed by him, but he was not able to secure a grant, a charter to set up a factory. So he will be moving from the Mughal sphere of Delhi and he will be moving somewhere around in the, listen this carefully, this is confusing in spectrum. He will be moving around in the southern eastern areas, that is of Andhra Pradesh. And over there he did this petty type of trading. He started this petty type of trade, a small trade, which is a temporary trade. And that is from which place? Masulipatam, right? But that is not a permanent factory, guys. But in majority of the books like Pipin Chandra, like Spectrum, somewhere you will be finding it is written as the first factory was formed in Masulipatam. Now, how I can say that we will consider this as wrong and we'll consider that first factory was formed in Surat, not in Masulipatam, based upon the PYQ, which they have already asked. Directly they have asked that which of the factory was formed first by the Britishers and where. And the answer was Surat. So keep it clear. Masulipatam, temporary type of factory system they have formed in by the this William Hawkins in 1611, 1612 around. Somewhere it is written 1630, right? But the major difference came over here when this war happened, and this war or this small battle over here you will be finding in the time period of Thomas Best. He is also a captain, right? And what he will be seeing, what war you will be seeing over here? Battle of Swali. So right over here, Battle of Swali. You can expand it now, guys. Battle of Swali. Battle of Swali. Battle of Swali. Understanding? Now in this battle, what will be the outcome of this battle? Thomas Best will be defeating the Portuguese navy over here, and this will change the perception in the mindset of the Mughal emperor too. Just remember that, okay, Thomas Best was over here and Battle of Swali is getting fought in 1612 around, right? Next, what will be happening after getting impressed? One more ambassador will be coming from the court of England, and he will be Thomas Ellsworth. This is not written in your spectrum, you can write it. Thomas Ellsworth. And Thomas Ellsworth will be setting up the first factory. He will be the main architect of the factory which was formed in 1613. Where? Surat. That's why you read this and keep it in your mind, guys. Surat. Surat. Right? Again, an important point over here. When Thomas Ellsworth has formed its first factory at Surat, the next point you will be finding the next ambassador who is coming over here is Thomas Roe. And Thomas Roe will he be able to get the grant to establish factory? He will be able to get. Was it a charter type of form? No, it was an informal type of agreement, because the formal agreement is only one, that is the Farrukhsiyar Farman. That's why I have made you right over there. So in the time period of Thomas Roe, from 1613 onwards, he will be taking the permission from Jahangir to construct factories at 3 locations. What is that? Agra, Ahmedabad, and Broach. AAB. You can remember like this, AAB. Agra, Ahmedabad, and Broach. Have you seen these sites in your books? These are present in your books, guys, and this is how they have written in one line, right? And from here, Broach has been asked in 2021. Try to connect those people, right? 2021 only Broach has been asked. Agra also and Ahmedabad also, they formed over here factories. Okay, so AAB, when it is happening 1613 to 1619, and this is under Thomas Roe. 1613 to 1619 over here, guys. This you are going to find. Okay. So this is, I hope you are understanding. We started with which will not be asked in the examination, but whatever is written, you have framed it like this over here. That there was Hawkins, who will be coming over here, will not be able to get success in setting up the factories. Next person will be Thomas Best, which will be participating in the Battle of Swally against Portuguese and will be winning the war, changing the perception over here. Third point, you will be finding that they will be able to get the permission to set up the first factory at Surat, and the main architect of that Surat factory was Thomas Ellsworth. There are certain names I am telling. There are a lot of names which are written in spectrum. Let me tell you. Few names I am highlighting over here. Then the fourth personality who was important over here was Thomas Roe, and he is important. Why? Because he could get the permission to set up factory at 3 places, and that is Ahmedabad and Bhuj. Right? Now we will be moving ahead and we will be understanding about the three major presidency towns. One is Madras, second one is Bombay, and third one is Bengal. This you understand, guys. Now there is a way to remember things. That's how I am telling you over here. These all things earlier which you have seen was happening where or when? Time period, if you can tell me. The earlier things like the Surat, Ahmedabad, Agra, Bhuj. 1610 onwards to 1620 you are seeing, right? Now you should understand, the question should be that when these factories, when these places were getting important, the question should be this, like when Bengal, at least you should have an idea about it. So what do you think over here, when this Madras was getting prominent, how this Madras got prominent, and how they founded the fort over here, or when they founded the fort over here, that is the most important fort, the Fort St. George. And when I am telling you like this, you also understand this is the chronology. That Fort St. George, then Fort William. Understanding? So when do you think these Madras is getting formed, guys? 1630s, you will be seeing that Madras will be getting formed. Now to remember this, exactly dates are not important, but there should be a way. That is why I am focusing upon coherence of the ideas. So over here you will be seeing 1630s, to be exact 1639, right? But the process will start from 1630s. Then you will be finding 1660s, multiple of 30. The process will go over here, 1667. And then you will be finding 1690s. Remember like this. It is not about what I make you write. It is about what I make you remember, guys. This should be the objective of the class. 30, 60, 90. Fixed, no confusion. Never confusion is going to happen now. Now the process happened over here. Neither UPSC is asking when exactly this Fort St. George formed, right? But this process was happening in 1630s. And over here, now the story starts of Madras, that they will be able to get the Farmans. And this is known as the Golden Farman from the Sultan of Golconda. Now when they are taking the Farman from the Sultan of Golconda, they are having the broad area into their reign, right? Also out of this you will be finding that they will be getting, what will be in the Farmans basically, I hope this is clear, that what will be there in the Farmans or in the any charter which they are issuing with trade concession, so that they don't have to give any taxes or reduced taxes, more privileges. So the same will be over here. And out of this Farman, you will be finding later on from the Madras area, one Raja will be granting the Madras region on a lease to the Britishers. And that exactly is happening in 1637 to 1638. And when they got Madras on release on a fixed rent, no recurrent rent, no increased rent, but a fixed rent over here, you will be finding Then they will be forming in 1639. You can mark over here, write one more point. 1639. One fort they will be forming over here. The fortification will be done over here, and that is Fort St. George. The story is happening in 1630s. Just remember this. Online people. Online people, are you connected? Are you all clear? Okay. Okay, so this is what you are understanding over here. 1630s, there will be a golden Farman which will be issued by the Golconda ruler. Ruler will never be mentioned over here, but you are understanding that they will be taking some Farman from a ruler only, right? And then they will be having the hold over this Madras region. Madras is not, don't think Madras as of right now like this. This whole is not Madras. Madras is just some place over here in Carnatic, right? So this is one place you will be finding over here. 1630s, Madras Fort St. George will be formed. 1660s you come now, and this is the period of 1660s now. What major event which will be happening here, guys? What will be the major event? There will be a marriage alliance between Portuguese and English over here, happening in Europe. But in dowry, you will be seeing who will be able to, like, who will be giving what to whom. Portuguese will be giving this Bombay to English. Was it given to English East India Company or to the English? This is given to the king over here, to the crown over here, not to the East India Company. Again, you understand, East India Company is a private company, right? So in 1662 or 1663, you will be finding there will be one marriage alliance which will be happening. This is the correct timeline, okay? 1663. And then you will be finding later on in 1667, Bombay will be given on lease by the crown to the East India Company. This is the correct understanding of it. So 1667, now this Bombay has been acquired by the East India Company. That is how this Bombay is getting prominent over here. East India Company have got Madras. That is how St. George is being formed. For Bombay, it is said that there was not a fort, but basically a castle. They got a Bombay castle. So you can write over here Bombay Castle. Bombay Castle. Right. Okay, Makmo, over here, this 1630s. I hope you have written this about Golden Farman of Sultan of Golconda. By this, you will be finding Madras have got one by one of the ruler of Vijayanagar. I hope you have all written this. 1639, there will be a formation of Fort St. George. Then you will move ahead. 1660s, there will be one marriage alliance which will be happening between Bombay and Portuguese. And Portuguese will be, sorry, not Bombay and Portuguese, but English and Portuguese. Portuguese will be giving Bombay as dowry to the crown, and crown will be giving this to East India Company on lease. 1667, and then later on Bombay will flourish as a presidency town, but the starting is happening in 1660s. That's why I hope you are understanding why we have written 1660. Events are happening in 1660. So why to focus on 63 and 67? Nobody is going to ask that. Now in 1690s, guys, what will be happening over here? Okay, Karthik. Now 1690s, you try to understand. Now the time has been passed by. 100 years have passed by now when they have come, more or less. Try to understand over here. 1600 to we are seeing the time frame of 1690s. So they started to have the fortification, or they started to have the ports or the forts nearby this Bengal region, because Bengal was one of the richest province of our country at that point of time. So they will start having small station right now, but that will be a problematic case for whom? To the native local ruler, to the nawabs. So the nawabs and the altercations with the Britishers, you will see over here from 1650s onward. So you can write simply that 1650s onwards, there was altercations with the local nawabs of Bengal against Britishers. Altercations with Britishers of local nawab or the nawabs of Bengal. Right, altercations you will be seeing. But what's the main point? Then there is one personality who will be coming and he will be taking the zamindari of 3 regions. 1650s onwards, there will be altercations which will be happening. Just write all altercations which are happening. Then you will be finding that 1690, there will be one personality who will be coming, who will be taking the zamindari of Kalikata, Tutanati, pronunciate the way you want, and Gobindpur. Again, these 3 areas zamindari, who was able to take, guys? And this is important because asked in various examination, UPSC will not frame a direct question on this, but a statement based question on this. Other examination of UPSC, this has already been asked. So who was the personality over here? Job Charnock. I hope some of you, I am explaining for them, you are writing in this Bengal time frame, right? Good question by Candy Girl. तुम कैसे नाम रखते हो यार? Sir, who was the ruler at the time when Bombay was given to English by Portuguese? Who do you think who was having the ultimate authority over India? 1662. Aurangzeb, you will be finding, will be having the ultimate authority. 1662. Who will be becoming active over here in the Deccan region? Marathas will be getting active, and more you will be understanding in the medieval history, right? Don't link it up right now, but overall you understand. Okay? This you have done over here. 3 areas we have seen till now, guys. So he will be taking the areas of these 3 in 1690s, and ultimately 1/4 will be fortification will be happening of these areas. This will be formed as Calcutta. The modern day Calcutta you will be finding, and near around this only you will be seeing a fortified settlement, and this will be known as Fort Williams. Fort Williams. Either you rectify that when it was happening, or you understand it coherently that how it is happening over here. As this question asked in event based, like when these forts were formed, Fort St. George, Fort Williams, ये पूछा गया है नहीं पूछा गया? This has been asked already. The chronological order of Fort St. George and Fort Williams, and one more college was there. They have asked a question like this 20 years before, guys. Try to understand the nature of UPSC. Till now, are we making the sense of how we have moved ahead, guys? If I show you the framework, are we moving as per the framework over here? इधर देखो अभी fortification बाद में करना. Over here, are you making the sense of it? Initial events directly not be asked. Over here, the formation of Madras, Bombay, and Bengal you will be finding. And now the third thing is coming, that is written over there. आप इसको और ज़्यादा neat लिख सकते हैं, right? Third thing is coming over here is the Farrukhsiyar Farman, and this is important, guys, right? Now the details are important because these are the Farmans. These are the Magna Carta. Magna Carta means a formal agreement from the Mughal side to the Britishers. So not all the points are important, but you understand what will be the nature of points over here. The nature of points कैसे होने वाले? There will be concessions, and concessions to which areas first of all will be given over here. Farrukhsiyar Farman. From 1713 to 1719 he will be ruling, and in 1717 he will be giving this Farman over here, guys. And this Farman will be about which all areas? Good over here. ठीक है, देखो, understand all. Everybody should know this. that first it will be about Bengal, because there was one major trading center in Bengal, and this is coming in 1770s. 1690s onwards, they have got the stronghold over Bengal. So Bengal. Second is Gujarat. Why Gujarat, guys? And why in the name of Gujarat they have given? At that point of time, Gujarat was having not the present day Gujarat, but Gujarat was having the Gujarat and the Bombay too. So over there, the Farman will be about two major areas, and that will be port city, that is Surat and Bombay. That's why, because over here they are having the whole Surat and Bombay. Now you understand why they are writing these two places over here, Surat and Bombay. And the third point over here, guys, it will be related to Hyderabad, because Hyderabad at that point of time was having the influence over Madras region too. That's why the Madras was the stronghold. Though earlier like Balasore and all was also their places, but not that important than Madras. Madras was treated as to be the nerve center initially. Later on it shifted to Bengal. Are you understanding, guys? Farrukhsiyar, Farman, three places, Bengal, Gujarat and Hyderabad. You will not be able to remember Gujarat and Hyderabad, but remember that Madras and Surat, Bombay, there are important places. And that is how you can remember the ultimate authority Gujarat and Hyderabad over here, right? So these are the areas. Now I'll be showing you the terms which you don't have to remember, but you will see one thing, that is the concessions, that is the fixed rent agreement, that is the amount which is fixed for the next 1 year or for the next 2 years. Like this, you are going to see the Farman, guys, right? So let me show you this. First of all, over here, these PPTs you can utilize later on. You try to understand the framework, because whatever important is there, I am telling you, I am making you write the keywords, right? Everything else is the fodder, right? So over here, first of all, understand privileges in Bengal, privileges in Hyderabad, which we have wrote, privilege, and in this only you will be finding privileges in Surat, and that you can say Gujarat too, but privileges in Surat, right? And there will be certain points you will be finding with respect to Bombay too. So three areas you will be finding. And one more point, that they were allowed to mint their own coin. Now you read one point. If you want to write anything from here, you can write, like just write the headings. In Bengal, they were exempted from additional duties. It will never be asked, but right, but you write, these are the concessions which they are getting. Exemption from additional duties. Chalo, thank you, online people. Online people are coming into sync now. Keh rahe maza aa raha hai. Right, exemption from additional duties. Dastaks. This is the origination of dastaks over here. I hope you have clear understanding about dastak, guys. Dastak is what? Passes. Why do they want passes over here, Britishers? So that they can show it and nobody can take taxes from them, right? This is the use of dastak over here, but they will be misusing it later on. And how they will be misusing it? Private trade is one good thing which you have said, which we will be discussing later on. Private trade. What is private trade? We'll later on discuss. Apart from this, they were providing these passes in exorbitant prices to the local traders also. So the passes were being misutilized over here. That is why there will be conflicts between Nawab and the Britishers, right? So this you have written, land acquisition permission to rent more lands around Calcutta. This one point you will be understanding. But again, I am saying this will not be asked, but you understand that these are the points related to that over here. If they would have asked it, they would want to ask this, they would have asked from here, Farrukhsiyar Farman. Farrukhsiyar Farman will come primarily in the form of event-based thing. Again, I am telling you, right? Event-based thing. Privileges in Hyderabad. Again, what point you are seeing? Freedom from duties. You can write this. If you want to extend, the company retained existing privilege of freedom from duties for trade in Hyderabad and was required to pay only the prevailing rent for the Madras, whatever the rent was over there. देखो, history, every line, that's why I'm saying act as a fact, right? So that's why you should know what to ignore, what not to ignore. If you will keep on accepting everything, ultimately you will not get out of this particular history. ठीक है, इसलिए कुछ key points को ध्यान में रखो. Privilege in Surat, again same thing, duty exemption for an annual payment of, will you be remembering this? Not at all. The company was exempted from all duties in Surat. Corruption right. And currency over here, coinage, the coins minted by the company at Bombay were to be accepted as the currency throughout the Mughal Empire, right? That became one of the currency too, so that they can have facilitation of trade with respect to their trade only over here. And they were issuing the coins in the name of the emperor initially, but later on, as soon as this Mughals will be declining, they will start issuing the these coins in the name of EIC only, or in the name of later on crown you will be finding. ठीक है, तो minting यहाँ से शुरू होती है, currency aspect you will be finding. So I hope this you have understood, and now the framework is also completed over here. So what we have started from, just wait. This we have started from, guys, right? Now one time we are revising, just be connected so that you can able to think. Try to see over here. First, we understood about that when Britishers came in the form of EIC with a charter, right? So in 1609, who came over here? Hawkins came. Did he get any factories over here? No. 1612, one major war, Battle of Swally, was fought by Thomas Best. Then 1613, because of this perception change, 1613, who came? Edward. 1713 onwards, sorry, 1613 onwards, who will be coming over here? Thomas Roe, and he will be getting the concession for the factories of AAB, Agra, Ahmedabad, Bharuch. Remember this you have to remember. Then you will move forward, and 3 presidency towns will be formed. What are those towns? Madras, Bombay, and Bengal. In what time frame? 30s, 60s, and 90s. Trying to understand. Now, automatically, when you will be seeing in the paper, you don't have to remember that 1639 tha ya 1637 tha, because UPSC is not playing on these aspects. जब ये समझ जाओगे तो you will not be revolving around the nitty-gritties of things. जहाँ nitty-gritty चाहिए वो ये चीज़ है, ठीक है? 30s, 60s, 90s, these forts will be formed. Fort St. George, Bombay Castle, and you will be finding Fort Williams. And ultimately 1713 or 1717, one important thing is going to come, that is Farrukhsiyar Farman in the form of concession in Bengal, Gujarat, that is Surat, and Hyderabad. Great, guys. Now we'll be moving ahead, because the main thing up over here is the Anglo-Carnatic Wars, and that we will be understanding when we'll be understanding about France over here, right? So a bit of France again we will be understanding, and then we'll be focusing upon the Anglo-Carnatic Wars. Now France will be coming late in the subcontinent scenario. Settle down first, guys. break we will be taking after completion of advent of Europeans. ठीक है, तो तब तक settle down करो, and we will be getting over with it just after seeing the Anglo-Carnatic. ठीक है, Anglo-Carnatic देखेंगे, one major thing is over. ठीक है. Now this is guys France over here, and French came later on in the this trading scenario in the East Indies, and this particular thing started with some motivated rulers, passionate rulers you will be finding, and there is one minister who was responsible for the formation of French East India Company, and that minister I am talking about. Louis was the king, but who motivated him to do so? That was Colbert. Nobody will ask you this, right? But he was the minister written in your books. Now, as you will be moving forward, you will understand this is the time frame of 1660s. So over here you will be finding 1664. You can write this line also. Let me tell you over here. This over here you don't have to write, just write French East India Company. Founded in 1664. This is the foundation year of French East India Company. This is not a point of concern for us. When they formed their first factory in India, that is the point of concern, right? Founded by Minister Colbert. This one line you can write over here. Ignore the fodders, just write the keywords over here. And this obviously these companies were coming with the help of this monopoly. So 50-year monopoly will be coming over here. And these companies were granted that they can expand as much as they want. Territorial expansion they can do over here. So this you will be finding territorial concessions they got over here. No need to write. But now you have to write this over here, that the first factory which they formed in India was in 1667, guys. This point you highlight. 1667. And who was the important ruler at this point of time? Francois Caron, FC. Francois Caron, guys, right? Over here you can see Francois Caron in Surat. So the first factory, again a PYQ. 25 years before, the direct PYQ was there, that where the French established their first factory. It was in Surat in 1667. If I ask you, in the same time period, what Britishers were doing, or what EIC, whenever I'm saying Britishers, I'm concerned about EIC. Bombay, right? East India Company, Bombay, they have got on lease, try to link, right? Now, first factory in India. Now, before coming to India, France basically had their stronghold in this Indian Ocean. Why? Because of the territories which they have captured over here, in which still some territories are the French territories, that is French Union, Mauritius, Madagascar. These were the stronghold of France, and this will help them in the later Carnatic wars as the reinforcement. Reinforcement means more resources and men will be coming to help French in the Carnatic war which are going to happen. Understanding? This is just for understanding purpose. Now, second you will be finding over here the Masulipatam factory. Important. There are 4 factories which you will be seeing. Surat, Masulipatam. You will be finding one more factory over here, that is Chandarnagar, and the nerve center of French, that is Pondicherry. So first write about, you have written about Surat. Second, Masulipatam factory was founded by Mercara. No need to remember this. Mercara, this is MERCARA. No need to remember, you can leave, but you remember 1669, Masulipatam. Who else were having the factory at Masulipatam before? Dutch, the primary factory of Dutch in Masulipatam, lekin in which year? 1606 or 1605 you were seeing that, right? Good, over here. Masulipatam factory. And the most important, after this Masulipatam, they shifted to this particular area, and this became one of the important territory of France, that is Chandarnagar, guys, Chandarnagar. And Chandarnagar, basically, it was a township. It was a settlers type of colonization. People will be coming over here, French people, and settling themselves over here. Chandarnagar, 1673. It was established by one Mughal governor at this point of time, Shaista Khan. And Shaista Khan is the same Mughal governor, you try to remember. When I'll be telling you about the Maratha and Aurangzeb, Shaista Khan was defeated in Marathas and then sent by Aurangzeb as a punishment to this region over here, right? So at that point of also you remember about the Shaista Khan. So this is a one major Mughal governor, Shaista Khan over here, right? And he will be important for this Chandarnagar establishment. Three factories you are understanding. That is Surat. Second is Masulipatnam. Third is Chandarnagar. The fourth and most important factory or the settlement area, which is still you will be finding the remnants of French only, that is Pondicherry, guys. Pondicherry over here. So Pondicherry, the power center of the French territories. Who founded it, this particular site? Francois Martin. You can write this. Francois Martin, not Francois Karen was responsible. So Francois Martin, again, he was one of the, you can say, a governor type of person over here who was having the control after Francois Karen. So Francois Martin established Pondicherry, replacing Francois Karen as the French governor in the same year. So timeline you should remember. This is 1674, guys, Pondicherry. Right over here. Now from here they will be expanding, guys. The expansion will be happening from 1674 to the areas which you have known now under the French territories, French occupation. What are the Pondicherry areas you will be finding? Like the Karaikal, Mahe over here, and Yanam you will be finding, right? So these areas will be taken, Mahe, Karaikal, Balasore, Kasim. And this is happening 1670s onwards. Okay, this you try to remember. So from this particular part, you are understanding that Pondicherry became an important nerve center of French. Now my question to you is, was France lost this Pondicherry to some European power? No or yes? Yes, they lost this Pondicherry to some European power, and that European power is Dutch, not English. And this is a trick over here. So that's why that can be asked. So French or later on Dutch over here, though their occupation in India was no more, but still they were existing somewhere, and they found the opportunity to take over the Pondicherry in 1690s because of the bigger geopolitical scenario which was happening in Europe. But the outcome was there will be, which I was talking about, French Dutch rivalry over here. French versus Dutch. And this case you will be finding, this was the outcome of a larger geopolitical scenario happening in Europe, and the outcome you will be seeing over here too. So what will be happening? That they will be occupying, the Dutch will be occupying Pondicherry over here. Pondicherry over here in 1690s you will be finding. But then, as usual, you will be finding when the wars are starting, when the geopolitical tension are starting from Europe, they will be ending in Europe also. So what you will be finding, there will be one treaty which will be happening. No need to remember this treaty because nobody will ask you this. But you understand what happened by this treaty. And as usual, treaties are for agreement, status quo, that whatever territories you have captured, return us back. So what will be happening over here? Pondicherry will be taken back again to the French, right? That is how French is reoccupying the Pondicherry. Now this is the information. How UPSC has asked this information 25 years before. How UPSC has asked. Again, guys, this is not, you have to be in sync. How UPSC has asked the information. Good. I understood you are saying it right. That that Pondicherry was never occupied by some other power than French. Simple. They were not complicating it by Treaty of Reykjavik. They can make it difficult by taking this Treaty of Reykjavik in the name, but they will never do so. These are foreign treaties, guys, not happened on our soil. You try to understand the psyche, right? So that's why things will become easy. So that's why this simple statement came in the examination 20 years before. Also, as French will be declining, so Pondicherry will be taken up by later on. There will be some power. The power of Britishers also will come over here, but again will be returned, right? And that is how we are coming up to our last topic of this particular topic, topic which we are seeing. That is the Anglo-Carnatic Wars. First of all, be fixed with when that happened. First, Anglo-Carnatic. Second, Anglo-Carnatic. Third, Anglo-Carnatic. अरे तुम लोग आपस में बात मत करो भाई. Excuse me. Focus over here, please. है ना? First, second, and third. Now, first of all, fix the timeline. What is the timeline? Because timeline question might come from the battles. There are two types of question. Nobody is going to ask you the process, but you should know the timeline, you should know the background, and you should know the outcome. Okay? So over here, first Anglo-Carnatic, 1740 to 1748. 1748 to second Anglo-Carnatic, 1754. And over here, 1757 to 1758 to 1763 you will be finding over here. Understanding, guys, this is the particular part over here. Your entire focus should be on, if I ask you what was the background happening in first Anglo-Carnatic War, you should be able to tell me. What was the immediate reason of second Anglo-Carnatic War, you should be able to tell me, and the third also, and the outcome too you should know over here, right? So let us see one by one about the first Anglo-Carnatic War. What was the immediate reason of first Anglo-Carnatic War? First Anglo-Carnatic. This is the first war over here, 1740s to 1748. And this over here you will be finding the background. This should be the course. Now course you should write as small as possible, and this should be the outcome over here, guys. Okay. So what was the background over here which you have found, that why this war started? Was the background or the immediate reason was external or internal in nature? External. What was the reason which you all must be knowing? Austrian War of Succession, guys. And that's why the impact, this is happening where? After the downfall of this Austrian king you will be finding. So the European power will be fighting amongst each other for the occupation of this Austria. And who was the major power back then in the Europe? England and France. They will be fighting, right? And the war will be reflected to the colonies too. Not only to the Indian subcontinent, but to the African subcontinent also. But to the East Indies also you will be finding, right? So this you will be finding over here. Austrian War of Succession was one major region. Now what will be the course? Why this particular, what will be the first action which will initiate the war in India? That is also important. Like what happened in India that this second Anglo-Carnatic started? Fortification of Madras, you want to say? Primary, this is also not the reason. Who attacked first? This is Anglo-Carnatic. So first question should be who attacked whom? French attacked Britishers. Now you will be finding over here, first of all, Britishers will be attacking the French over here. And where they will be attacking, guys? They will be attacking the naval ships near around the borders of Madras. Near around Pondicherry you will be seeing, because Pondicherry, Madras, over here you will be finding Chennai, and this nearby Pondicherry you will be seeing. Okay, so nearby areas. So the French, so the English fleet will be first attacking to the French fleets. And this outcome was because of this Austrian War of Succession. And I'll be letting you know also, right also, don't worry. Just understand first of all. Now because of this, what will be happening? Because of this, there will be French who will be calling the help from the Madagascar, Mauritius region. The reinforcement you will be finding of the French territories or the French fleet over here. That's how French got powerful later on in 1740, 1745. And they will be now directly capturing the fort over here. That is Fort St. George. And that is in Madras. So Madras will be captured over here by French. French will be capturing this Madras. So overall you try to understand. Second Anglo-Carnatic War began first by English on Indian soil by attacking the French. French called his troops from the Madagascar, Mauritius region and captured this region. What is that region? Madras, an important territory. But as I have said, this is not only happening over here Anglo-Carnatic. It is happening in the other countries too. So in America, in North America, the English will be winning over there, and English will be capturing one important place that is not written in your books again, but will be capturing Louisburg. Louisburg in Canada you will be finding, and this is an important French territory, guys. And who will be capturing it? British. Understand carefully. Active mind. That's why I have said you in the first few minutes. Be active, because this will not be asked. But now the treaty which is going to happen, you will understand over here that first of all in India, who is winning this particular, who is on the winning side? French. They have occupied one major territory, Madras, and they were highly efficient too. In the Canada, it was happening opposite. English were winning over there. So when they will be coming on the negotiation table, what will be happening over here? Status quo, exchange of territories, whatever you have occupied. So this first Anglo-Carnatic War will be resulting into a treaty called as Aix-la-Chapelle. Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle. Aix-la-Chapelle, guys. Again, nobody will ask you this. How question will be going to come over here? The question or the statement will be in the form that the outcome of the treaty was heavily on the side of Britishers. Was it right? Was heavily on the side of France. Was it right? This is an inconclusive treaty. So the question is going to come as straight as this. Let me tell you from here. Right? Though from the war's point of view, questions are not coming, but when the questions will come, again, there will be timeline sense based question, or there will be questions like they will be adding some more battles over here too. One line about Anglo-Carnatic, one line about Anglo-Mysore, one line about Anglo-Maratha. This is the format of question like this which you are going to find. Okay? So first war you will be finding, and the outcome will be Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle. Now just see the Anglo-Carnatic War, first Anglo-Carnatic War, let me tell you. See over here, guys. The immediate cause you try to understand, which I was telling you. The English Navy, under this personality written in your books, no need to focus, sees some French ships to provoke hostilities. Understanding when I'm saying English attacked first, that is more than enough. Under whom? Not required. You can leave this. Second point, France, though initially not in favor of extending the conflict, retaliated by seizing Madras with the help of Burduna. Again, not important. This is an admiral in Madagascar region. This is written in your book. And the French governor of Mauritius, basically Burduna over here. And he will be calling his help, and ultimately they will be having the siege of Madras. That is how Madras is captured. And then what will be happening over here? Treaty of outcome will be Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle. This is important, guys. But over here, one more thing happened. This is not it. And let me explain you this, because from here question might be there. So this is the Carnatic area. You're understanding this is known as the Carnatic area. And Carnatic area is ruled by a Nawab. And the Nawab name which you have said is Anwar Uddin. Again, not important over here. Names, local names, not important. Now he's a local ruler over here. There is Anglo-Carnatic happening on the coast. And the Carnatic is a big place over here. This capital will be Arcot. So over here, nearby Chennai only, you are going to find Arcot. Now try to understand how Anwaruddin would engage in this war. Why Indian personality will be engaging in this war. So first of all, you will find that English, when got defeated, whom he will be going to? At this point of time, English was demanding the help of Anwaruddin. And Anwaruddin, because at this point of time, this is very early, they were thinking that we are really efficient army-wise, navy-wise. But over here, what will be happening? They will not be supported by Anwaruddin initially. Now, this is the story I am telling you. What happened later on? Carnatic French was able to take Anwaruddin by their side. But if Anwaruddin is coming to their side, that means some negotiation must have happened. And the negotiation is always of few things, that is of territories over here, right? So after this war happened over here, or during this war when it was happening, the French basically did not, you can say, did not focus or did not realize the terms of the treaty. That means they ignored the terms of the treaty with Anwaruddin. And that's why one important battle will be fought with an Indian ruler in this first Anglo-Carnatic war, that is known as Battle of San Thome. Pronunciate the way you want again. This over here will be happening. Again, nobody will ask you the reason, guys, San Thome, but this can be asked. Battle of San Thome. And when it was happening? Timeline kya, if you want to guess, you cannot be clueless. 1740s, you cannot be clueless, guys. 1740s is going on. First Anglo-Carnatic. So near around 1748, 49, you are going to see that this Battle of San Thome was fought near the coast of the river, that is Adyar River. And that's why this battle is sometimes known as Battle of Adyar, right? So that's why this Battle of Adyar over here. Now, what was the outcome of this battle, guys? Who was defeated? Anwaruddin. We all know that over here. Now the major thing was that few hundred of these Frenchmen defeated thousands large army of Anwaruddin, and that was shocking at that point of time. And that basically changed the perception of these European navies at that point of time in the Carnatic region. Right? Because they created a deterrence over here. And this was seen in the Second Anglo-Carnatic War, because now the Indian rulers will be utilizing these European powers in their local dispute. This you are going to find. Right? So they were defeated. The impact was huge of Battle of Adyar. Again. So this you have understood, guys. I hope this is clear. Now, these points you must have heard somewhere, right? But these are coming in sync and you have to ultimately recall it in the examination. So first Anglo-Carnatic, background, immediate cause you have understood. Background is Austrian War of Succession. The immediate cause was English attacked the French fleet over there. French will be calling the help. Nobody will be going to ask you. But there will be siege of Madras which will be happening. And there will be some altercations with the local ruler Anwaruddin too. Why the altercations were happening? You know it. That why he changed and switched side. But ultimately there will be Battle of Adyar or Battle of San Thome which will be fought over here. And Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle will also be happening over here. Right? Understanding, guys? Now let us move forward and see the Second Anglo-Carnatic War. Second Anglo-Carnatic War, what you have seen in that, like what is the timeline first of all? 54 you will be finding, right? Again, the same way you understand it, what was the background over here? And this is quite complex over here, guys. What is the course and what was the outcome? Now this is complex over here, but if you tried to read on your own also, if you would have read, this is a complex in the way they have written in the spectrum, and they have made it very complex, guys. But what was the background of it? If I ask you why this war happened, what was the reason for happening this second Anglo-Carnatic War? Succession dispute, you can say. Civil war, you can say, right? This is also one point you will be finding. But with whom? Like, who were having these succession disputes over here? Right, there are a lot of names now you might have read, and in the book there is the whole chronology of rulers which is given, which is not required again, though I'll be telling you. But again, you can just read it and ignore it. This is the art which you have to develop, right? A lot of things you have to read and ignore. So over here, you will be finding there is a province which is rising, which is getting important. That is Hyderabad. And Hyderabad is ruled by Nizam. Now the timeline which is going on is Second Anglo-Carnatic, that is 1740s. But Hyderabad got its independent status over here under Asaf Jah, right? But when he came to power over here and got this territory as independent, when was that time frame, if you can tell me? 1740s around, but that happened 1724, and that you have to keep it fixed. Why I'm saying this? Because they can ask it in the chronological manner. Directly they will be throwing you that the independence of Hyderabad, or Hyderabad got nominally independent. This statement can come, right? So 1724, there will be one personality which will be discussing it later, Mughals, Chinchilij Khan. Must have heard about Chinchilij Khan. His other name was, it took Asaf Jah over here, and by one more name he used to call him Nizam ul Mulk. All are these same personalities. Nizam ul Mulk, guys, over here. Now he will be somewhere having the hold from 1724 in the Hyderabad province or in the Hyderabad region. Whereas in the Carnatic, this is the Carnatic area, there was the Nawab rule, and Nawab rule under one dynasty which you will be finding, that is Navyath dynasty. Navyath dynasty. Now there will be a series of ruler in Navyath dynasty also. But one ruler name I have told you already, that was involved in 1748, the war with the French, and that's why I directly come to Anwaruddin. Otherwise in your books they have written Dost Ali too, and after that his son will come to power, and after that his son's regent will be coming to the power, and that was Anwaruddin basically. So Anwaruddin's succession is already disputed. Understand carefully, guys. Again I am saying Anwaruddin succession is disputed over here. Why? Because some other prominent should be there, that who will be claiming that I should come to the throne, right? There should be other party who will be asserting the fact that I should be the next Nawab of here. So who will be that proponent? Chanda Sahib. Chanda Sahib over here you will be finding. Now Chanda Sahib and Anwaruddin was fighting for the Nawabship of Carnatic area. You just try to remember if you want to remember something. Understanding? After over here 1740s onward, Nizam ul Mulk will be dying. So what will be happening in this area? Again civil war, crisis, and there will be again two people who will be rising for the legitimacy of the throne. And who will be these two people? There will be Nasir Jung and Muzaffar Jung. Muzaffar Jung, guys. This you try to understand. That means they are fighting for the Nizamship of Hyderabad. They are fighting for the nawabship of Carnatic. Understanding? The dispute is happening like this. Now you don't go into the blood relations, like you will be finding this Nasir Jung, the son of Asaf, but was not favored by Asaf itself to be the next emperor or to be the next Nizam. Whereas he was favoring his grandson, his daughter's son over here, grandson, right? He was favoring. Again, these relationships are not important. Even these names are not important, but so that you can remember something, that's why I'm telling you. Over here, Nizamship, two people, Nasir Jung, Muzaffar Jung, and over there, two people, Chanda Sahib versus Anwaruddin will be happening. Second Carnatic war you are seeing. इतना याद रखो इसमें अभी, ठीक है? Next, what will be happening over here? When Anwaruddin versus Chanda Sahib happened, the initiation of calling out the Europeans or taking European side will be started by Chanda Sahib. And why? Because he saw that how France, few people defeated this large fleet of Anwaruddin. And that is how exactly Chanda Sahib will be going to the French side and will be asking their what? Support. And why French will be supporting? Nobody will be supporting for like nothing. There is no free lunch. You must have heard it in international relations. What will be getting? They will be getting what? Land, money, influence over the region, right? So Chanda Sahib will be negotiating with the French over here. First of all, you try to understand. They will be colluding with the French, and one system will be formed. One group will be formed. Chanda Sahib, French over here, and these people used to interfere in their local politics also. Like Asaf Jah usually interfered in the politics of Carnatic too. So there was influence of these two areas too. So when these two groups were forming, this Chanda Sahib also supported the Nizamship of Muzaffar Jung to this particular place of Hyderabad. So there are three people who are coming together. And what are those people? Chanda Sahib, French East India Company, and Muzaffar Jung. That's why when I am saying that the origination of giving the army on rent, or you can say giving the army on some money, was started by French, and this became the original thought of the subsidiary alliance, which was later on perfected by Britishers. So over here these things are happening when you see, and this is the PYQ again, that who did this origination of this particular renting the army basically. So again I am telling you, there is one camp which is formed, that is Muzaffar Jung for Hyderabad, Chanda Sahib for Carnatic, and one more personality is there, that is French East India Company, and Duplay will be prominent over here, guys. Okay? So this is one camp, and the second camp will be of Anwaruddin, you can say, because he will be getting died later on. You will be finding one more personality will be coming. Next particular Nasir Jung, and they will be automatically taking the help of, and British will also be interested over here. And both of them want that their puppet ruler should be ruling, and this will be their philosophy. And throughout expansion and consolidation, you will be understanding that only. Okay, that we provided them the reason to interfere in our polity. Why? Because there was no strong authority which was present. Right? Now there will be wars which will be happening. Wars, how you have to understand for the examination. This is important. There will be three wars, guys, in this. Battle of Ambur, second battle of Jinji, good, and third battle of Trichy or Trichunapalli. This is important over here. How these battle fought, what was the process? Not important. But these battles were fought in Second Anglo-Carnatic War. This is important. Initially, you will be finding in Battle of Ambur, this side was winning. Let me just tell you, no need to remember, just understand. This French side was winning, and they attacked Anwaruddin force initially and killed Anwaruddin over here. So they were winning, and Battle of Ambur result was that these people were winning over here. So they were getting confident, right? Anwaruddin got eliminated. They picked up one more personality for the Nawabship of Carnatic. Again, no need to remember the name, but there will be some personality whom they will be vouching for. Battle of Jinji. Second Battle of Jinji. Again, they will be winning this particular Battle of Jinji too. French will be able to basically destroy the fort of Jinji, which was impregnable at that point of time. That was one advancement. Again, this team is winning over here, right? Chanda Sahib is getting the Nawab over here too, you will be finding, and giving a lot of concession to French East India Company. But the whole game changed in the Battle of Trichy. Why the whole game changed? Because over here you will be finding a normal person will be becoming one of the most important personality of British India, East India Company later on, and the architect of Battle of Plassy and other thing you will be finding. That is the rise of Robert Clive you will be finding. Again, I can tell you about how he did this, basically between shuffling between the forts of Trichy, shuffling between the forts of St. David and Madras. But at this point of time, this will be making you confused with respect to that, because nobody is going to ask. The things which can be asked over here, that these three battles, when it happened, and the chronological sense they will be asked, guys. Battle of Ambur, Battle of Jinji, Battle of Trichy. Till now you have learnt a very small battles, like Battle of Swali, when it happened. Good. 1612 you will be finding Battle of Swali. Battle of Diu, Battle of Chaw, 1500s you will be finding this, right? And Battle of San Thome, right? Like this you try to remember, questions are going to come like this. Okay? Now these battles, and Battle of Ambur, let me tell you all, this is a PYQ. How question, and this PYQ was asked 25 years before. This was the type of question that used to come 25 years before too. And how this was asked? Two known battles, Battle of Plassy, Battle of Buxar, and one more known battle, Battle of Wandiwash. And one of the difficult that point of time was Ambur, Battle of Ambur. Right now, three will be unknown and one will be known, guys. So be ready for these type of information over here, right? This is the main complex war which we have got over. Now the last that is over here, that is the third Anglo-Carnatic. Third Anglo-Carnatic, and this is one small war again over here. Third Anglo-Carnatic. Again, this happened in 1758 to 1763. Background, force, and over here outcome. Okay, good. Good, guys. Suppression. All right, guys. So what I was telling you about third Anglo-Carnatic, let us just finish this topic and then you can have your break. What is the background of third Anglo-Carnatic? 7 Years War. And this is also, this war was not small, right? This war is also known as World War Zero. This is World War Zero which happened over here, right? Because almost every continent was engaged in this war. And the major impact you will be finding in Europe. Because of this, there was a major revolution happened. The American Revolution, one of the causes you will find 7 Year War. The French Revolution, one of the causes you will find 7 Year War. Right? No matter who, which side won, but this was having a lot of significance. In India also, you will be finding its significance in the form of Third Anglo-Carnatic War, which is said to be more important than Battle of Plassy, because English could finally overthrow the most competitive power with respect to them over here, and now can expand over here, right, after defeating the competitive opponent, that is French. So the background you will be understanding, 7 Year War. 7 Year War. And this, the outcome was seen in all the continents. In the Indian subcontinent, in the India, you will be finding what happened over here. And there will be few personalities like the French personality, French, Count de Lally you will be finding over here. And from the Britishers side, Sir Iry Coote, right? No need to remember, let me tell you, let me show you over here. Third Carnatic War, you see, guys. The Third Carnatic War, just write 7 Year War, part of global conflict that is known as 7 Year War over here. Course of war, Who will be attacking first? Just remember this. Ask yourself who will be initiating this conflict. Like in first Carnatic War, you have seen English has done. In the second Carnatic War, you will be finding France will be doing so. So France over here under Count de Lally captured the English forts of Saint David. You can write this line, and Vizag Nagaram. 1758, the French under Count de Lally captured the English forts of Saint David and Vizag Nagaram. Now English will be launching offense over here, and one major blow happened in the second Anglo-Carnatic War was the recall of Dupleix, because the onus of losing or onus of that inconclusive treaty was put on Dupleix, guys, right? So that's why over here you will be finding French will be on the loosening side. So the English responded offensively, defeating the French fleet under Masulipatam over here. Admiral, this particular personality, no need to write, but they will be defeating them over here in Masulipatam. Later, the final war will be happening between, one of the major war you will be finding happening between Britishers and French. That is in 1760. That is Battle of Wandiwash or Wandiwash, you can say the way you want. Over here, this I hope you have written it. 1760, you can mark it as the Battle of Wandiwash, where Sir Eyre Coote completely crushed the French army or the French power over here. Right. So over here you will be finding the decisive battle took place 1760. You can mark 1760 over here. 1760 at Wandiwash in Tamil Nadu. This is the place in Tamil Nadu. Over here you will be finding. Ultimately, they will be defeating French over here, and there will be one treaty which will be happening, and that treaty is known as Treaty of Paris. So they will be returning the territories of French, but they will be limiting their political ambition and limiting them to the limiting them to only with a small commercial affairs, that is wherever they are residing, Pondicherry, Karaikal and other places over there, right? So this will be the end of your Anglo-Carnatic over here, and after this you will be finding English will expand, now fighting with the local rulers, local powers, right? So this is one advent of Europeans. I hope you have understood it comprehensively, guys. Let us just have the conclusion over here, that how the process we have seen, right, for you all. So we started with our broad framework was Anglo or was world context, Indian context. All guys यहाँ पर अभी participate करो, this is for you only, right, so that you can revise what you have read. World context we were seeing, Indian context we were seeing, then the coming up of these powers in the form of Portuguese, the Dutch, French, Dutch, and then English, Danes, and French. Okay, Danes is remaining. So see the Danes territories over here. Just wait. Danes is only important from the religious point of view. They were not having much more impact over here, but you should know some of their sites. And though this is written in the last, but they have come before French, right? So this you try to understand. And some of the territories which they formed is 1616. They formed the territory, or they formed their company in 1616, and the first territory will be Tranquebar. That is nothing but Tanjore, guys. Question chances are very less, but you can write certain site with respect to Danish also. That is Denmark over here. Tranquebar, Sirampur. I'll be uploading this PPT. Don't worry about it, right? Just go through it once whenever you will be revising. That was more notable for missionary activities rather than commercial endeavors. So just remember these two sites, Tranquebar and Sirampur. Sirampur is where? In Calcutta itself, right? And that is how we have ended this topic, that is advent of Europeans. Now I hope you are comfortable with the framework, guys. Okay. Once you are understanding this, now the template which I have given you, try to fill that. And if you will be seeing that template, the template is written in the same format. World context, you will be writing just the heading. The heading like 1653. Now engage over here. Headings over here of world context. What we have seen: fall of Constantinople, Renaissance, Treaty of Tordesillas. Come up with more. Prince Henry the Navigator. Right, all this you have seen over here. Indian context you have tried to understood. Now come to the Portuguese. Portuguese first initial decade. What were all the sites which they captured? Triple C you will be remembering. In 1510, Goa. In 1530s, Daman, Diu and Basai. And Hooghly, what was Hooghly captured? 37. Who was able to have the hold over the choke points of Hormuz, Malacca and Albuquerque, guys, right? And who was having this blue water policy, right? Now all these are silly points over here which you will be learning, but these factories were more complex to understand, right? Next you will be moving forward. Who was the ruler who was having the pact with Bahadur Shah, and who was the contemporary of Mahmud Begada? Contemporary of Mahmud Begada. That's where फंस गए ना. You will be finding this Almeida, because 1509, 1508, or Albuquerque was also, but Pune is very far. 1530s you try to see. ठीक है, तो close one छोड़ दो, लेकिन far one is Pune, right? Now you will be moving ahead. Dutch, with respect to, you have understood the factories. The most important factory was in Andhra Pradesh, but time 1605, 1606 you are going to see. The next important factory, Calicut, the way you want to say. The Cochin was captured by them when? 1660s you will be finding, right? 1660s Cochin was captured. Also, there will be some Anglo-Dutch rivalry, but that is related to Indonesia. If I ask you, where was this Battle of Kolachal fought, between whom? And this is going to come new in the examination. That's what you should prepare for. Battle of Kolachal. Battle of Kolachal, guys. Good. You are coming to the point. You have said it correctly. Good. Let the people think. Battle of Kolachal. This is again a PYQ. Break ki jaldi mat karo. Break hone wala 5 minutes. This is a PYQ over here. You will be finding Battle of Kolachal. Battle of Kolachal fought between Dutch and the Kerala ruler, that is a Raja of Travancore over here, that is Marthand Varma. So write this Battle of Kolachal in Dutch. 1741. 1741 Battle of Kolachal happened between Dutch and Marthand Varma of Travancore. Right, Candy. Or third is Paris, right? ठीक है, तो Battle of Kolachal, I hope everybody have you written it. This has been asked in UPSC, other examination, not till now, not in civil services. It can come, guys, rightly. ठीक है, directly it can come. Battle of Kolachal, 17. Now, what was the outcome? Who won this war? What do you think? Dutch did not win the war. Over here, Marthand Varma won this war. 1741. 1741, highlight this part. Okay. So, let us take the break. We have seen over here this particular part. Next, we will be revising it later on. Come back again at 2:45, guys. Online, if you have any doubts, you can ask right now. Now, that was a wrong statement, no? Because Pondicherry was taken over by Dutch also. Pondicherry was taken by later on by English also. Right, so Pondicherry was never have been altogether French territory only. It have other opponents or occupants too, right? ठीक है. Right, I'll be sending you the PPT, right? Don't worry. Okay, guys, have the break, and we'll be resuming it at 2:45.
Hello, hello.
Saurav, connected online. All right, guys. Fall back, guys. Settle down, please. Focus over here at the back. बातें खत्म हो गई हो तो अब प्लीज आयो. हाँ नहीं नहीं ठीक है. चलो एवरीबडी कैन हियर मी टिल द लास्ट राइट. ठीक है. सेटल डाउन फास्ट गाइस प्लीज. लेट अस स्टार्ट नाउ. ठीक है. ऑनलाइन कनेक्टेड. चलो गाइस फॉल बैक. All concentration over here now. Till now we have seen advent of Europeans. Advent of Europeans note making we have done, right? Like note making, that means I have told you how you have to do the note making over here. Let me now focus upon that aspect also, so that you can fill up your what notes which I have told you, right? ठीक है डन. अच्छा मैंने सुना यहाँ पर भी कुछ वॉर वगैरह हुई थी क्लास में. बैटल वगैरह कुछ डिस्प्यूट हुआ. हाँ चलो चलो इट्स ऑल राइट. ट्राई टू बी सिंसियर गाइस ओवर हियर, राइट? यू आर हियर पार्टिसिपेटिंग इन अ क्लास. ठीक है गाइस. अभी हंसी का कुछ है. ठीक है. नथिंग हैपेंड ओवर हियर. अभी इधर ध्यान दो यार. आ जाओ इधर आ जाओ. अब हम आगे बढ़ेंगे नहीं तो फिर यही चलता रहेगा आपका. हाँ भाई क्या हुआ गाइस? क्या बात है भाई? ध्यान दे दो इधर. और वो आखिरी में क्या चल रहा है? चलो बी सिंसियर गाइस. बी सिंसियर. कम ऑन. Let us move ahead. Now over here we had done first topic, advent of Europeans. Now we are focusing upon. देखो मेरे को एक दो को बाहर निकालना पड़ेगा बेमतलब. Why do you want that? Most of the people over here are sincerely listening to me. कुछ एक दो का ध्यान मेरे को इधर उधर ही दिख रहा है. क्यों करना चाह रहे हो भाई? That I don't want to do. आप यहाँ पर आए हो. You are here to participate. You are here to learn, right? Again at the last, please don't let me डू दैट. ठीक है. क्लास जब साइज बड़ा होता है तो थोड़ा बहुत प्रॉब्लम्स ये सारी आपको देखना पड़ता है, राइट? तो बी सिंसियर ओवर हियर. नाउ फर्स्ट टॉपिक वी हैड डन, दैट इज एडवेंट ऑफ यूरोपियंस. Online 2 we have seen this. Now let me tell you how you will be seeing through the PPTs. This is the PPT which I will be sending you guys. Now can you see in this format? So whatever your template I have given you, the template you will be seeing it in the form of the world context, Indian context, Portuguese, Dutch, Danes, English, and then France. Now whatever we have studied and whatever running notes you have made out of this class, you will once reconcile with this PPT, and that should be the exercise which you have to do tomorrow or whenever you find time. The right time is tomorrow only, because tomorrow you are getting the cap. Understanding? Okay. So in that format, advent of Europeans, we have tried to understand. If you will see the PPT, it is exactly what we have studied. Keyword oriented, because now you know that ultimately what you have to take out from the Portuguese, what you have to take out from the English. Don't get confused in this particular point of view now. Now let us move ahead and we will be seeing our second topic, that is advent of European. Advent of Europeans. Oh, sorry, advent of Europeans we have seen. Sorry, expansion and consolidation. Let me come in sync with the class also. We had a good break. Expansion and consolidation, a broad topic, a very complicated topic. Okay? This you try to understand on your own. Also you would have tried to understand it. Whatever the flaws, whatever the problems you have faced, try to improve over here. So let me ask you what all problems you have faced while dealing with this particular chapter, because this must not be new to you. Online people, let me just see all is well with the online people. Right, Yash, I will be sending the PDF. Right. Voice issues there, sort of now good. Online people, voice issues there or not? First tell me audio is perfect, video is perfect. Right, guys, over here, expansion and consolidation. Tell me what are the problems you have faced in this chapter. You might have understood it on your own too. Background story. This is one good, okay. Too many treaties are there. Anglo-Maratha, Anglo-Mysore, chronology, dates. Now you're coming to the points, like the pain points. This you should come up with, guys, right? These are the pain points. Then only you will accept the things. Then only you will take what I am showing you over here, right? अगर demand ही नहीं होगा, अगर you will not be understanding what is the demand of this particular topic, you will not be able to understand that. Okay. The most important thing over here is with respect to the treaties. Why these wars are happening? What was the outcome of these wars? Also, you will be finding over here, like in Anglo-Maratha, a lot of personalities are there. Anglo-Mysore, a lot of personalities are there. So there will be a lot of ruckus over here with respect to this. Also, with respect to Anglo-Afghan, Anglo-Sindh, Anglo-Punjab, again, there is a whole lot of diplomacy which is going on in the Northwest, right? So we will be understanding it now with the framework over here. First of all, you try to understand. This should be the core. Keep on writing it. Keep on making it. This I don't have to say. मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है आप लोग बहुत ही पैसिव हो रखे हो. A few of you. ठीक है, keep on writing it, guys. है ना? ये जैसे जैसे चल रहा है वैसे वैसे आप लिखते जाओ. So please. Online people just wait. Over here now, because the major battles we are going to see. Chalo. Try to understand this particular part very carefully, because if you will try to do it on your own, it will take time, it will take efforts. तो क्यों ना यहाँ पर if you are sitting समझने की कोशिश करना what is happening. Over here this is Bengal region. So first you will be finding this Bengal region over here also. Over here who is rising? Marathas. Over here near Tungabhadra Doab, who will be carving out their principality? Near about Tungabhadra Doab, you will be finding Mysore. And near around this particular KG Delta, or here, you will be finding the Hyderabad. Present day Andhra Pradesh districts will also be over here. This Mysore region, if you want to know exactly, then you will be seeing the major portion of Karnataka, middle Karnataka, southern Karnataka, and the western Andhra Pradesh, if you want to see the exact positions. Okay. This is already over. The hold of or the puppet ruler will be off from the side of Britishers. So this Carnatic is already under the influence of British. This you will be finding, right? Then over here you will be finding one more principality will be carved out, and that will be of Sikhs over here, guys. Important. A small principality in present day Pakistan you will be finding is of Sindh, right? And then over here a major area will be coming again, and that will be of Afghan. This is the scenario which you are going to understand from 1750s onward, where we have left Anglo-Carnatic, right? Anglo-Carnatic was the last point, important point which we were seeing, and the last Anglo-Carnatic happened in 1763. That means in between also there were certain things which were happening over here, and this we are going to understand now with the topic expansion and consolidation phase. So this is over here, expansion and consolidation. Expansion and consolidation. In this, we are going to understand about Bengal, then Maratha, broad framework, Maratha, then Mysore, and then we will be seeing the Anglo for this particular northwestern diplomacy. Northwestern diplomacy in the form of Sikh, Sikh, Afghan, and Sindh over here, guys. Right? One by one, we are going to understand what is happening with the Mughal authority during 1700 onwards. Their power was declining over here, right? And one more topic will come to before starting this, that will be the declining power of Mughals. So you will be understanding it in the form of later Mughals. Later Mughals, guys. This is one topic. So first we will be starting with later Mughals, then we will be starting with the expansion phase over here, right? This will be our scope of this particular topic right now. Later Mughals, first of all, let us begin with later Mughal, and this is all part of this only, right? Later Mughals. First question again. You should be asking that how question can come from here. How questions can be framed from here? This you should ask, or what do you think? How questions can be framed from here? One, there will be not a single full-fledged question will be coming on these later Mughals. For example, Jahandar Shah, there will be no full-fledged question you will not see. But you will see one or two statements based upon these later Mughals. So event becomes important over here. Like the Ijara system was introduced in the time frame of, like Nadir Shah invaded in the time frame of, when Battle of Panipat was happening, who was the emperor, Mughal emperor? When Buxar was happening, who was the emperor over here? So like this, questions will be framed, and from this point of view, you try to understand, because there is a vast list of emperors over here, right? So one or two points I will make you write. Though the write-up is huge, I will be showing you the PPT. A lot of content is there. But one or two points from my side, I will be focusing upon that you should write that. Right? So let us begin with the later Mughals. How you see after this particular Aurangzeb. This is first chronologically I am writing. Later on, we will be adding the facts. This is the chronological order you have to understand. Who was the, after Aurangzeb, who came to power over here? Bahadur Shah I. And he was basically from 1707 to 17012. This you have to, first I'm just writing all these particular rulers who came. And these later Mughals you will be finding from 1707 to 1857. Keep on writing. Then the second personality you will be finding from 1712 to 1713. Just for 1 year, you will be finding it as Jahandar Shah, great. You all must be remembering this, Jahandar Shah. Why they were important, 1 or 2 points I'll be making you write. Next, important personality, one important event you have seen till now. Farrukhsiyar. Good, Farrukhsiyar. I hope you have written this. Okay. Let us move ahead. After that, in 1719, you will be finding 2 more rulers will be coming over here. And these were mere the puppets. That's how you will understand when we will be explaining, or I'll be explaining you that there was the role of kingmakers now in the later Mughals. So that's why a lot of power shuffling you will find. So over here, 2 rulers, Rafi Ud Dola you will be finding, and one more Rafi Ujjat you will be seeing over here. We'll be seeing the name. Not very important because they will be toppled in 1719 itself. Names I'll be letting you write when we'll be going through the PPT. Just try to understand over here. 1719 to 1748. Good over here. Who will be there? Muhammad Shah Rangila. A long time frame you will be finding of Muhammad Shah Rangila over here. And still the downfall of Mughals. Mughals did not fell in power just after Aurangzeb. It took time, guys. It took time, and one of the major events you will be finding in the time frame of Muhammad Shah Rangila. Again, we will discuss. Just write it right now. As we will move forward from 1748 to 1754, really great over here. Ahmad Shah, not Abdali. He will be Ahmad Shah Bahadur. Abdali to different ho jayega, right? Abdali is from Durrani Empire. Ahmad Shah, he will be different Bahadur. Okay. I hope you have written this. Now, Bahadur. Now, move ahead. 1754 to 17. Who will be there? Alamgir II. As you will be moving ahead, 1759 to 1806. Thank you. Over here, what you will be finding? Shah Alam II. Now, these are bit important because over here a lot of things happened. Buxar and third battle of Panipat. Over here, Plassy. Though we'll be seeing it right now. I'm not elaborating it. Okay. 1806 to 1837. Who will be there? Akbar II, guys. Now these are completely titular head, right? Mere puppet over here, rubber stamp. And the final 1837 to 1857, you will be finding Bahadur Shah Zafar II over here. Bahadur Shah Zafar or Bahadur Shah II. So this is the chronologically, first of all, of later Mughals. Either they will be asking you the based upon this chronological or certain events now which we are going to explore over here. Let us focus on the events, guys. See these guys over here. First of all, Bahadur Shah. right? First of all, you listen over here. Aurangzeb was having harsh policies with respect to his Deccan campaign, with respect to his overall rule, and more I'll be telling you about in medieval history. Because of his policies, religious policy, expansionist policies, you will be finding there were a lot of revolts emerged during his time period only. And the revolts was with respect to the Jat revolts, the Satnami revolts, the Sikh revolts, and Bundela revolts. And there were the revolts from Marathas side also. So the whole area you will be finding there was chaos situation in his time frame. You try to understand. That's how you will able to remember. So when next ruler will come, and this will happen always, when one ruler is transitioning from a phase of chaos, he will try to stabilize the empire, right? And that is what you will be finding the policies of the next later rulers over here, that they will be having the policy of truce, or you can say conciliation. They will be having the policy of conciliation over here. That means conciliatory policy, negotiating policies, peace policies with respect to Marathas, Rajputs, Jats, Bundelas. They will try to have conciliatory policies over here. But only one power they will be fighting against with, and that will be Sikh. Maratha also, they will be having one good policy over here, conciliatory policy, because they will be releasing one important personality, that is Sahu, right? So let me focus upon the points which you will be writing over here. First of all, you focus upon this point and write only liberal policy towards nobles. Liberal policy towards nobles. Tolerant policy towards Hindus over here. And write this point over here like conciliatory policies with Marathas, Rajputs, Jats. This is more than enough over here. This is the conciliatory policy. And with Marathas, how he showed his gratitude, how he showed his conciliatory policy by releasing Shahu. Shahu was the rightful heir for the Chhatrapati in the Maratha region, captured by whom? Aurangzeb, right? Good. So just write over here, reconciliation with the Marathas. How much half-hearted, not full-hearted, doesn't matter. Reconciliation with Marathas by releasing Shahu. But it was a tactics over here too, guys. That I'm going to tell you. I hope this much is clear what you will be writing over here. The tactics is, in Maratha, there was somebody who was the Chhatrapati. Releasing Shahu will be creating civil war in the Maratha regions. And that exactly happened in Maratha at that point of time. So when Shahu will be released from here, he will be supported by our important personality. That is the Peshwa, and that is Balaji Vishwanath, right? That I'll connect again in when we'll be seeing Anglo-Maratha. Just remember this point, that Shahu will be creating civil war and he will be supported by Balaji Vishwanath, right? So this you will be finding over here. Now, if you want to write this, you can write, but there is no reason to write this. Secured support of these Jat leaders, that means he was having peace treaty with the Jats. Try to understand. Bundela chief also you will be finding over here, right? So this point, conciliatory policies, Maratha, Rajput, Jats / Bundelas, if you have written, this point is already covered. This is nothing but fodder over here. Extra points you will be finding. But he was against this Sikhism over here. And why this was happening? When he was having conciliatory policies with almost everyone. So why they were so anti against the Sikhs? Because the Sikhs policy was completely different. Other leaders were understanding or taking Mughal emperor as the nominal head, whereas Sikhs completely refuted the existence or the supremacy of this Mughal emperor. They completely defeated their authority over here, and they came directly against each other with the Mughals. That's how time and again, repetitively, you will find one important point with respect to Sikhs in the coming later Mughals. So एक point fix होगा, revolt with 6 and rebellion with, or revolt with 6 and peace treaties with other people over here. Understanding? So, granted high mansab to Guru Gobind Singh, but later on Banda Bahadur rebellion you will be finding over here. Write this Banda Bahadur rebellion. Banda Bahadur rebellion. That means Banda Bahadur is this contemporary to Bahadur Shah I. And as the later Mughals, you will finding that nobody was efficient, nobody was competitive, nobody was ambitious. That's why a lot of rulers you will be having. Somebody will be taking title as Rangila. Somebody will be taking title as Shah-e-Bekhabar. Right? These are overrated information, guys. Here you don't have to focus much upon. But if you want to write, you can write over here Shah-e-Bekhabar. Right? This is about Bahadur Shah I. Now, when Jahandar Shah will be coming, he will be, for 1 year he came over here. So, he will be proceeding ahead with the same policies over here. So, same policies you will find. There will be nothing changed over here, guys. Okay? But over here, after the death of Bahadur Shah I, there will be the role of Mughals which will be coming into place. The role of the nobles. Nobles will become important because as you will see an incompetent ruler, the nobles will try to capture over here. So nobles will come in the form of, first important noble is Sayyid brother directly named Zulfikar Khan. Right. So first Zulfikar Khan, just remember as Zulfikar Khan. That's why I am focusing upon over here. He will be an important noble over here, and he will be having this puppet ruler as Jahandar Shah. Just write this line highlighting when this particular personality was existing. That is Zulfikar Khan. Right. Second point. Again, you can see friendly relationship with. Same point. Are you understanding the psyche now? So this friendly relationship with, you can say, conciliatory policies continued. This also you can highlight over here that he abolished jizya in his time frame, whereas the Bahadur Shah I did not abolish jizya basically. So this point also, if you want to highlight, you can highlight. This point you just understand, no need to write. If he is in conciliatory policies with the Marathas or with the Rajputs, he is conferring them titles like Maharaja, Mirza Raj Savai. Like this, he is conferring titles, right? Nobody will ask you this, who conferred this title to whom, right? Again, I am saying not a full-fledged question will be asked upon these rulers. They have major rulers to ask you from. Akbar, Ashoka, right? There will be major personalities. A full-fledged question will not be there. With this mindset, you try to understand. Granted, Chauth and Sardeshmukhi, whom they are satisfying by giving this. And Chauth and Sardeshmukhi will be discussing it in Marathas only. Okay? There I'll be explaining you. And the Banda Bahadur will also be doing the revolts over here. The 6 revolts also you will be finding over here under Banda Bahadur. So Banda Bahadur is still revolting over here too, right? This you will understand. What is jizya? Jizya is a tax on the non-Muslims, right, which was imposed. Okay. So this you understand over here. One important thing that he basically introduced over here, this Ijara system, Ijara revenue farming. This is one important part which you have to write over here. Ijara, have you heard it somewhere else too? Where have you heard this? Warren Hastings. Warren Hastings time frame, Ijara will come again. So Ijara was not a novel introduction by Warren Hastings. This personality has introduced over here Ijara. In short, Ijara farming means why they have written revenue farming over here. What do you understand by this? Right, one word you will be finding with respect to this, that is, now the land revenue rights will be given to that person who will be bidding the highest. That means auction will be happening of the land revenue. Understanding? All people must understand. Many of you must be understand over here. If there is a land over here, right, and now they want to increase their revenue. What they will be doing, that they will be putting this land revenue at auction, and people will be bidding the prices, that how much revenue you can extract from this land. And generally what happened, they used to give it to the highest bidder, but this whole system was flawed, right? Because actually the people who were bidding over here, they were not the peasant, and they just extracted revenue. For example, this land productivity can be 100 rupees per hectare. Now the bidding they were doing of 300 rupees per hectare. That means they will try to extract that much amount from here. In reality, it was not generating. So what they will be doing, peasant will be suppressed over here, and they will be going into the vicious loop of money lenders. Understanding? Later ijara, I'll be telling you in the Warren Hastings time period, because at that point of time, it was the policy, major policy, right? Later on, I'll be explaining you this in more detail. So ijara revenue farming leading to severe peasant operations. So one word or one line if you want to write, ijara revenue farming system introduced by him. Okay, forget about these points, lal cover and all. Later on, he will be replaced by whom? Farrukhsiyar. Now the role of Zulfikar Khan will end, and there will be the important nobles will come into place that will be known as the kingmaker, that is Sayyid brothers. So three important kingmaker I am telling you. Zulfikar Khan, second Sayyid brothers, third you will be finding Chin Kilich Khan or Nizamul Mulk. Chin Kilich Khan, Asaf Jha, and Nizamul Mulk. The personality or the emperor, because of Zulfikar Khan, you have understood as Jahandar Shah. Sayyid brother, Farrukhsiyar. Chin Kilich Khan, Rangila. Try to understand over Muhammad Shah Rangila. Now let us see one by one over here. So Farrukhsiyar time frame. Farrukhsiyar, guys. Again, he will be coming with the help of support of first line you focus upon, and you can write with the support of Sayyid brothers. He will be coming over here. First line only. Jahan par focus karwa raha hu, only focus on that area, right? Then over here you will be finding the policy of conciliation continued, but revolt against Sikh, and over here he will be executing whom? The important Sikh leader, that is Banda Bahadur, was executed over here, beheaded over here. One important point which they can give you in the form of statement based, like Banda Bahadur was executed in the time frame of Bahadur Shah 1, like this, as simple as that question can come, right? So second, this point is important. 1717 point, this particular point over here, you know in detail. Farrukhsiyar Farman. And what was that Farman about? 3 places. What was those places? आगरा कहां से सुना मैंने? आगरा पीछे था, right? West Bengal, Gujarat, that is Surat, Hyderabad, that is Madras. Good, guys. That means you are in sync. Those who are not able to connect, try to see the competition sitting in the class, guys. Let me tell you, for a particular subject, for history, let me tell you, right? 1717, you have understood about this particular Farman. Basically, you can write this line simply as Farrukhsiyar Farman or Imperial Farman. This you already have written already in detail. Okay? He also abolished jizya completely, removed pilgrimage tax. Why they are doing it right now? Over here you will be finding to conciliate the major subject population over here, right? And growing rift with the powerful Sayyid brothers. Ultimately, no need to write this, but Sayyid brothers plotted him, but he will not be functioning as per the Sayyid brothers. So what Sayyid brothers will be doing? As simple as that, they will be replacing him. And they will be replacing him with the help of one personality over here, guys. And that is the personality who is residing at the Deccan and now having the interference with the emperor policies or the emperor appointment over here. and he will be Peshwa Balaji Vishwanath. That's why his role is increasing, his influence is increasing. And you can find over here that the Sayyid, this point is important from the mindset that Balaji Vishwanath is involved over here in the king making process. So 1719, the Sayyid brothers allied with Balaji Vishwanath with Maratha support killed Farrukhsiyar. That is how Marathas are going to become big now. And Marathas would have been the ultimate conqueror, but there were certain things which were at disadvantage, which put them at disadvantage, and ultimately there was chaos, guys, right? The chaos was between Durrani and Maratha, but फायदा किसको मिला? British East India Company. So this is one point you have to write. These simple points I hope you have written. Shall we move ahead? Okay, next, who will be coming? No need to write, just write their name. They will be the puppet ruler. In the same year, two kings will be changed, and they will be Rafi. These are the Sayyid brothers only, right? These are Abdullah Khan and Hussain Ali Khan. Sayyid brothers were basically these, the kingmakers. If you want to write their names, write their names. Otherwise, nobody will ask you these names. Don't worry about it. Okay. Rafi ud Darajat. Okay. Just write the names if you are writing something. Otherwise, not important. Move ahead. See Rafiud Darajat and just write Rafiud Dawla 1719, two rulers. No need to learn more about it. Weak ruler over here. And they will be dying of similar reason. Somebody will be dying of having excess opium. Some will be dying of having excess alcohol. So the reasons you will find similar over here, guys. Right? Next important personality, which is not important for his contribution, but important why? Because he ruled for a long time period. That is Muhammad Shah Rangila, 1719 to 1748. But the question is, if he was weak and incompetent, how was he able to rule for so much long time period? Good point. Over here, what he will be doing? He will be saying that I am a mere puppet. Whoever want to utilize me, utilize me. If you want to come to power, utilize me. I will be a rubber stamp for you. So he lived his life, and that's how he was in power. But the cost was huge. The whole Mughal power, because till this particular time frame, Mughal was having a legacy. People were afraid of Mughal army. But the cost you will be finding, the mighty Mughal empire fell like the domino effect you will be seeing after this. Because over here, a major invasion is going to happen. And the major invasion in the form of, not Abdali, Nadir Shah. Nadir Shah will be coming over here and invading these places. There are two psychological effects. First, if you are not into fight with the other person, you will think that he might beat me. But once somebody has beaten them, you will find that everybody will have a psychological effect of it. That now Mughal empires can be beaten up easily, can be defeated easily. And the result you will be finding with the domino effect of Britishers, of Marathas, because Marathas will be overpowering them. Britishers will be taking the concessions, and I'll be telling you at the right point of time what concessions. But try to understand the point, right? So this is over here. First of all, he will be placed by whom? Some important points. No need to remember his original name over here. But 1720 over here, he will be basically 1719. He will be placed by this Chinkilich Khan, guys. And over here, Nizam ul Mulk. Over here, you can write, he came to the power with the help of these people. In his regions only, the people will be coming up with autonomous states. And this is a very important point. Important point, how? Statement-based question will be coming from this particular area. Direct. One statement will be Hyderabad got independence in, and there will be other statements chronologically set the statement. Like this question you will be seeing. So Deccan, or in Deccan specifically, Hyderabad will become an autonomous state by Nizamul Mulk. This you might write. This you must write. Awadh under Sadat Khan, and Bengal, Bihar, Orissa under Murshid Quli Khan, guys. This is important part over here. In his time period, now the Mughal Empire is fragmenting more. Right? Now you can just read this, right? Neglected administration, indulged in court intrigues, effective Mughal control sharply declined over here. Just read this, right? Next, you will be finding over here the most important point, which has been asked already several years ago, that about the chronological order again. Nadir Shah invasion of India in 1739. This is the exact over here time also you have to remember, 1739. And this will be opening up the gates of northwestern frontier, the weakest point of our country, northwestern frontier, right? They could try to understand. When the situation is like this, whenever we are, time and again I'll be telling you, keep telling you, whenever we are internally like this, where the powers will be divided, the only frontiers which will be open, which will be susceptible for us to attack, is northwestern frontiers. Time and again you will be seeing Nadir Shah has again reflected that Mughal Empire is not having any power by coming and raiding these areas from the Afghanistan, guys. He will be opening up the gates, and that's how you will be finding now after this event a lot of invasions will start taking place. Durrani Empire after Nadir Shah 1740s will be about the Durrani's invasion of these areas, completely plundering these areas. Understanding? So a lot of invasion. Ultimately, the conclusion was the Battle of 1761, that is Battle of Panipat, which you will be understanding at the right point. Try to understand this, right? Now these are the regions, no need to understand this over here. He captured Jalalabad, Peshawar, Lahore. Again, this is the Nadir Shah when he was coming over here. But what was his battle which he fought? This is important, guys. Battle of Karnal, you write, Battle of Karnal. A lot of battles are going to come in this particular topic, Battle of Karnal. Mughal army decisively defeated and Muhammad Shah surrendered over here. Also, there will be a story about the Peacock Throne and the Kohinoor Diamond you must have heard about. So, he will be taking the Kohinoor Diamond from here, Peacock Throne from here too, right? This also, if you can write sack of Delhi, you can write, guys. And the impact was huge, and the impact was irreparable loss of Mughal prestige, emptied treasury. In one line, you can just write this irreparable loss of Mughal prestige. Again, these are very obvious points, right? So just write it in points. Irreparable loss of Mughal prestige happened over here, and overall the Mughal power will start declining. Now the Mughal power will be looking for the protection, and for protection, who will be the power which they will be asking protection for? Marathas. And in return for their protection, Marathas will be asking what? Chauth and Sardeshmukhi. And that is how slowly and slowly Marathas will be taking the Chauth and Sardeshmukhi of the regions like Multan, regions like Lahore, regions of near around Delhi. Right? That is what making them collude with Marathas, this declining Mughal power. That we will be discussing again in the Anglo-Maratha case. Okay. Now next, let us move ahead, and you will be finding Ahmad Shah. Nothing important in Ahmad Shah you will be finding. Okay. A weak, incompetent ruler, again lacking leadership. In his time period, what will be happening? One point you will be finding common now, that there will be frequent incursions by Ahmad Shah Abdali, and Ahmad Shah Abdali is active now after Nadir Shah, not before Nadir Shah. Remember that point also. So this point you can write over here. And when Mughal power is declining, Marathas power will be rising over here. So Marathas seized these areas during his reign. Nothing but right, Marathas expanded by seizing. If you want to write Bundelkhand and Malwa, you can write over here. 2 points only. Ignore this. Written, guys? The next ruler who will be coming? Dekho, most of you, I am seeing that you remember this chronology. Everybody should be able to remember this chronology, guys. Okay? Your competitors are knowing it. Okay? Next, Alamgir II, in his time period, one most important thing happened. And that is a Battle of Plassy, basically. So you will be finding over here. Again, he was frustrated already with the repeated invasion of Ahmad Shah Abdali. Same point. Again and again, same point you will be finding. And when this repeated invasions are happening, this Ahmad Shah will be having the connections with whom? Marathas. So Marathas interference you will be finding in regions near around Delhi. Near around Delhi. You are going to find. Right, so one point, this you can write, and Battle of Plassy happened in this time frame. He was the emperor then, a very overrated point. Everybody knows this, right? You can write this point also. Understanding? Next, we will be moving ahead and we will be finding what? Who will come next? Shah Alam II, and he will be involved in the Battle of Buxar. This personality is not involved in the Battle of Plassy, but the effect was huge. Bengal was under the puppet ruler of Britishers, which we are going to see also. But over here, this personality is directly engaged in a war with Britishers, that is Battle of Buxar. My first question to you, that is what he was doing or why he got in war with this Britishers, or why he got in collusion with Awadh and the Nawab of Bengal, that is Sirajuddaulah, or not Sirajuddaulah, but Mir Qasim. That is what I am asking. What he was doing in Awadh? Good point, that he was in Awadh. This point you have to interconnect. Already there is chaos which is happening. As we are moving ahead, there is chaos which is happening in the central area, central India. Right over here, frequent incursion is happening. Abdali over here is planning to attack these places and invade these places. Basically to loot these places. Right? This is happening. So over here he was not safe. Shah Alam II was not safe. So he will take the refuge in the next powerful state nearby him, that is Awadh. So he is taking refuge under Shuja-ud-Dawla. Shuja-ud-Dawla. Right, and that later on story we will be, just leave it over here. The story I'll be connecting it within Battle of Buxar, guys. Okay, I hope you are in sync with what we are seeing right now. So that's why he's over here, and he got in interference. The Mir Qasim will be saying certain, Mir Qasim will be coming over here and they will be colluding. There will be exchange of territories which will be happening, and that is how they will form a pact over here against the Britishers. That is a later story which you will be finding. That's why Battle of Buxar, and before that, third Battle of Panipat also happened over here. This you can write. And this also, if you want to write, you can write this point. To conflict with the Wazir, fled to Awadh. But if you are understanding this, this is obvious. Now these two things we will understand Battle of Buxar in the Bengal annexation. Nadir Shah, you will be finding that he invaded just from the mindset of innovations, guys. You try to understand. Whenever you will be having a home, a base in the western, northwestern areas, you will always try to loot and make your home country better. But when you are not having a base back in western frontiers, you will try and invade and settle over here in India. And the example is Babur. And the example who did not settle over here but did 27 raids, Ghazni, right? You will be finding this. Okay, don't write like Treaty of Allahabad. When we will be opening up this topic, we have to see it in detail. First Mughal emperor to become an EIC pensioner after Battle of Buxar. This point, if you want to write, you can write. Let us move ahead. Now we will be seeing this Akbar 2 over here, and Akbar 2, one overrated point which all of you might be knowing. That is, he conferred the title of Raja to Raja Ram Mohan Roy. Over here you will be finding. And why he did that? Because he was the envoy over here of Raja Ram Mohan Roy. So that the EIC should not stop, over here you will be finding, so that the EIC should not stop paying his pension. That's why he sent an envoy from this Raja Ram Mohan Roy to the Britishers' court. Right? This you will be understanding this point. In 1835, this is also one good point over here, guys. Mark this point over here in Akbar 2. EIC stopped issuing coins in the Mughal emperor's name. And the time frame is 1835. That means now from 1750s, this is the last phase of expansion of Britishers. 1850s is going to come. And at this point of time, they are not issuing the coins with the Mughal emperor's name. This means finally on paper also this ended over here. This is their supremacy ended over here. Right? This is one important thing which you will be finding over here. Okay, the last person who will be important in the revolt of 1857 will be Bahadur Shah Zafar. So over here you will be finding last Mughal emperor. And during his time period, he will become the nominal leader of the revolt of 1857. So this is the story of later Mughals. I hope you have understood it, how the decline is happening. 1 or 2 points you will be understanding only. Revenue farming you have seen in whose time frame and when he was ruling? Jahandar Shah, when he was ruling? 1712 to 13. Only two things you understand from this topic again, the timeline and certain events which have happened, right? The major thing is now we will see. I hope you have written this out, guys. Now let us understand this chaos over here which we have made, right? One by one we will be understanding this. First, understand about the Bengal. The Bengal annexation or getting the rights of Bengal, BBO, how it will be happening. So two important wars which happened, two important battles which happened with respect to Bengal. What you will be finding, guys? That is Plassy. You must have heard about Plassy. That happened in, and you will be moving ahead and you will be seeing Buxar, and that will be 1764. So these are the things which you all must be knowing. Now we will be adding some more things over here just for our understanding, and if any chronological based question will come, we will be able to solve. This Plassy and Buxar. Again, those of who you are out of sync, again time to come to the topic, guys. Bengal, new topic. Expansion is going to happen. We are starting with Bengal, then Maratha, Mysore, and then Northwest, right? So Plassy and then Buxar you are going to see. To Plassy, first of all, you will be finding that there were certain policies that was implemented by these earlier nawabs, right? So 1700 onwards, you will be finding early rulers of Bengal. This will become one particular part to understand before understanding Plassy. Over here, you will be finding certain leaders who will be coming. So this is the heading I am telling you guys right now, framework I am telling you. Then we will be understanding Plassy. What is the background? What was the outcome of Plassy? Who was installed as the Nawab of this particular, governor of this particular Bengal region, right? Then there will be one more thing happening over here. That is, after Plassy, there is one more event from where power shuffle will be happening. Third battle of Panipat, that is a different thing. I am talking to you with context of Bengal only. Treaty of Allahabad after Buxar. In between that, when Mir Jafar will be replaced with Mir Qasim, so that will be happening by some pact, na? What do we say that? Bedra, again you will be finding over here, by the Treaty of 1760, you remember, and that treaty happened with Mir Qasim. So one more thing you will be finding over here, guys. The question will now never come, you don't assume that they will be throwing you Battle of Plassy and Battle of Buxar. If they want to pick this topic, they will picking near around this, trying to understand. Okay? Try to understand this. Buxar, and after Buxar, there will be Treaty of Allahabad. Again, important topic. So this is again the framework. Now you have to fill up these things, guys. Now let us one by one fill these gaps over here. That is earlier rulers of Bengal, then Battle of Plassy, then Treaty of 1760, Buxar, and then over here Treaty of Allahabad. This will finish your Bengal campaign, and Bengal campaign is finishing in 1765. Somewhere they are starting somewhere over here from 1700 onwards. The major thing which they will get an opportunity, 1757 and 1764, right? Timeline also I hope you are in connection with. Let us move. Treaty of 1760 with Mir Qasim. पर लिखा ना Mir Qasim. Let us move ahead, guys. Let me open up the PPT first of all. So first of all, why Bengal was focused by the Britishers initially, or why everyone was focusing upon Bengal? Some reasons. Tell me first of all over here. See, richest province you will be finding. One of the richest province. And why it became one of the richest province? Fertile land. That means agricultural productivity. Agriculture productivity with respect to which products? Jute you will be finding in the form of textiles. What other things? Saltpeter was exported from here, right? What other things you will be finding? Why this place was important? Throughout history, it was having a legacy of having an important port center, port city. And the important port city which you will be finding over here with the ancient name, that is Tamralipti over here, right? So it has a legacy of being one of the prosperous port city too. And the advantage, and you will be finding that out of all, when Britishers analyzed out of whole India, almost 60% of the trade is happening from where? From Bengal only you will be finding. Third point, you will be seeing that Bengal was comparatively safer than the other regions over here. Why? Because other regions at this point of time, if you see northwestern frontiers, Durrani was invading the places. Maratha was occupying and raiding the places over here. So comparatively at the safer side you will be finding. Now being a Nawab, if somebody is Nawab of theirs, they will also understand the potential of their kingdom, of their region, right? The same things was happening over here. The Nawab was also conscious about the looting of the money by the Britishers over here, by having the trade concessions from the Mughal emperor. So that's why you will find that there will be a conflict between the Nawabs from 1700 onwards only. And the final point you will be seeing, that will be in the case of 1756-57, Siraj ud Daula. But before that, there were certain important personalities. Now this is just a gist of it. Yeah, Padlena, nothing important from here. But this point you now write, that is Nawabs, that I was telling you about over here from 1700 to 1746, guys. 1700 to 1746. Just make the heading Murshid Quli Khan, important personality. Murshid Quli Khan. And the question will come in the examination. Right now I am telling you that Murshid Quli Khan established Bengal as an independent region. When? So it will be around in 1700, 1715 you will be finding, in between this particular region. So his timeline also you mentioned. So out of these rulers, Murshid Quli Khan is important. And he will be doing one thing, guys. So again, overrated, what he will be doing over here? He will be forming one capital, that is Murshidabad. Right, so Murshidabad, Murshid Quli Khan will be related to that. So he will be also coming against these Britishers because of the misuse of privileges. But the major thing, now next ruler will be Tujauddin. Just write it, no need to highlight it more. Then Sarfaraz Khan will be coming. Again, no need to understand this terminology, this timeline over here. No need to understand. But in between, before Plassy, after 1700, these rulers are existing. Yahan timeline yaad karna hai, that is with respect to later Mughals. These are again local rulers. But again, one particular personality you remember, and that is Ali Vardi Khan. Ali Vardi Khan over here. And Ali Vardi Khan will be coming in direct dispute with the Britishers over here, guys. His reign you will be finding, he will be coming in altercations with the Britishers frequently. And what he will be doing, write this line also. He stopped paying tributes to the Mughal emperor and brought significant progress to Bengal. So 1740 to 56. Understanding about these. Now these are local rulers, again I am saying, but you have to remember Murshid Quli Khan, and the next particular person is Ali Vardi Khan, where you have to focus. And the next personality who will be coming later on will be Suraj Uddaula. But tell me, what will be the problem you will find, that what will be the problem with respect to Britishers these people will be having? First, you will be finding the misuse of dastak. How they were misusing this, you have to understand only. Nobody will ask you how they were misusing dastaks. How they were misusing dastaks, guys? First of all, that was a duty-free trade. So what they were doing with this duty-free trade, they were doing two prominent things which you will find. One, which you have said already, that is private trading was going on. Means with the same particular pass, the officials were utilizing their contacts and sending their material to the home country, exporting to the home country. So their side by side, their business was going on. And this became one of the core reasons of the corruption. When we say corruption was happening in EIC, this was happening basically, misuse of these contacts and trade privileges. The second thing which you will be finding will be that they were transferring this particular dastaks to the other traders like the Indian merchants at a very high prices. Like this, they were misutilizing these dastaks. Also, they were asking for more and more trade concessions from these rulers with the help of by routing from the Mughal emperor. This is the way they were proceeding ahead. That's why there were frequent altercations you will be finding, guys. So these conditions already were there. Now, the personality will be coming next will be Siraj Ud-Daulah. This is important over here. Siraj Ud-Daulah, guys. Siraj Ud-Daulah. And he will be coming in 1756. I hope you are knowing the story, backstory from here. Few points you have to remember about Murshid Quli Khan and Alivardi Khan and their altercations with the Britishers. Right? Simple. Then after this particular person, Alivardi Khan, 1756, who will be coming next? Siraj Ud-Daulah will be coming next. And in Siraj Ud-Daulah's time frame, was he an incompetent ruler, unambitious ruler? No, that was not the case. As per his age, he was somewhere around 1920. He was highly ambitious guy, highly effective too. But his conditions was not ripe for him to flourish. Why? Because there was a lot of internal factors also and a lot of external factors also you will find. And internal and external factors in the form of internal factors. And over here external. And with respect to external factors, what was that major factor? The factor will be of Britishers. Though there was one more factor was of Maratha raids, but that was secondary. We'll be focusing upon the Britishers more over here. Right. Now, internal factors, what you will be finding in internal factor, and this must be written in your books also, that there will be a lot of people who will become against him because he became emperor at such an age, and whenever power transition happens, civil war type of condition happens where one has to prove himself, and this you will see time and again now in the wars, right? Civil war situation will be happening and they will be asking the support of some European power, and this is going to happen. The start you will be finding over here. Siraj Ud-Daulah, internal factions. Who will come against him? Shaukat Jung, guys, over here. Shaukat Jung. Again, contemporariness you can remember, otherwise these names will not directly come in the examination. Shaukat Jung. He was the cousin who was ruling, who was the Nawab of Purnia basically. Nawab of Purnia. Near around Bengal only you will be finding. And he was basically saying that now I want to be on the throne. And for him, there was supporter like his aunt, that is rebellious aunt. And you must have heard about Ghasiti Begum. One more personality will be over here who was having higher ambitions than these people, and that was Mir Jafar. Good. Mir Jafar over here. Mir Jafar over here, guys. And then there were certain people who were backing these people over here with the help of money. These were nobles basically, you can say, or powerful rich merchant class over here. That is a lot of names. Jagat Seth, Omi Chand you will be finding. Let me show you in the PPT. If you want to write, you can write. Ye clear? This will not directly come in the examination, but this is the condition you will be finding. Over here you will be finding rival cousin, Nawab of Purnia, Shaukat Jung, Ghasiti Begum, you have already written. And these people over here, like Mir Jafar, you have seen. And over here, these people over here, a dominant group opposed to Siraj. Jagat Seth, Omi Chand, Rai Ballabh, and Rai Durlabh. It was, now this was not on the surface. This is when we are reading. Siraj Ud-Daulah was not knowing about these factions on the surface, let me tell you. That's why Battle of Plassy is said to be a battle of treachery. There was no blood flowed in that battle, guys, right? That's why sometimes you might have heard that Battle of Plassy is also a bloodless battle. because treachery happened in that battle, right? So he was thinking that Mir Jafar will be joining the battle, but he did not. Again, this is a story. This you don't have to remember, right? So again, these people, these are the internal factions. And what will be the external faction over here, or what will be the external threat over here? The Britishers. And what Britishers will be doing at this point of time? Fortification. They will be doing the fortification over here. First, asking for more trade concessions. Second, wanting more fortification over here. This was opposed by whom? By the Siraj-ud-Dawla. So, a lot of points you can write over here. In impulsiveness and insecurity of Siraj over here. Impulsiveness and insecurity you can write, guys. Okay. Under this, you will be finding that he will be executing the rival faction over here, Shaukat Jung, Ghasiti Begum, and dismiss Mir Jafar. Initially dismiss Mir Jafar, but again he will be reappointing the Mir Jafar over here. Just understand this, right? Next thing, what will be happening over here is the prelude to the battle. This is the background to the battle of Plassy now. This you can write, and only the headings you write, and that is how you are going to remember it. First of all, misuse of trade privileges, which we have discussed. First point, background of Battle of Plassy. This is important. Misuse of trade privileges. Second point, unauthorized fortification will start happening over here. And what, on which pretext these English will be saying that we are doing fortification? Maratha raids, guys. First of all, they will be fortifying with respect to other European powers. Primarily in this time frame, Marathas were doing the raids nearby Bengal region. So because of that, unauthorized fortification will also start. Only one point you write. No need to expand it. Then there is one political refugee incident over here. Political refuge was given to Krishna Das. And Krishna Das, not a very important point over here, but he fled from the Siraj-ud-Dawla with immense treasures against the Nawab's will over here. So just write political refuge incident with respect to Krishna Das. And then there is one tragedy which is going to happen where Siraj will be acting first and doing the siege of Fort Williams, right? And then over there, now this is disputed, but it is written in your books, that is the Black Hole tragedy happened over there. So over here you will be finding siege of Calcutta. Siege of Calcutta, guys. Siraj attacked and seized the English fort at Calcutta, and that fort is nothing but Fort Williams, and created hostilities. And directly you can write over here, that is Black Hole tragedy. Black Hole tragedy. Right? And finally, what you will be finding over here, this is the Black Hole tragedy will be happening. Again, no need to just write the heading over here. This incident will be happening where 126 people will be killed. Again, over here you will be seeing 126 will be captured in a small room, and due to suffocation they will be dying over here. Some historians says that this is a exaggerated thing as per the Indian historians you will be finding, but again this is a disputed thing, right? Just ignore this. Now what will be happening in actual battle? In actual battle, what will be happening? The keywords again, guys. The reinforcement. What do you understand by reinforcement? The supplies, the backup will be called under Robert Clive. From where? From the Trichinopoly you will be finding, that is the southern India you will be finding. What is the timeline over here? 1757 you are seeing. And just before that, what happened? 1754. Second Anglo-Carnatic War. Good. So over here you will be finding reinforcement. Then secret alliance will be done by Clive over here, by taking Mir Jafar to his side, by making these Omi Chand, Rai Ballabh, Rai Durlabh to his side. And this is what they will be doing. Clive formed an alliance with Mir Jafar, Rai Durlabh, Jagat Seth, Omi Chand. That's why I focused upon these names, because these will come time and again. Right? So he bribed them over here with him to be the next Nawab. And for them to basically, they will be having the influence in the court of this Nawab over here, Mir Jafar. And Mir Jafar accepted it. Mir Jafar thought, again, this is the point of view of, you will be finding grass is always greener. He thought that once he will be Nawab, he will do whatever he wants. But it happened contrary. And throughout now this pattern you will see, guys, throughout all these wars, Anglo-Maratha, Anglo-Mysore, same pattern you are going to see. Right? Secret alliance will be happening. So the battle outcome was, it was pre-decided over here due to conspiracy. Due to conspiracy, this whole battle was pre-decided. And the battle was won in the favor of Britishers. And ultimately, Britishers will be winning over here. And they will be placing this Nawab over here, that is Mir Jafar. But the question is, why did not Mir Jafar place his person over here? Why Mir Jafar they were appointing? ऐसा क्यों? Right, very nice. Acceptance from the subjects. People would have revolted if they would have seen their member over there. So they made him just the puppet ruler over here, right? Mir Jafar. Now after this is over here, reinforcement, secret alliance, battle outcome you will be finding. Ultimately, Siraj-ud-Dawla was captured and murdered, and now the Nawab who will become Mir Jafar. What will be the outcome? If I'll ask you, Battle of Plassy's outcome. War indemnity, same points you are going to see. War indemnity, and some territories will be given to Britishers now. Calcutta, near around regions you will be seeing over here, right? So see over here, guys. These territories will be given over here. Okay. Next point is economic and administrative games. This is the impact which you are going to find. Mir Jafar became the Nawab and granted large sum of money and zamindari of this one territory which will be added to the English. Only one line, if you want to write, you can write over here. But over here problem started 1757. Mir Jafar understood that he is becoming the mere puppet of English over here. So what he will start doing? He will start keeping the distance from the Britishers and start seeing the players who could help him against the Britishers. This is important. So what will be the outcome over here? This is one outcome you have understood of Battle of Plassy, but after this, if you will see 1757 onwards, now you will be understanding that there will be collusion of Mir Qasim with whom? With not British, with the Dutch. That's why you will be finding over here, where are see over here, guys, this part we are seeing now, 1757 to 1760. In between this, Mir Jafar will be trying to collude with the competitor of the Britishers, that is Dutch. And that is how the collusion, but this will be known to whom? Britishers. And that is how they will be finally fighting the last war with the Dutch, that is known as 1759. Battle of Chinsura. And Battle of Bedra you will be finding over. So write this battle over here, 1759. Below that, proper point 1759, Battle of Bedra / Chinsura / Hooghly. These three names have been asked in various examinations. Right? Now see this point over here. Now we are going to focus upon the next heading, that is Treaty of 1760 with Mir Qasim. And Dutch conspiracy you have already written over here, Dutch conspiracy of Mir Jafar with the Duchess over there, right? And that is because 1759 battle happened, that is Battle of Bedra. You can read the first point over here. Next point is going to be important, that now there will be a succession dispute. Again, Mir Qasim will be selected over here as the Nawab of Bengal now. So there will be a dispute after Mir Jafar and Mir Jafar's son over here, that is Miran's son over here, which you will be finding. But who will be selected? Them. Who will be supporting it? Vansittart will be supporting Mir Qasim's claim. And some of the points you try to understand over here now. This is under the treaty. He will be ceding some of the places again. If he want to be a Nawab, certain place will be ceded over here, like Burdwan, Midnapur, Chittagong. So at least write this: Midnapur and Chittagong area now ceded by him, by the Mir Qasim to the Britishers. Second, this Chunam trade in Sylhet. Sylhet is a place in present day you will be finding Bangladesh, and Assam you will be finding, really sorry. Previously in the part of, you will be finding it there only Bangladesh area. Chunam trade means, what do you understand by this Chunam trade? Tuna trade. Tuna trade is limestone trade over here you will be finding. So this over here, again a point related to war, that paying of outstanding dues and a sum for the company's war efforts. Directly you can write war indemnities or paying of outstanding dues, whatever there was. This you can just read: mutual defense agreement. This is the core point which you are going to see again and again now. Mutual defense agreement, an agreement on tenant settlement restrictions. Leave this point, guys. This is about that wherever these peoples are residing of the Britishers, they should not interfere with the tenant settlement, right? Again, not important. So are you understanding this 1760 treaty which happened with Mir Qasim? Again, Mir Qasim thought, now Mir Qasim is a smart person, he thought that he would be able to rule the Bengal as per he wants. But again, there will be interference which will be started over here. But Mir Qasim was smarter at this particular point of time, more efficient. So what he will be doing? The role of Mir Qasim will come into place now. So after this 1760, Mir Qasim has come into place. Now you are going to see the role of Mir Qasim, right? The role of Mir Qasim will be understanding now, guys. I hope you have written these points. Short point you make. The next point will be, there were steps taken by Mir Qasim over here, and this is important. Again, what Mir Qasim will be doing over here? So you were not able to write this? Just wait. Now Mir Qasim will be able, देखो Mir Qasim का role समझो आप. Mir Qasim, what Mir Qasim will be doing, if he is an ambitious and efficient person, what he will try to do? First of all, he will try again to move away from the British authorities. So first of all, he will be shifting the capital from Murshidabad to Munger. One overrated point, everybody of you might be knowing this. Second thing he will be doing is, what? Defense you will be finding. He will be restructuring the army, the administration, and keeping the loyal people with him. The second point which you will find, and I'll be making you write. Third, duty-free trade to all. Duty-free trade to all you will be finding. Means there will be no exemptions either to Britishers or to any particular person over here. So everybody will be now enjoying, duty-free trade will be happening over here. So see the points, guys, and one by one just write these points over here. The steps taken by Mir Qasim. Capital shift directly, right, Murshidabad to Munger. Capital shift Murshidabad to Munger. Second, bureaucratic and military reforms. Bureaucratic and military reforms. Right, and just understand this, he will be reorganizing the bureaucracy with his own choices, appointing the people which he want, remodel the army to enhance skill and efficiency. Mir Qasim abolished duties. This is the third point you try to understand. Mir Qasim abolished duties to create equal competition, but the British protested for preferential treatment. And because of this, now there will be certain altercations. Small fights will start happening. Try to understand. So how we have seen till now, 1700 onwards, local rulers were there. Important two rulers I have told you about, Murshid Quli Khan and Ali Vardi Khan. In between, you forget about them. So their role, you will be finding, they made at that point of time Bengal a prosperous region, also protected it from the Britishers. Next, you will be moving ahead, 1756, Siraj-ud-Dawla. And Siraj-ud-Dawla, you will be finding that internal factions and external factions, and ultimately he will be leading to the war by the Black Hole tragedy that you have made it, right, siege of Calcutta. Then 1757, Robert Clive will be coming with the reinforcements, will be doing secret alliances, and ultimately winning the war, right, 1757, and placing whom? Mir Jafar. But Mir Jafar will be colluding with Dutch and will try to do things against the wishes of the Britishers. So what Britishers will do? They will change him or defeat the Dutch first of all in Battle of Chinchura and sign a new treaty. That's a Treaty of 1760 with Mir Qasim. Try to understand, guys. Okay. And then Mir Qasim will be coming over here, and these are certain things he will be doing. Now there will be certain wars. This you don't have to write over here. Dekho, Mir Qasim reforms and conflict will be happening. Then will be war that will be happening, Battle of Buxar, 1764. This you can understand. Now, these are overrated things, but we have to see it once. We cannot ignore anything, right? So on one side, what he will be doing over here, guys? He will be engaged with what two other powers? Nawab of Awadh, that is Sunya and Shah Alam II, not 3, Shah Alam II you will be finding. So he will be moving to Awadh and forming a tripartite alliance over here. Awadh, Emperor, and Bengal. Bengal, who will be having over here the hold? Mir Qasim. Awadh will be Sunya-ud-Dawla, and Emperor over here will be Shah Alam II. Now you understand why Shah Alam will try to come into this tripartite treaty. Try to understand, guys, why he will be joining this particular alliance with Mir Qasim and fight with the Britishers over here, British East India Company. He will be gaining some again territories over here. He was bribed for some territories, Shah Alam II, right? His influence will increase. Awadh will be getting some territories of Western Bengal region, because Awadh is in the eastern UP side, you will be finding. So he will be getting some of the properties of Western Bengal. Everybody is having their interest over here. And Bengal ultimately will be able to defeat these Britishers. That was their aim, that was their anticipation. But what happened in the actual war, and this was the actual fight, guys? Who was having the larger army? We people were having the larger army. Then also this small army people over here, British East India, defeated us. And why that happened? What were the reasons which you will be finding over here? One, you can say point, that is defensive war, not the offensive war. Okay. But offensive war also, if you will do when you have modern equipments, modern warfare material, right, which Britishers were having at that point of time. Also, there was no dearth of financial resources, guys, financial support, right? So see over here, these points, first of all, combined armies. This is the battle of these people which you have must have written over here: Mir Qasim, Suja-ud-Dawla and Shah Alam II against Major Hector Munro. So if you want to remember one name from here, the English name you can remember, Hector Munro. Right, and the English defeated not only the Nawab of Bengal this time, but also the Mughal Emperor, and that was a huge blow to the prestige of Mughal Empire over here. And ultimately, they will be signing one treaty, and that treaty will be Treaty of Allahabad. What will be the points you will be finding in treaty? पहले ये complete कर लो. इसमें जो first, if you want to write this, you can write. Right. After this, you will be finding again Mir Jafar was stored. Why Mir Jafar was stored again? Restored. Prophet, he lacked efficiency. Again, he was very old at this point of time, and he was having legitimacy in the eyes of people. So they thought that instead of placing anybody else, let us place him. He is harmless. Right. So 1763, he will be placed again over here for the short time period. But then again, there will be shuffle in Nawabship. Again, we don't have to go into that. Muhammad Reza thing, Reza Singh, you must have heard, or you must have read it in the Spectrum, right? Or in any other book, but ignore that. So this is over here. But the next topic now, which is very important from this perspective, is 1765, and that is your Treaty of Allahabad. And Treaty of Allahabad happened with whom? Two important persons over here, guys, and that is Suja-ud-Dawla. That is Awadh ruler over here. And this Treaty of Allahabad you are seeing there. From here, question chances are there. Buxar and Plassy, question chances are not there. So treaty with him and with the Mughal Emperor Shah Alam II. And he did not, basically British did not try to capture Awadh over here. They created it as a buffer state. That's why they did not defeated him directly, though they could have done it. Though they could have signed a humiliating treaty too, but they did not did it over here, guys. So this is the most important thing which you are seeing right now. The provisions will be nominal, though they will be extracting a lot of revenues from here. But over here, they will be treating Suja-ud-Dawla as a friend, right? As a friend, as a protector state. Later on, they will be signing this subsidiary lines, but initially as a friend you will be seeing, not as an enemy. So Suja-ud-Dawla, what 2 points you will be finding important from here? You will be finding 3 points important and 3-4 points from here, guys. This you have to remember. Again, I am telling you, this is important. Even if you don't remember other things from Battle of Plassy, Battle of Buxar, this you remember. Directly there will be dividends. What you will be finding with respect to Suja-ud-Dawla? First, okay, war indemnity, good. Muavza, war indemnity, whatever cost was put over here by the Britishers for the war, they will be doing, they will be taking from this particular personality, Suja-ud-Dawla. That we can say war reparation too. War reparations. Again, this I will be showing you in the PPT, don't worry. Second point, Kara and Allahabad to whom? Shah Alam II. Why he did this, guys? Kara and Allahabad. Kara and Allahabad, this point he made them, the Britishers made Suja-ud-Dawla to give Kara and Allahabad to Shah Alam II. This is important. But the point is why he did so. Why these territories? First of all, they wanted to have a safe territories nearby them. Kara and Allahabad is near to Bengal, you will be finding, guys, right? And second, they wanted to place Mughal Emperor as a protector, or Mughal Emperor as under their protection in this Allahabad region you will be finding, right? So what was the reason of doing so? Why the emperor was placed under protection by the Britishers, taking the places from this personality? Try to understand. यहीं से question frame हो जाएगा. Right? These regions he took, he asked them to give to Shah Alam to, and then place the same person over here. Why they did this? Nobody will ask you again, but you have to know. That means you are saying that Mughal emperor can come under the influence of other powers also. That will happen if he will be placed back to Delhi, because still Marathas threat is over here. Don't forget Marathas, the most important thing which is rising right now. Marathas, right? So understand it carefully. Second point is this. Third point. Right, over here, this again, very short points are over here with respect to Treaty of Allahabad. You have to remember these points, guys. You will be finding that names are not important, but the Britishers gave profit to the people who have shown loyalty to them during the war. And loyalty was shown by this particular zamindar over here, the landlord you will be finding, Balwant Singh, right? Let me show you the points now. So, Suja Uddaula, first point you have understood, surrender Allahabad and Kara to Emperor Shah Alam II. This is right. Second, pay this much amount. No need to see the amount. Company as a war indemnity. Just you have understood war indemnity. Third point, give this particular personality, not important, who was the zamindar landlord over here, full possession of his state, showing that we are rewarding the loyal people, creating a class of loyal people over here who will be supporting them. And that you will be finding in 1857 revolt as well. Right, so these 3 points keep in mind. Treaty of Allahabad you will be finding in 1765. 1765. Alright guys, with Mughal Emperor Shah Alam II, again an important point over here. What you will be finding with him? First of all, the most important point, the Diwani rights of BBO, Bengal, Bihar, Odisha. So over here you will be finding issue of Farman, granting, ये तो सबको ही पता होगा, Diwani of BBO to the East India Company in exchange for an annual payment of 26 lakh over here. Again, this is not required, but BBO they will be asking over here for the revenue. Also, they will be taking money not only for the Diwani rights but also for the Nizamat function. Nizamat functions on the surface they will be giving it to some Indian ruler, but ultimately they were having the control over these Nizamat functions as well. Understanding? And the third point which you should focus, that he should be residing at Allahabad, ceding him by the Nawab of Awadh under company's protection. I hope these points are clear. These are at the most important point from Treaty of Allahabad. Now from the Bengal annexation, whatever important was this particular slide, Treaty of Allahabad, guys. And this will start from here, 1765 to 1773 or 1772. What you are going to see in Bengal, the dual control you will see. If they have got if they have got the Diwani rights of PBO, the company's profits or the EIC's revenue should rise over here. What happened over here, guys? This did not happen. The companies became bankrupt. Company was not able to give the dividends. And the revenue which they extracted from the people was also huge. But the money did not went to the Britishers. So that means over here, huge corruption issues you will find. Also, there was oppression of peasants, and there will be famine which will be coming. That is said to be a man-made famine in 1770s, guys. Okay? That is a separate aspect. We will connect it with the economic policy. So this is the annexation of Bengal you will be finding, or annexation, what the hold over Bengal ultimately they have got. And ultimately you will be understanding what all we have seen over here, guys. 1700, this is the last. 1700 to 1756, 1757, 1760, and 1764, 1765. This should be, you should be revising it again anytime they can frame question from here. So this was about Murshid Quli Khan and Alivardi Khan. 1756 was about Siraj-ud-Dawla. Everything you will be remembering. The point is how you will be recalling in the examination. So certain keywords you have to keep it fixed. Then you will be moving ahead and you will be seeing Siraj-ud-Dawla's black hole tragedy. In 1757, secret alliances, reinforcement will be coming over here. Battle of Plassy. Whom they will be placing over here? Mir Jafar. And 1760, who will be getting replaced? Mir Qasim. Great. And then you will be finding Mir Qasim will be involved over here with other two people and fighting Battle of Buxar. Ultimately 1765 Treaty of Allahabad with two people, Shah Alam II and this particular Shuja-ud-Dawla guys. Okay? This is about Bengal annexation. Now we will be moving forward and we will be understanding about the Marathas annexation. Just see what you have written over here. Over here guys, Anglo-Maratha. अरे आपस में बात नहीं करनी भाई, इधर देखो. Anglo-Maratha, how many wars happened in Anglo-Maratha? Anglo-Maratha, 3 battles, right? Don't get confused. 4 की भी बहुत ज़्यादा आवाज़ आ रही है. 3 battles you will be finding in Anglo-Maratha. Focus over here again. First Anglo-Maratha, second Anglo-Maratha, and third. Tell me the time of or the timeline of these battles, guys. 1775 to 1782. Second Anglo-Maratha, 1805. Third Anglo-Maratha, 1815 to 1816 or somewhere 1817 will also be written. First of all, keep the timeline fixed. One question might be from timeline. If timeline question will be coming, we will be focusing over here. Now, next thing is to develop content on this, that what you will be remembering from here, guys. Over here, you will be finding first Anglo-Maratha war, second Anglo-Maratha, and third Anglo-Maratha. What was the, now one by one we will be seeing first Anglo, second Anglo, third Anglo, right? One by one, let us focus over here. First Anglo, guys. First Anglo-Maratha. What was the immediate reason you will be finding of having this first Anglo-Maratha war? Background. And background will be Raghunath Rao. What happened over here? What is the background? Immediate reason again. 17. What is the timeline of this particular battle? 1775 to 1782 over here. The background is one personality, that is Raghunath Rao. Raghunath Rao. This personality is important. His name you might have seen. Will be going to whom? British East India Company. And that is also the Bombay Council. Now 2-3 questions emerge over here, guys. Who was this Raghunath Rao? Right. And what was the reason that he went to the British help over here? The timeline you are seeing 1775. Again, all should connect over here Anglo-Maratha. This is in a very confused way it is written in your books, guys. ठीक है? तो थोड़ा सा ध्यान देना यहाँ पर. How these things are happening. Raghunath Rao is an important personality who will be going to the Britishers' help against the Peshwa over here. And that is how the Anglo-Maratha war will begin, because Britishers are engaged over here because of Raghunath Rao. Now the question is, who is Raghunath Rao? The post-Peshwa, apart from that, uncle of Narayan Rao. Good. But who was Narayan Rao? ये नारायण राव कौन है? Good, that uncle of Narayan Rao. बताओ बताओ. So देखो, so what you have to understand over here, right? Focus over here, भाई खो जाते हो तुम लोग. इधर ध्यान दो. What you have to understand over here is the chronology of these rulers, why these things are happening, and this is in connection with the Maratha chronology. And you have to focus over here with respect to Maratha's chronology, right? So Raghunath Rao, we will come up to Raghunath Rao, but to come up to Raghunath Rao, you have to move through some Maratha leaders. And Maratha leaders you will be seeing in the form of, from this Peshwa, when Peshwa became important. What was the ruler name, Peshwa name? Balaji Vishwanath. And Balaji Vishwanath ruled from when to when? Good, 1713 to 1720. Try to understand, I'm giving you the background of the Marathas now, guys. Okay? So that means, agar Marathas, if Marathas over here were like this in 1700s, in 1750s, Marathas were comparatively like this over here in 1750s. How this happened, and that is only what you are understanding with the help of these rulers, right? So 1700s onwards, you will be finding there will be Peshwa who will be becoming important, and Peshwaship will be becoming important under Balaji Vishwanath. And the contribution of him you have seen in the form of, first, he was a very efficient administration and a diplomatic person. First of all, he helped one personality to get up to the throne of Chhatrapati, and that was basically Shahu. And Shahu was released by whom? Bahadur Shah I. I hope you remember this over here. Second, he was having the influence in the court of Mughal emperor, and that too he colluded with whom? Sayyid brothers too. So his influence was huge, guys, right? His influence was huge over here. So he's just the starting point. Try to understand. He is just the starting. I'll be showing you the PPT also, but trying to understand the framework. All these points I'll be writing over here, what you have to remember. Second thing, what will be happening over here? That after Balaji Vishwanath, you will be finding that what personality will be coming over here? That is Baji Rao, the most important personality over here. Baji Rao I also, you can say Baji Rao I. And his time period is from 1720 to 1740. 20 years of rule, and he did not lost a single battle. And his vision was Atak to Katak, you will be finding. His vision was to have the Maratha supremacy over the whole Indian subcontinent. And he was able to do so too, partially, that he was able to expand the empire. But first, in order to expand the empire, he need to have a strong confederacy under his rule. So over here, he will try to have the confederacy under his rule, and the confederacies of the Maratha power. So what he will be doing over here, guys? Consolidation of the Maratha power, which was spread among different families over here. For example, who was ruling in who was ruling is over here? Vadodara, Gaikwads. This you all must be knowing over here. Who was ruling in Indore? Holkars. These are very important. Holkars. Who was ruling in Gwalior? Sindhia. Sindhias of Gwalior. I am writing this complete so that those who are new, they can understand it. Holkars of Indore. Gaikwads of Baroda. And over here one more. This Pune, you will be finding Peshwas of Pune. and one more place is left. That is Nagpur. That is Bhonsles of Nagpur. So these were the places, these were the areas which were occupied, which were controlled by Balaji, this Bajirao I. These families were independent earlier, were getting prominent, but who could have the hold over these particular families? Bajirao I. He could unite these families under one rule over here, guys. Okay, and that is one of the advantage you will be finding. That is why they could expand outwards. They can expand nearby territories over here, right? And this is the time frame. When, what is the time frame you are seeing? Just wait. Over here, 1720 to 1740. After that, what you are going to see? After that, who will be coming into picture, guys? Who will be that? Balaji Bajirao. Balaji Bajirao. Now, this chronology, you understand, there will be a lot of people which will be coming. 1740 to 1761. This is important over here. 1740 to 1761. Balaji Bajirao will be coming over here. Let me show you the chart now. Have you written that 1740 to 1761? Let me show you the chart, guys. Now you understand this chronology over here, and you will be getting the answer of Raghurath Rao over here. Balaji Vishwanath, Bajirao I. Bajirao I will be having two sons over here. That is Bajirao, Balaji Bajirao, the most important personality under whose reign you will be finding Marathas will be reaching to the pinnacle of their success, or in a pinnacle of their supremacy. And 1761, can you think of something? That is third battle of Panipat. You will be finding that they will be facing war with the Durrani Empire. The third battle of Panipat in his time frame you are going to see. Parallelly, Raghunath Rao was supportive of Balaji Bajirao at this particular point of time, guys. They were all supportive over here, and these people participated in the war. Raghuram Rao, this Sadashiv Rao Bhau, and these people participated in the third battle of Panipat. But after third battle of Panipat, things changed for Maratha a bit. What is going to happen? That there will be Peshwa position will be empty over here after 1761, because Balaji Bajirao will be dying over here. Now there will emerge the civil war crisis, not exactly right now, because over here after the death of Balaji Bajirao, who should become the next Peshwa? This person was thinking, Raghunath Rao, Raghuram Rao or Raghunath Rao, same thing. Again, listen carefully. This person was thinking that I should be the rightful heir to the throne now, because I have participated in the war. I have fought for my people. So the next throne which should come to, it should come to Raghunath Rao. But on the contrary, what happened? It went to Madhav Rao, because Vishwas Rao got died in the battle itself. Okay? Ignore this fact, but Madhav Rao is coming over here. That is how you are saying that the uncle of either Narayan Rao, Madhav Rao, and over here Madhav Rao also. In these people's uncle was this, right? Now we are coming to that particular thing, and which was said rightly. Okay? So Madhav Rao will become the next Peshwa. Still Raghunath Rao was not having any problem, because Madhav Rao was an efficient person, was an efficient ruler, and in his time period he was again able to take the Marathas power, or research the Marathas power over here, guys, right? Resurrected the Marathas power. How we can say that? Because in 1771, this is important, he will be taking Shah Alam II under his protection. Write this line, guys. Under his protection, and placing him in Delhi again. Understanding the connection? Shah Alam II, which was under the protection of Britishers in Allahabad, will be taken up by Madhav Rao and will be placing him under his protection in Delhi. That is how we know that again his power was re-emerging over here, and he was also supportive at this particular point of time, right? Which one? All right, let me tell you again that Madhav Rao tried to reassert Maratha powers again, as in 1771 he was able to protect Shah Alam II, or he was able to give protection to Shah Alam II in Delhi. Now what is going to happen? This is also not the problem. The problem will come now. Madhav Rao, people were hopeful, Marathas were hopeful that again Marathas will fight back. But what happened over here? Madhav Rao will be dying naturally. Naturally, I'm saying, nobody will be assassinating him. When he got died, again Peshwaship is empty and someone is dying to be in the position of that particular position. Who was that? Raghunath Rao again. So Raghunath Rao thought that this time my number has come. But again, what is going to happen, guys? Poor him. Again, over here, you will be seeing people, because people was fearful of him now. People thought that he will not be able to lead the Peshwas. He will be doing some treacheries with the Britishers over here. People were not having trust over here. And who people? The families. Right? The Nagpur, the Gaikwads, the Sindhyas over here. These were the influential people who were taking decisions. So they were not accepting Raghunath Rao at all. So they picked up over here Narayan Rao and they made him the Peshwa. Now ultimately what this particular, that's why uncle of Raghunath Rao, what he will be doing now over here, try to understand clearly, guys. He will be now assassinating this personality, Narayan Rao. That's why now people will become completely anti to Raghunath Rao because of his assassination of Narayan Rao. Remember this. Assassination will be happening. For few days he will become the Peshwa too. And again, when the Peshwa seat is again empty, over here his infant will become, this is an infant over here, guys, he will become the Peshwa, not Raghunath Rao. Again he will be empty handed over here, and he will become the Peshwa with the help of Nana Fadnavis over here. Peshwa with the help of Nana Fadnavis and his council, that is Bara Bhai Council, guys. And his council, that is Nana Fadnavis and Bara Bhai Council. Bara Bhai Council you will be finding, right? So this is the way you will be finding this. Peshwa will become this, and now Raghunath Rao. Now you connect to the point which we are going to come to. The first Anglo-Maratha background. What is going to happen over here? देखो यहाँ पर आ जाओ अब. Background. Raghunath Rao. Reach up to Raghunath Rao. Now again he will be over here. Who is the Peshwa right now? Madhav Rao. That is Savai Madhav Rao also you can call. He is the Peshwa right now. And this personality is completely frustrated over here. So where he will be going to? And this is the reason. This is the immediate reason now. And where he will be going? To the British East India Company for help. The Bombay East India Company, guys, or the Bombay British East India Company, to the Bombay Council. And here he will be signing one treaty, and therefore now these things will start off Anglo-Maratha. Now keep on, like I'll be showing you too, but this is the format in which you will be understanding. So this Raghunath Rao will be going to whom? Bombay East India Company, and he will be signing one treaty over here, that is Treaty of Salbai. कहाँ से आ जाएगा? Treaty of Surat. Salbai to end treaty है, right? So 1775 he will be signing this treaty, and what will be his demand? Again, you don't need to like go through the points over here. I'll be letting you show, but you will understand what will be his demand. To give him force to support him in order to gain the Peshwa throne, to Peshwaship. He will be demanding this Bombay East India Council. But what in return Bombay British East India Council will be demanding? Two areas he will be giving over here, guys. That is Talset and Basai. Good. And one more place over here, that whatever trade is happening over here in Surat, I will be giving you the trade of some portion of this particular trade. The share of this trade will be given to the British East India Company. Try to understand. I'll be making you see it in the PPT2. But this is going to be long over here. That's why I'm clubbing it out, guys. Treaty of Surat between Raghunath Rao and British East India Company, right? Treaty of Surat. Now they will start fighting, and that's why this is said to be Anglo-Maratha wars. From here, fights will start. But as soon as this fight was happening, there will be objection which will be coming from the Britishers itself, but that from now the Bengal Council. Why? Because in 1773 we will be seeing Regulating Act was passed. So one point which you will be understanding, the 1773 Regulating Act over here. Later on we will be seeing when we will be finding the act. Over here they gave supremacy. One point over there you will be reading that they gave supremacy to Bengal to override the powers of Madras and Bombay. So what will be happening over here? This Bengal Council will be coming over here and rejecting this treaty which has happened, and will be doing one more treaty now with the Nana Fadnavis gang. And what they will be doing over here, and that treaty will be known as Treaty of Purandar, and that I'm going to explain you. Treaty of Purandar. What will be happening in the Treaty of Purandar, guys? Purandar में क्या होने वाला है? Right. But देखो, Treaty of Purandar, you just remember. I'll be showing you the points. Don't worry in the PPT. Treaty of Purandar. What will be happening? That they will, this is British East India Company, Bengal Council will be admitting that okay, we accept Tawai Madhav Rao as the Peshwa. Right, and Peshwa will be asking the return back of the territories which they have lost over here. So the territories will be returned, and they will be accepting that Peshwa is Savai Madhav Rao. They will be accepting it. So what kind of treaty you are finding it as? Peace type of treaty you will be seeing. Peace negotiation happened. Right. This is just explanation right now. Don't worry. Peace negotiation happened over here, guys. Treaty of Purandar. But then again, a lot of treaties are coming. This third treaty will also come over here. But over here you will find Marathas was not satisfied with this treaty, and they started making them powerful with the help of French. Try to understand again. Raghunath Rao with Bombay British East India Council, Treaty of Surat. Second you will be coming, this treaty will be rejected by the Bombay Council, will be doing the new treaty, and that is Treaty of Purandar. Now this over here, Marathas will be having some problem, and they will collude with French, making them powerful. And this will not liked by the Britishers over here. And then a full-fledged war will be happening. That means after this, a war will be happening, guys. And in this war, who will be winning? At Vadgaon, you will be finding this war will be happening. And over here, Marathas were having the advantage. And that's why they will make Britishers sign one treaty, that is Treaty of Vadgaon. And then again I'll be showing you the provisions of this treaty. And lastly, you will be finding one more treaty will be signed, that is ultimate treaty, that is Treaty of Salbai, guys. Now this is but obvious complicated over here, but some of the things you have to remember. Ultimately Treaty of Salbai will be signed. So one more Treaty of Surat, Purandar, Vadgaon and Salbai. Now one by one I'll be showing certain points. The only points which we have to remember is of Salbai. Salbai points I will be making you remember. Okay? Just understand. Are you understanding what is happening? The context which I have given. It is already complicated, guys, right? But I try to present you in this fashion. Okay? So see over here. See over here, guys. First Anglo-Maratha war you will be finding over here. See over here, guys. First Anglo-Maratha war 1775 to 1782, right? This we have seen after Peshwa Madhav Rao's death. Who will be coming? Narayan Rao. After Narayan Rao, who will be coming again? Madhav Rao over here, right? And Raghunath Rao will be assassinating him. Narayan Rao, already you have seen this. This is written in this format only. Okay, and then who will be coming? Barabhai and Nana Fadnavis. They will be making whom as the Peshwa? Savai Madhav Rao. Directly come over here. Raghunath Rao will be going to the Britishers and will be signing Treaty of Surat with the Bombay Council. What were the provisions which we remembered over here? Talsat and Bassi, part of revenues of Surat and Bharuch over here. Just remember this. Or if you want to write, you can write this, guys. Isko likh lo, Treaty of Surat. In return, what Britishers will be doing? Britishers will be supplying the soldiers over here. Soldiers will be supplied over here. Right? I hope you have written this. And who will be rejecting this treaty? The Bengal Council will be rejecting this treaty and will be signing a new treaty. I hope you have written this. Should I move ahead? Next, personality, you will be seeing that Bengal will be signing the treaty over here, and this is known as Treaty of Purandar, 1776. You can write this, guys. 1776. Few points I'll be telling you. This is peace type of treaty. So, Treaty of Surat annulled, which I have told you. Second point, Savai Madhav Rao recognized as Peshwa. Another point I have told you. Raghunath Rao given a pension but not supported over here. You can leave this point over here. But these 2 points are important. Right. But again, I have told you that when the peace treaty has been signed, why there was need for another treaty? Because the Marathas were apprehensive, were doubtful of these Britishers. That's why they wanted to make them powerful. Try to understand. In order to make them powerful, they start colluding with the French. That's why in 1777, allowed the French port on the west coast, violating his understanding with the Britishers. Again, just in word, you will be understanding that he started negotiating with the French people in just one word or one sentence you will be finding, right? And this led to further conflicts because over here the British retaliated by sending the forces towards Pune. And there will be actual war which will be happening between this people, Marathas and Britishers, right? And in this war, these Marathas will be able to defeat Britishers over here, guys. This was unique at this particular point of time. And they will be making these British people sign the treaty according to their terms. That's why Treaty of Vadgaon is a humiliating treaty. You must have read this. Treaty of Vadgaon is going to be a humiliating treaty for the Britishers, right? So you will be seeing this over here. So I hope you have written this. Now next battle will be coming. Again, battle you don't have to see. But these are the Marathas army near Pune. A lot of people will be fighting. So over here, you will be finding that they will be fighting at Khapuli. They will be fighting at Talegaon. These are the places over here. And then at Vadgaon. No need to understand the course of war, but these are the places where the battles will be happening. And they were utilizing this policy as scorched earth policy. What is this policy, guys? Destruction of the land whenever they are retreating from that particular place, right? So this will lead ultimately to the Treaty of Vadgaon. This you can write. Treaty of Vadgaon, 1779. Treaty of Vadgaon, 1779. The British forces surrendered over here. Who will not be digesting this fact? 1779 time frame is going on. And in Bengal, the Governor General Warren Hastings will not be digesting this fact. That's why he will be sending again the reinforcement. And again war will be happening over here. And let the Marathas sign over here the treaty, right? And that we'll be talking about as the Treaty of Salbai. But Treaty of Vadgaon first. The Bombay government was compelled to return all territories acquired since 1775. And the third point, however, this treaty was rejected by Warren Hastings. That's why they have written is because now Warren Hastings will be sending 3 commands under 3 generals. Now, in your book or in your spectrum, the commander's name are also written, which is not required again, guys. Okay, not required. But you try to understand again, reinforcement will be coming from Bengal finally. And then you will be finding they will be fighting again. And at this point of time, they will be letting the Marathas sign the Treaty of Salbai. I hope you are making the connections. Renewed British offensive. I told you 3 people responsible for sending the command over here, Warren Hastings. So Warren Hastings sent reinforcement. No need to write this. Colonel Godard under this captured Ahmedabad. Popham captured Gwalior. And Kamak defeated Sindhia. This is written in your books. No need to go through this. This is extra information. This is, you will be finding fodder over here. Not required. But because of this, the most important treaty, this is the thing which you have to remember. Treaty of Salbai 1782 was signed. I hope you are able to make the connection with this particular part of Anglo-Maratha, guys. Okay. Treaty of Salbai. Because the most important war is first Anglo-Maratha only. The next wars are symbolic in nature, you will be finding. Easily defeated by the Britishers. Okay. And question if they would ask from here. So see the points over here. Major provisions. First of all, which of the territories will remain with the English? You will get confused between Salsette and Basai. But over here, Salsette will be remaining with the English and Basai will be returned to the Marathas. Keep this point fixed. From here, question can be framed directly. Second important point, a peace treaty type of thing. All territories gained by the British since the Treaty of Purandar, including Basai, to be restored to the Marathas. Return back of treaties except one particular place, that is Salsette. Again, Fateh Singh Gaikwad to retain control of his pre-war territories in Gujarat and continue serve the Peshwa. Again, in this treaty, a personal clause you will always find. Right, in Treaty of Allahabad, you have seen one clause related to Raja Balwant Singh. In this treaty, you will be seeing with respect to Fateh Singh Gaikwad, what they are trying to do with this person, showing that they are rewarding the loyalty shown by Gaikwads. And since like this particular war or after this war, you will be finding Gaikwads will become loyal to the Britishers. So in coming wars, second Anglo, third Anglo, you will not find the major contribution of Gaikwads. They will under the protection, they will be under the protection of Britishers. So remember this. If the question will be framed that third Anglo-Maratha war, Gaikwad were against the Britishers, this will be wrong. This you don't have to remember. This you have understood over here. Understanding, guys? Third point, Patajan. This is not all. You have a lot of other points also. Right? Now see over here. These points are not that much important, but see the points because these are written and important too. British would withdraw support to Raghunath Rao. That means from like Raghunath Rao will not be getting support from the Britishers now. This is the point which Marathas wanted, right? That Raghunath Rao you don't support now. So they will not be supporting the Raghunath Rao over here. One clause related to Raghunath Rao. Second, clause related to Hyder Ali. In the examination, if it will come, you will think what Hyder Ali is doing in Treaty of Salbai. But he is doing something over here. Because the polity is overall, you will be finding Nizam, this particular Mysore and Maratha. They will be involved over here. So Hyder Ali to return all territories taken from the English and from the Nawab of Arcot. And this you will be understanding because of the pact signed between Maratha and Hyder Ali. When we will be seeing the Mysore, Anglo-Mysore war, then you will be connecting it again. But just remember this, that there is one clause related to Hyder Ali. इतना ध्यान में रखना है आपको। देखो इनको छोड़ नहीं सकते, वन थिंग यू कैन डू इज यू कैन नॉट डू इट सिंपली, बट इसको छोड़ोगे तो अगेन यू विल बी एट द मर्सी ऑफ योर लक। समझ रहे हो, ये नहीं आया नहीं आया, आ गया देन इट विल बिकम इंपॉर्टेंट, आने के बाद इंपॉर्टेंट हो जाएगा। ट्रीटी ऑफ सालबाई। ओके, दिस पॉइंट ऑब्वियसली नो नीड टू रिमेंबर। English to retain their commercial privileges. The Peshwa would not support any other European power. Again, same clause. These are the clauses which you will find everywhere else also, in every treaty, every other treaty too. So one point, if you can write about this. Both the Peshwa and the English, to ensure their respective allies remain peaceful over here. And one important point, that is Mahatma Scindia became the guarantor of this treaty, that he will be looking after, because he is one powerful personality, Scindia. So he will be ensuring, he made them as the median guy, that he will be ensuring that peace treaty should be applied by, or should be followed by both Peshwa also and Britishers also. Understanding this is Mahatma Scindia. These are all points which you will be finding in Treaty of Salbai. Now if you have done this, you have done major Anglo-Maratha war games, because next are just symbolic in nature. One or two points you will be finding over here. Right, just write this point, then we'll be doing the one good revision of Anglo-Maratha, and we'll be moving ahead then. So the story started with, we have seen the first Anglo-Maratha. Try to connect all of you, those who are connected over here. The story started with Anglo-Maratha, first Anglo-Maratha, 1775 to 1782, right? Connect with me. Over here you have found that the reason was Raghunath Rao will be going to Bombay Council for the help. For this, in order to understand this, you have to understand the rise of Marathas under Peshwa. And you have found that from 1700 onwards, there was one Peshwa who was getting powerful. That was Balaji Vishwanath, 1713 to 1720. Then you will be seeing one more personality will be coming. That is from 1720 to 1740. That is Bajirao I, uniting all the confederacies over there and was expanding the Maratha territories. Then the son of Bajirao I, that is Balaji Bajirao, from 1742 61 will be expanding its base, will be taking the Chauth and Sardeshmukhi from the regions nearby Delhi to, will be giving the protection to the emperor too, right? And his region will be huge. That's why he will come in conflict with the Abdali in 1761. In 1761 war, you will be finding Raghunath Rao, his brother, Balaji Bajirao I, and his brother Raghunath Rao. His sons you will be finding, that is Vishwash Rao, Sadashiv Rao Bhau, which I have shown you, were participating in that war. And ultimately you will be seeing in 1761 the failure will be happening of Marathas. Peshwa, this Balaji Bajirao will be dying over here due to depression, you will be finding, because he lost the war over here and he lost his brothers and son too. So he will be going into the depression. After that, Peshwaship is empty. You remember this. Now Peshwaship is empty. The second person who should come to the power was Raghunath Rao, but he could not come. Who came? Madhav Rao. So you will not see that after Battle of Panipat there was decline of Marathas. This line will be not right if they will throw you this. And in some of the examination they have written, they have given this question like this. So after the Battle of Panipat, there was not a sudden decline in Marathas' power. Rather, there were some redemption done by Madhav Rao. And then you will be finding in 17, or basically after this Madhav Rao, again when he will be getting died, Peshwaship will be again empty. Like again vacuum will be there. Who will be coming into place? Narayan Rao. Again he will be getting died, and the important person you have to remember, that is Savai Madhav Rao, helped by Nana Fadnavis Barabhai Council. And that is how this particular Raghunath Rao will be going to the help of Bombay Council. Signing what? Treaty of Surat. Ceding what territories? Basen Salsat, and giving some trade off with Surat. Second, Bengal Council will be cancelling it out and signing a new treaty as Purandar. They will be returning all the treaties back, or they will be returning all the territories back and negotiating peace. But Marathas will not be satisfied and they will try to expand with the help of French. And that is how they will come in conflict with Britishers at different places, Talegaon, Hapoli and Vadgaon. Vadgaon, you remember. And in this particular battles, who will be winning? Marathas will be winning. And that is how they will come up with the Treaty of Vadgaon. In Treaty of Vadgaon, what they will be doing, they will be taking back all the territories which were taken up by Britishers. And that was after you will be finding the first Treaty of Surat you will be finding, right? So this was a humiliating treaty. Warren Hastings will be sending the reinforcement, and ultimately he will be defeating these people over here, and a peace negotiating treaty will be signed in the form of Treaty of Salbai. Now there were a lot of points related to Treaty of Salbai. First point, which territory which they give back over here to the people? Talsat they retained, Basai they gave back to the Marathas. War indemnity clause was there, clause related to Hyder Ali was there, no European power should interfere was there, right? So all these things you have seen, and one personal clause with respect to Gayakwad you remember. No need to remember what is the name, but one point related to Gayakwad was there. Like this you have to remember, right? This is the most detailed one also and the most complex one too. You have done it, right? Next we will be finding the second Anglo-Maratha. All right, guys. Second Anglo-Maratha. So there was a second Anglo-Maratha which is going to happen now. And 1803 to 1805. Now after a huge time over here you will see, after almost around 20 years you are going to find that after almost around 20 years this fight is going to happen. Now this was a symbolic fight because now the Britishers were not the usual Britishers. Britishers have expanded now. They have defeated completely Mysore. Mysore rich region is also with them now, because 1799 you will be understanding the fourth Anglo-Mysore war. So they were not the usual Britishers over here. So they are having the expansionist mindset, right? So some things will be happening over here again, and that will be become the background. Again there will be some course of war, and then you will be finding the outcome in the form of Treaty of Basai. You remember like this. The territory which was left, they signed it as Treaty of Basai in the second Anglo-Maratha war, making the Peshwa sign the subsidiary alliance under this Treaty of Basai, guys. Now the question comes, what was the immediate reason? Yes, please. Right. So the one of the strong personality will be dying. Good point. One of the strong personality who was holding these Maratha territories, who was holding these Marathas people, Maratha families, was Nana Fadnavis. And Nana Fadnavis will be dying over here, guys. And this will give a major blow to the Maratha cohesion. Right. So you will be finding these confederacies who are working together. They will now spread over here. They will not be working together now. Let me show you who will become the next Peshwa. Bajirao too will become the next Peshwa. Let me show you the chart again. The chart is present in the PPT, guys. I'll be sending you the PPT too. This personality, Bajirao too, will be becoming the Peshwa now over here. And he was, in history, you will be finding he was termed to be as a weak, incompetent, and you will be finding a coward ruler, right? Because of certain things which you will understand now. But Bajirao too is coming over here. In 1800, Nana Fadnavis' death will be happening, right? And because of that, now there will be clashes amongst the Maratha families will be happening. This you keep into your mind, guys, because this clash is only what is highlighted in your books in detail. And that's why sometimes you might be getting confused, right? So the clash between whom and whom was happening, this broad you should know, not the names. Peshwa and Holkars. Where was Sindhyas then? Now you try to understand over here. Dekho, there was two camps which were forming, that is Holkar, and under Holkar, now these names are not important. Yashwant Rao Holkar was getting important, guys. All right. In the second area, you will be finding Sindhyas was getting important under one personality, that is Daulat Rao Sindhya. Again, names are not important. I am just writing because these are written in your books and made it complicated by writing all of this. Okay. Plus, Sindhya will be in coalition with Peshwa, and the Peshwa was Baji Rao too. And the conflict will be with between these two people, guys. That means Sindhyas and Bajirao too at one side, and Holkars will be at one side. What will be the, like, why this happened, why this difference came? Because they were started killing, they started assassinating each other's family members over here. In your books, it is written that the brother of Yashwant Rao, Vithuji Holkar, was killed by Peshwa over here. And that is why Holkar became completely anti to whom? To the Peshwa. Try to understand. No need to remember this fact, that who killed whom. This is to complicate your understanding, right? But you are understanding there are now camps inside these Marathas families. And in the camps, you will be finding Holkars at one side and the Sindhyas and Peshwa group at one side. And Holkars were really very powerful under him. So they will attack Peshwa over here. Right now, British entry is not happening. So that's why we cannot call it as Anglo-Maratha. How British entry will be happening? British की entry कब हो रही है और कैसे हो रही है? How this will be happening? Right, over here. You will be finding now when he defeated him over here, dethroned him from the position of Peshwa, and a new Peshwa will be elected by him as the puppet over here. So who is dethroned over here? Peshwa, Bajirao too. Now he will be fleeing to the East India Company or to the Britishers, asking for their help and signing the treaty of Basai. Are you understanding? But this is over here. You try to understand. They are doing this Basai treaty, but again, grass is always greener. They will be signing it, but soon this particular personality will be revolting again. Who will be revolting? Bajirao too. Because he will understand that Britishers are trying to control him as per this treaty. And when he will revolt against the Britishers, he will be easily curbed down. Right? And this will end this particular part of Second Anglo-Maratha. Now let us see what has happened under Treaty of Basai. Right? I'll be letting you see all this over here. See over here, guys, the background. So what is the background? In background, you just write internal dissensions among the Maratha chiefs. Right? And what you will be writing directly over here, you can write Holkar versus Sindhya and Peshwa. Make it easy for you, I am telling you. Sindhya and Peshwa. Though the names also, if you want to write, you can write, but not important. Okay, Yashwant Rao Holkar and Daulat Rao Sindhya, not important. But this is important over here, one line. And after this suicide of Peshwa Madhav Rana Rao, who will become the next Peshwa over here? Bajirao too. So you can write Peshwa was Bajirao too. Nana Fadnavis will be basically dying over here. The death of Nana Fadnavis. This point you can write. Will be destabilizing the Maratha cohesion. Right. I hope this is clear. Now you will move ahead over here. Holkar Sindhya Peshwa conflict. You have written in one line. Let me just explain you while you will go through the PPT. Okay, what they will be writing over here, 1801, Bajirao ordered the murder of Vithuji Holkar. Who was he? The brother of? That is how they are making it complicated, guys. That is why you are not able to take the things from here. Ignore this fact over here. But ultimately, what will be happening? Holkar decisively defeated them at this particular point, Hadaspar. Right? and will be installing a puppet ruler over here, that is Vinayak Rao. Again, not important, but who was divested out of his throne? Baji Rao II, right? So Baji Rao II will be fleeing to Basai seeking British protection. That is how you will come up with Treaty of Basai, and this is quite important over here. As per this Treaty of Basai, he will be accepting the permanent subsidiary force or subsidiary alliance of this particular with artillery. So this means he will be taking the help of British troops. No need to write how many troops, but he will be taking the help of British troops over here. In return, what he will be giving to the Britishers? Territory worth of this revenue to maintain the force over here he will be giving. Also, he will be surrendering the most important port city over here, that is Surat. Important point. अब जो सारे efforts आपके लगने चाहिए, it not in learning the names, but in focusing upon these points. Now, to give up claims to the Chaw on Nizam's territories, also one point to basically favor Nizam, you will be finding over here. This you can understand. He will have to accept British arbitration in with respect to Nizam or Gayakwad. Again, you see becoming allies, Nizam and Gayakwad. So Gayakwad you will not see after first Anglo-Maratha war with respect or anti to Britishers. Gayakwad will always loyal to them. Not to employ, these are normal points, guys. These you will find again and again. To place his foreign relation under British control, again, that is under the subsidiary alliance. And this treaty effectively reduced Peshwa to a British vassal state. Understanding? So this is an important treaty which was signed in Second Anglo-Maratha. Now the Third Anglo-Maratha, again a last symbolic war which will be completely crushing the Marathas altogether. Okay, guys, shall we move ahead? लिखो लिखो कोई बात. देखो थोड़ा सा elaborative जाएगा. I hope you are connected with this particular thing, right? Complex thing we are doing. These are the complex thing. Rest national freedom struggle is quite easy, and you will be knowing a lot of things over there. ठीक है, उसमें ज़्यादा मेहनत आपको नहीं करनी. मेहनत इन एरियाज पे हो रही है हमारी, समझ रहे हो? So those who are like, I can see many of you are connected wholeheartedly, and it will be giving you dividend. यही problem होती है, ठीक है, इन्हीं chapters में. National freedom struggle, everyone is comfortable, except again the provisions which we have to read over there too. ठीक है, वहाँ पर भी कुछ provisions देखने हैं, right? I hope you are seeing these provisions over here. Now the Third Anglo-Maratha. I hope you have written, guys. Third Anglo-Maratha. Third Anglo-Maratha. Online people, are you all? I hope you are connected. Okay. Third Anglo-Maratha. Again, what was the background? Background, course, and outcome over here. Ultimately, they will be crushing the Marathas over here. What was the background, guys? That's really great, Saroj. That's really great. Okay. What was the outcome, or what was the background of Third Anglo-Maratha? First of all, when it happened, guys, 1815 to 1816, you are going to find in 1 year it will be, they will be just getting over with Marathas. Background, you were saying something. Pindaris, the problem with Pindaris over here you will be finding. Who were Pindaris? These were the mercenary troopers, guys. That means they will be fighting not with the side of any one power, but they were residing in that places of Marathas, and whenever as per their needs, whoever will be paying them, and primarily Marathas were paying them for the war, so mercenary troopers. So they used to get a lot of job under the Marathas expansion, right? But after the decline of Marathas power, they started to raid to the places of Britishers, to the protector state of Britishers like Nizam, right? Like Mysore over there, because 1799 Mysore is also a protected state of Britishers. So they started creating problem over here. And because of this, you will be finding that Britishers will be attacking these Pindari leaders. Amir Khan and one more name is there with respect to that. Okay? But no need to remember again. Names are not important. So they will be attacking these Pindaris to curb their activities. And this will be taken as what? As a direct threat by the failing Peshwa already. Who was that? Bajirao II. Bajirao II took the revenge of this particular suppression of these Pindaris over here, and Bajirao II will become active again. And last chance he will be finding to unite the Marathas families and to fight a last war against the Britishers. Now, but obvious, when I'll be writing that this Bajirao II in the third Anglo-Maratha battle united all the Maratha chiefs, would this statement be right? Why? Because Gaikwad will not engage at all over here. So the rest of the people will engage, and those rest people are Nagpur, Bhonsles, Sindhyas, and Holkars of Indore. So they will making the confederacy over here to attack the Britishers, guys. And they will be attacking over here, but the outcome is pre-decided. Who is going to win this war right now? Britishers. And ultimately all these powers, they will be signing different treaties over here. And let me show you now. Right, one by one we'll be seeing all the treaties. No need to remember the treaties, but I'll be showing you how you can learn it, right? See over here. Third Anglo-Maratha War, background you can understand. First, suppression of the Pindaris. This point you will find over here, suppression of the Pindaris. By 1818, the Pindari forces were completely suppressed over here, and they began suppressing them from 1815 onwards. Right? Simply you can learn that Pindari conflict was going on with respect to it. Right? Second will be this Peshwa Bajirao will try to reoccupy, will be conspiring against over here. He will be again coming together with the other people, like you forget this about over here, guys. Again, internal names are written. He will be taking together the Gaikwads, not the Gaikwad, sorry, this Holkar people over here, Sindhya people over here, and the Bhonsles over here, guys. This all internal things you can ignore over here. And with this, they will start fighting over here, and there will be certain fights. You can mention Khadki, Sitabuldi, and Mahidpur. Important not to remember these names, but important that these are not Anglo-Sikh wars. These are not Anglo-Sikh battles, if they will ask you. That battle of Mahidpur and battle of Sitabuldi was fought in Anglo-Sikh, second Anglo-Sikh. Like this, the question can be formed. So, battle of Khadki, battle of Sitabuldi, and battle of Mahidpur. All these powers you will be seeing. Peshwa, Bhosle, and Holkars will be defeating in these particular things. Right, just write Khadki, Sitabuldi, and Mahidpur. B भी लिखो, पूरा पूरा बैटल लिखोगे. B of Khadki, B of Sitabuldi. Right? Now they will be signing individual treaties over here. But treaties याद रखने की जरूरत नहीं है आपको, because Pune will be signed with Peshwa, Mandsaur will be signed with Holkars, and one more Gwalior will be signed with Sindhya automatically, right? So let me show you this. Have you written this out? Okay. तो ओके यहाँ पर लिखा नहीं है, बट यू विल बी फाइंडिंग दिस ट्रीटी ऑफ मैंडसौर एंड ट्रीटी ऑफ with the Pune, Treaty of Pune with this particular Peshwa, and Treaty of Gwalior with Sindhia. So these different treaties, again I am saying, you can write this down. Treaty of Gwalior with Sindhia, Treaty of Pune with Peshwa, and Treaty of Mandsaur with Holkar's. And this is how they will be directly curbing these Maratha powers over here, guys. And that is the end of your Anglo-Maratha wars too, right? Now, will not be proceeding ahead for today. This will be all for, yes please. Treaties. Treaty of, what I have said, Treaty of, कौन सी ट्रीटी बताइए? ग्वालियर. अरे बात क्यों करने लग गए हो भाई, रुक जाओ. ट्रीटी ऑफ ग्वालियर, ट्रीटी ऑफ Treaty of Gwalior and Treaty of Mandsaur. ठीक है, written down. चलो guys, over here. सुन लो. Now let us sum it up what we have seen today, and then you will be having the break and we'll be solving some questions, some few questions, right? Because this is the pattern over here. You have to sit, and the topics which we have seen, we'll be seeing some of the questions and then we will be leaving. It will not take much time, but we will be sitting here for like half an hour or 1 hour more after the break, right? So let us sum it up what all we have seen in today's class. क्या हो गया भाई? हाँ जी, क्या कर रहे हो? Focus over here. Let us sum it up. And we started with advent of Europeans. Today we have seen advent of Europeans. Understood the Portuguese influence over there. Portuguese influence. Can you tell me the sites which were important from the Portuguese mindset? Triple C. गोवा. अगर कुछ बात करनी है तो यही सब बात करो, ठीक है? आपस में मत बात करो. गोवा 1530s and 1540s. Good. Basin Diu Daman. Some people have absorbed the information as it is. Then you will be moving ahead. And Hooghly was captured when? Right. Who was, when Britishers were able to occupy the Madras region? 1630s. When they were able to occupy when they were able to occupy the Bengal region. And who was the personality who was important? All right. What was the background of Second Anglo-Carnatic War? One line I need. Succession issues in Hyderabad and over here. What was the outcome of First Anglo-Maratha War? Treaty of Salbai, right? बहुत बढ़िया. You're amazing. ठीक है. Now in the next class or in the next session, we will be going ahead with this particular topics only. Half an hour break will be there, and then we'll be seeing some of the MCQs, and then we'll be leaving. क्या time हुआ अभी? 5:30. सौरभ हो गया. अब इसका नया लिंक बनवा देते हैं. ये बंद कर देना आप. ठीक है, नया लिंक किससे बनवाओगे? पुष्कर से बनवा लो. सेम बनेगा ना? हाँ सेम. हाँ